Freyon. Specifically, we started off with NIP and Magic Squad.
Yeah, and Magic Squad in their debut, we had a lot of question marks about this roster, but when you have somebody like Hornet, you have Rare, you have other players that are kind of new on the block like Hate, they came in and they really did not disappoint against a NIP that's been nothing but disappointment.
To be fair, NIP had a much better performance in this game than they did against Liquid to start things off, so it's gradual, steady improvement. And again, we like to forget sometimes that this team did make a couple of roster moves in just the past couple of months, so it's good that they were able to at least get on sort of the right page, but it still didn't turn out there in the way that they wanted. Meanwhile, Tropicals did not have the debut that they were looking for because it looked like NIP most assuredly woke up, Luka especially.
Oh yeah, MIBR just looked so much better than their last showing where they were, for lack of a better term, utterly dominated. But as soon as they started bouncing back, maybe we saw that Tropicals is a weaker roster, or MIBR just kind of bounced back to the form that they should be, while W7M kind of still hasn't after their roster moves.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, but to Black Dragon's credit, they won this game full stop. It wasn't even a matter of W7M making too many mistakes. They will have problems of their own to sort out, but now both teams, as of this game, are 1-1 BD, going back to Border, which W7M has now played twice in a row, and beating them on it, and then we went to Bank for the second time of the day, and that was Liquid running all over Los One in pretty unexpected fashion.
I mean, the Palu show was definitely in full effect. Pretty much everybody on the roster had a good game, Volps especially, but it all paled in comparison to the main man. Palu was dropping double digits, getting every opening kill with a 1.5 MPX across the map, and just looking so dang good.
Yep, so just for the way that Group A is shaking out, things are definitely more up in the air in this group by comparison to B, because there are multiple overtime matchups, or in this case I suppose only one overtime matchup, that is changing the way that these points are all distributed, and we now also will probably in the future have to consider the round differential a little bit more if we see more games go to overtime and split all of the games from 3 points go to one team to 2 points go to one and 1 point goes to the other. So in a case like this, Black Dragons, because of that win over W7M, are in first place, Connor, but this, if you're a W7M fan, you're hoping this is temporary.
Oh yeah, I had already said, like, oh, W7M as well as Team Liquid on the other side, guess what? They're like so far ahead of all the other teams in their group. Black Dragons shut me up. And even with the matchups today, because MIBR in that 3 seed are taking a nice vacation at home on a bye day, we could see this group completely flip. If LFO wins in regulation as well as Tropicals by a certain margin, the 4 and 5 seed could hop up to the 1 and 2 seed and just cause absolute chaos.
Yeah, you're not kidding, but it's definitely more straightforward in Group B because Team Liquid are the first team to be undefeated with 6 points so far going through their own group stage. FaZe Clan did not play yesterday, so they will come back in for their second game, but is still with 3 points. Up there with Magic Squad because Magic Squad got the regulation win over NIP. So it's probably less of a question of Liquid or FaZe Clan qualifying because they have high expectations and Liquid are already on the right track. It's more about, do Los One and NIP genuinely become the 2 teams knocked out of this group?
They very well might. I think NIP, they're in a lot more of a devious position, a lot more dangerous. So Los One, they still have the opportunity to bounce back. They're playing Magic Squad in just a few hours, which hopefully should jumpstart their season and put them on the right trajectory.
Let's talk about the schedule for today specifically, and I think the marquee matchup everyone will be paying attention to is the one at the very end, Team Liquid against FaZe Clan. That's certainly a way for FaZe to jump back in after not playing for a week, looking at a Team Liquid that has been hot off the presses, doing fantastic with the incorporation of Volps. But every other game in here definitely has its own story already that makes the group composition immediately more interesting simply because of the results so far. I'm looking at that Los One Magic Squad game specifically because Los One off 2 losses already with 0 points. If they lose one more game or if they don't get 3 points in that matchup, then it looks almost impossible for them to get out of Group B.
Oh yeah, especially with LFO kind of coming in, having a great game, kind of turning heads towards themselves and being like, hey guys, I've arrived, I'm pretty good, and then disappearing for a week because they got a bye and they haven't gotten to see if their statement actually will have anything to back up on it. Now this is exactly where they can fully prove and come into themselves, because if they knock off a W7M, they're a scary roster.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about that first matchup, and let's just jump right into the action on the day. W7M against LFO. The big thing is W7M can bleed. We saw that against Black Dragons, and everyone had W7M going and winning that matchup, as one would typically expect. However, Border 2 times in a row, not saying that's the culprit, but that immediately stood out as a bit of a concern, because now W7M have played half of their group stage, all of it being on the same map, and the second time they played it, they looked like there were even more problems than the first time.
Yeah, and to be fair, Black Dragons, I think, really did their homework and did a great job to take them back to a familiar ground of W7M, and the overall playstyle seemed like it was completely countered, where for W7M, they were doing what they wanted to do, but it just wasn't the right play. They were playing into the wrong opening and just got kind of behind every step of the way.
Something that I was curious about was how the new guys are doing so far on this roster, because we no longer have Julio, we no longer have Volp, so W7M have had to come into this stage working out like completely retooling themselves, which is not something that they had to do for the entirety of last year, with the exception of GDN coming in and Julio managing to pick up the slack, and he did a phenomenal job of it. But Nade versus Felipox is the comparison here. Nade is playing a completely different role from Felipox, but I think that border game, the second one from yesterday, definitely took Felipox's stats down by a pretty considerable peg.
Yeah, he was absolutely dominated every step of the way, and that's something that we don't want to see out of Felipox, as well as with this kind of dichotomy, these two duo players being brought on, everybody just immediately assumed, hey, they're going to be straight swap changes role-wise for W7M. Nothing's going to have to change. Going to put one of them on support, one of them on frag, and everything should work out. But instead, these two players have completely changed the dynamic that we saw with W7M. You have Herds and KZ really having to pick up in the frag department from Volp's departure, and now the supporting core is kind of all thrown up in the air. And when you only have two new players, but it changes every single person's role, it makes the entire team feel completely different, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of a regression from W7M.
The nice part is they're not totally changing up the way that they have opted to play objectively, because Julio was still getting plants down. The problem is now that Nade is also still doing that. He has 4 plants through 2 games, but there's not a very high conversion rate for W7M so far.
Nope. I'm going to pull up the exact numbers because they're subpar to say the least.
Yeah.
And overall, Black Dragons was definitely a lot of that issue, because it almost felt like they were baiting in the plants for W7M, which naturally is going to absolutely destroy their stats. And that was almost kind of the whole game plan for Black Dragons that I praised so much. As we see, there's been 58.3% plants for W7M. Over half of their attacking rounds have gotten the bomb down, but they have a 30% conversion rate on that.
Ouch.
Which is very not good.
So genuinely a 1 in 3 shot of, if you were to get diffuser down, then actually being able to make something of it. So obviously, yeah, credit does go to Black Dragons for being able to bait them in and allow them to plant only to retake effectively. However, let's talk about how LFO is going to ravage that exact mindset, or will they? Because they only had one matchup. They played Black Dragons, so by your own transitive property, technically that would mean they're better than W7M on paper. But I'm loving a team like this that has players from all over the Brazilian scene, from Tier 1 to complete unknowns that had not played a single snap at Tier 1 prior to that Black Dragons matchup. There's still so much that we don't know about this team in spite of them having an overtime game. All we know is that they're resilient. We know that Fantasy and Raps look like a duo of death, and there's still so much more that they can bring on every other map, because they only have one map available to the public right now.
Yeah, especially when you have a player like Fantasy on that map, though, because he dropped some absolute buckets on Black Dragon's head. Here are his stats on that first play day that kind of turned heads immediately. When you're dropping 15 kills, even in an overtime game, it wasn't maximum overtime, because they just got that easy 8-6 victory. Putting easy in quotation marks, because
right.
Overtime is always going to be well fought, but it wasn't the 7-7 1v1 final round super close kind of matchup, and Fantasy was a massive part of that.
Biggest question for me will be how the defenses are. Obviously, Bank as a defensive map doesn't tend to be a bastion for that side, but we know that they're a phenomenal attacking team. We know that they're able to stick in it whenever they're in a really bad position. But The one thing I want to see, Connor, do we see W7M play border 3 times in a row? I would certainly hope that LFO or W7M themselves take it off the table here.
Hopefully W7M takes it off the board, because Black Dragons just wrote an absolute manifesto on how to dismantle W7M on that
It's
map.
still up,
and
though.
It's a little bit worrying that it is still up.
Why is it in the last 3? What are we doing here?
The bank, the theme park, and the skyscraper for W7M are their permabans, and naturally it's still immediately taken off. So far, we've seen Border Clubhouse Sky in Oregon banned by LFO in history, which means when they get to that 50-50, we could have seen Cafe. We really could. Looking at the maps, it kind of would have made sense to go that direction, but instead we're going to see LFO coming off of a bye week, a lot of prep towards W7M, now getting to go to a pretty baseline map.
Right, but for W7M, historically, there's a lot more data to back up going to Oregon, or maybe they can justify it a bit. I think, obviously, the last time they played it was against G2 in the 6th Invitational Grand Final, and that was the map that ended the series. But for LFO, we're talking about a far more unexpected team. Still so many questions left to answer. Let's bring our casters in both Jonah and Jonathan. For the two of you, and Jonathan, we'll start with you. Can we expect a team like LFO to still have so much in their back pocket that we have zero expectations for? Like, we don't know how this team is going to play. Can we actually use that one bank game to set the stage for the rest of the stage, or are we about to get some surprises?
I think there will be a couple of surprises on Oregon compared to Bank. Again, defender favoritism, it definitely goes a much longer way on a map like Oregon in comparison to Bank. And also, you can be pretty plant focused on the attacking side of Oregon, which we saw that on border for W7M be a problem. So maybe trying to work that to their advantage on Oregon could be a good sign.
Jonah, what do you
looking for my thoughts as well?
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I mean, my big takeaway from the LFO game week 1 was very different after I saw the results yesterday, and I think this is what you guys were kind of getting at in the pre-show, right? It's like LFO over Black Dragons. We didn't think much of that until we saw Black Dragons dismantle W7M on border yesterday. So now I'm looking at this LFO team and I'm thinking, wait a minute, are they that incredible force to contend with that we just did not expect? Are they going to be that dark horse team in this Group A to take it to W7M and make them look silly as well? Frankly, I don't think so, but it's very possible, because just like we expressed some doubt in Black Dragons yesterday when we were favoring W7M, I think W7M, they still need to keep it clean. They still need to keep it coordinated. Otherwise, the LFO could totally take this.
At least from a prediction standpoint, I'm pretty sure all of us, aside from myself, have gone for W7M. I think a big reason for why I like LFO in this moment is because you don't have VOD footage. You don't have scrims for very much. I think they even said themselves on Twitter they had not been playing around with each other for all that long before that squad had come together. If you trust Cameraman to find the rookies that were going to make the biggest impact, I think so far with Daffodil and Swag, he's done a pretty darn good job of that. But are all three of you still as confident that W7M is going to take this one? We'll go down the list. Connor, then Jonah, then Fellow.
I definitely am not, especially because if I look at the last 2 maps that were left in the pool, it was Cafe and Oregon with a 50-50 decider for LFO. And guess what? The only 2 maps that W7M doesn't have a winning record on is in the entirety of the pool. It's Cafe and Oregon, both being tied. For Oregon in particular on W7M, they are 3-3, including that pretty devastating loss that we saw at the 6th Invitational Grand Finals to G2. But my heart still wants to say W7M because I believe they can bounce back. Now they have bad blood on Oregon that they need to rewrite.
No matter what happened yesterday, as someone who looks at results and makes predictions in Siege all the time and considers myself somewhat of a knowledge on this game, it's impossible to pick a team of 5 that have come out of nowhere over the runners-up of SI. I mean, I'm sorry. No matter what happened yesterday, you cannot pick LFO over W7M. It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right, Jacob. I'm sorry.
Same thing for you, John. You still have like enough confidence historically that W7M can take this thing?
Yeah, I would have to think so as well. Also, looking at the way W7M lost yesterday. I'm still not 110% sure LFO can also repeat the same way that Black Dragons played yesterday. So there's still a lot of unknown quantities despite them having a game under their record on broadcast.
Well, it's a World Championship runner-up roster still with two components that are looking to make the biggest impact possible against an LFO that is 5 players like that again only have one map available to the public so far. We're changing things up. We're going to Oregon this time around. We'll see how both of these teams manage to respond. We'll get Connor and myself out of here. Gentlemen, have fun.
Appreciate it, Jacob. Let's dive on into Oregon. Right on cue, we will head into a map that, John, I think we can say favors W7M on paper, as we've said already, but a map that is full of surprises when the teams are looking to kind of bring them out. LFO could absolutely change up the game here, and I think that's exactly why the first operator ban is what W7M chose. Taking that Ying off the board, it really slows down the ability of the attacking teams to just burst into the building, get those Candelas in, and make an early statement. I think for W7M right now, what we're seeing is an attempt to play a bit more of a methodical game just based on their results yesterday.
Yeah, I would definitely have to say the Ying ban is a great example of just removing a lot of strength an attacking team can have in that final execute, especially on a map like Oregon. We saw the exact same thing with MIBR versus Tropic House. When that Ying was removed, you saw Tropic House struggling in the final 20 to 40 seconds when they were looking to get that diffuser down because they just did not have enough utility to create that space. And it's kind of the same ban ideology with the Goyo being removed as well, this time just for the defense. Those Vulcan packs can buy you a lot of time and also make space on the defensive half, but now having that removed, there's a whole lot less utility you're going to have to focus on when you're on the attacking half, but that doesn't mean you're going to be completely limited from having any kind of stall potential. So long as you bring out smokes, plenty of nitro cells, and even the Mira, and she is available, you can waste loads of times on bomb sites, especially like the basement floor where you can bunker quite comfortably while still having all 5 defenders alive.
Well, for all of our viewers at home who did not see the week 1 action here in the Brazil League or need a bit of a reminder, LFO over Black Dragons was an 8-6 overtime win. And LFO pulled that off by relying on a couple of nice Monty plays on Bank, really textbook information game, a good bit of roam on the defensive side. And let's not forget a handful of hero plays, as we call it. They had 5 rounds across the entire map where they had a round-defining triple kill, where somebody on this team got 3 kills and put themselves on top. I believe Swag had 1, Raps had 1, Fantasy had 2 separate rounds with 3Ks, and Cameraman had 1 as well. So this is a team capable of showmanship, of just explosive play. And that's something that W7M are, of course, going to have to keep their eye on. And as we saw yesterday, when W7M chose to fight fire with fire against Black Dragons, they chose to fight speed with speed and aggression with aggression. Black Dragons were able to pull one over on them and take the win. So W7M, as much as they may be in the advantage, they do need to be careful of what LFO can bring to the table here. So as we begin Oregon down in the basement in laundry and supply, we seek to identify exactly how W7M are going to play this defensively. As you can see so far, a minimal roam, a minimal extension, all 5 defenders waiting down below.
LFO now realizing that after getting a couple of bodies in the building itself can begin to start getting some of those hatches opened up, especially the one over by, I believe it is, still E-Box. And luckily with Daffodil being on the Maverick, they can just completely ignore the Electric Claw that's probably stacked up in that position, while also getting some other positions like the lobby hatch opened up. And luckily for Cameraman, being on the Capitao, he could potentially nullify JV92's position inside of Closet with a well-placed smoke or asphyxiating bolt, just to make sure if they're going to try to execute from that position, it won't be as challenging. And that might be a huge reason as to why they brought up the Wamai ban to ensure this Capitao will work.
Daffodil just struggling to get that E-Box hatch open, but finally it will pop open with that 1 minute 5 seconds remaining on the clock. They now have an avenue down into the site if they so choose to utilize that. And of course, they still have a bit of utility to chew their way through. First, you've got these mirror windows, right? This is a very tough piece of utility to alleviate on that attacker's side. If they want to push into these positions, they've got to clear out those mirror windows. They've got to force these players to relocate first. Fantasy will start that off with a nice kill, pushing down into Freezer here and taking a good bit of control. But oh my, W7M, they will shut that down quickly. A couple back and forth in Freezer with Fantasy, and 3 more kills for W7M as we saw LFO try to collapse on the site downstairs. The opening round goes to the defense. They start off hot.
And unfortunately, although LFO did have the right tools for the job, they could not deploy all of that utility to stop the mirror windows. And a couple of long angles that I believe it was Cicade that was also still holding to stop a lot of the back attacks that LFO were going for in that final execute. Still making sure that JV92 can play quite comfortable inside of that closet position. He completely flatlined that entire laundry push, which for the most part just led to, again, a potential E-box drop with someone pushing down backstairs, along with Herds fully committing, or actually not Herds, sorry, it was Fantasy fully committing after securing the entry on Herds. My mistake. But once again, when you're that deep inside a Freezer and you have a crossfire to worry about with both in the bomb site itself and Pillar, it's just too dangerous to get that aggressive. W7M just having the right tools for the job for that anchor, find a very clean starting round.
Well, I gotta say, it looked like W7M were very prepared for that little cheeky push by LFO, because LFO, while they had a good setup, it seemed that they rushed it a touch. Like, there were still 45 seconds on the clock when Fantasy actually made the move up into Freezer. It was like they got themselves in the right spots and then maybe saw something that they misinterpreted as an opening. Just maybe a few steps shy of being properly prepared to go for that take. And, well, we just saw W7M punish that. So we go back to dorms now. We head upstairs, where W7M will look to make their second defensive round happen here. And LFO, I think, I liked the pace in the early round. It was nice and efficient. They got through the map and cleared it out well. We just need to see them slow it down when it comes to the execute phase. And oh my, that kill, that opener onto Daffodil is going to make things a bit harder for this LFO team to get going. You've lost your Havana. That is your biggest source of hard breach in this round. You still have the can openers. You still have that secondary hard breach gadget in the pocket of the Capital. But now that you've lost Fantasy down below, this is going to get a lot more difficult.
You only have Raps here trying to play below with those frag grenades. Luckily, Cameraman is there to back up as well, maybe provide a little bit of flank watch. That way there's less angles that Raps has to focus on while playing in this first floor. And even the flashes are used to create some space as well. But luckily, Fellapox can just sit a little bit further back inside of Kitchen and still have that SMG shotgun combination. And more specifically, even having the fall-off point of that security hatch, he doesn't need to get as aggressive as needed because it's already that 5-on-3. So if he wants to just sit here and stall for more time while breaking some drones, he can do so, but it looks like he'll opt to be maybe a little bit more aggressive before making that eventual fall away.
Yeah, you see both Cameraman and Raps trying to get a little pinch going onto this player in security in Kitchen. As you said, that's Fellapox, the next player in danger from this LFO onslaught. He knows where they're coming from, though, and shuts down Cameraman. No problem. No trade there from Raps. Instead, the trade comes up above as Swag will turn his attention towards the site. Raps will now join him up top, but KZ shuts that down. Fellapox with the C4 just to finish out the round explosively. W7M, that's back-to-back victories.
I mean, you have Herds pre-anticipating someone to start their entryway over from that master balcony, eliminating Daffodil on the Habana. Now there's really no chance someone can push into master properly to eventually get that closet wall opened up. They can now use that as an angle and guarantee there's no attackers pushing there in the mid round to cause any sort of chaos. Not only that, but having Fantasy completely by himself, no trades inside of dining room looking in the kitchen, allows Fellapox to also waste so much time against 2 separate attackers after already finding 1 kill. That is over half of the attackers just forced to clear out the first floor that isn't even the main force of what LFO are looking to do for that final execute. Just a clean round by W7M, forcing and punishing those isolated plays against LFO.
Yeah, I like that you used the word isolated, John, because that's definitely what it felt like. LFO were taking a couple of engagements one at a time rather than as a unit, and that's why we saw the kill feed kind of populating, just one kill here, one kill there, another kill there. The trades weren't really found by LFO, and when you get towards that mid to late round, the trades become even more essential. If you're losing that entry duel and not punishing that and not getting that kill back on the defender, you're right, it's going to be so much more difficult to take the round win in the end. So LFO just need to make a slight adjustment here. Of course, that last round was a bit unfortunate. Losing your hard breacher, losing Daffodil within the first 30, 45 seconds of the round, it's going to get so much more difficult from that point forward. So it was a tough adjustment to make, and they just couldn't make enough of one to pull out the round. But now the tertiary bomb site, the tertiary objective we go. We're looking at meeting and kitchen now, where W7M will make their stand.
AZ gathering loads of info here, just playing by the bottom of those armory stairs. So far not spotting out any drones by main lobby except the one that was creeped around towards garage, but he's still waiting in case someone just waltzes in from that open double door to look for some sort of surprise opening pick, and eventually he'll try to make that decision towards the van, spots no one, and just falls away down in the basement. Maybe to flank later on, but is he aware there's a Capitao playing underneath? Cameraman, a nice opening gunfight, and now it seems like the Solus has gone out hunting just to make sure that no one else is here to back up Cameraman to maybe get that isolated one-for-one trade.
Yeah, KZ's trying to hunt down the Capitao, but, well, W7M, they were the ones hunted down first. Sure, the trade is found, and the opening duel ends up credited towards LFO, but they've made some good progress in the meantime. They've shut down one of the two roamers down below, and now they've got this stage breach opened up. They've got an avenue into the site, and Herds is feeling that pressure.
Minute 15 left to go. JV92, a nice shot, and Herds as well. Denies the case player of, I believe it was Daffodil, still on the Osa, and really, they don't have a lot of options to actually try to push into the bomb site and get that diffuser down. At this point, in a 2 versus 4, LFO, they got to go blind for gunfights.
Watch the flank, though. Be careful. Here comes KZ. There it is, pouncing at just the right moment. Fantasy fried. Raps now getting torn apart, spotted from all the way over across in tower. He'll get that kill onto KZ, but the damage has already been done. Raps against 3. That's one nice headshot there, but low HP and not a lot of options. Flash goes out, working his way around split. There's an angle in tower that he's got to worry about, and there's somebody prone, or rather crouched behind the bench in meeting, and he can't quite figure out where. He knows there's somebody around. He can hear them shuffling, but he cannot win the gunfight. Herds will take it, and W7M will chain 3 successful rounds together in a row. That's a great start on Oregon for them.
And the win condition that round to try and get the diffuser planted for LFO, it had to be Cameraman and Daffodil. You've got 2 sets of smokes by Daffodil and the Osa Talon shields, and the smoke and firebolt combination by Cameraman. Because you had that trade happen by KZ in the basement floor to eliminate the Capitao, now there's no one playing underneath with that primary utility to help create space, and with someone off of that Osa Talon shield, there really isn't anyone to help cover that plant, and like I mentioned as well, an extra set of smoke grenades in case something goes south with Cameraman. Now that you have no proper option to get into the bomb site and plant that diffuser, you've got to go for gunfights in a player disadvantage and with a huge lack of information. You had no idea where W7M were trying to push you from with such a man advantage. It's been nothing but success here for W7M, and they've really capitalized on every minute mistake that LFO has been making in these attacking rounds.
Yeah, even if it's not a big mistake, even if it's something more subtle, like in that round, once they got that stage wall open, and I will say they did that pretty quickly, they still had a couple of pieces of utility to clear. There was a Kiba barrier from the Azami in their way that they wanted to use those Rotero drones from the Flores to expose and blow up. There was a little more space they wanted to take down below and up above, right? And that little delay, W7M, they used that time to just get fighting. They stepped up, took some gunfights heads up with LFO, just fighting on that breach. You called it out. It was Herds just standing in meeting. It was another good shot from JV92. Yes, the play from KZ down below was impactful, and we ended up seeing the flank pay off later, but really it was the kill from Herds and JV92 just out in the open, in meeting itself, that dictated the rest of the round. It was as simple as that. A couple of gunfights that went the way of the defense. and LFO just could not recover. So far, so good for W7M. They can restart this rotation and head back to the basement. We just saw the timeout, of course, from LFO. They'll be looking to talk things over, and since they know what's coming in terms of the site selection, since they've seen these defenses once before, in theory, we should see them better prepared for this rest of the map going forward.
LFO running the same composition as well. Probably expecting W7M to do the same thing like they brought out at the beginning of this matchup. So they'll be able to clear out this top and middle floor a little bit faster, which can hopefully give them a little more time to not rush into anything. Because of, I guess, that lack of preparation to disable those mirror windows, whether it be via regular smoke grenades or just pushing them out with grenades or fire bolts, having those power positions still available to W7M completely stopped that execute LFO were looking to have work out, especially over in that laundry and freezer portion of the basement floor. But now having, again, LFO a much faster pace in this round, maybe that could change.
Same idea as before for LFO. Get Daffodil onto the E-Box hatch as quickly as he can, get this opened up, expose some angles down below, and send some utility in to clear out anything that W7M may have lying in wait. At the same time, you're going to have Fantasy working his way down Freezer, the really crux of the attack last time, where it began and, frankly, where it ended for LFO. Fantasy was able to get a kill and work his way up to that Freezer door, but he could not make any more progress from that point. The difference here for LFO, now they'll be looking to establish that crossfire. Now they'll be looking to get some pressure mounting from the freezer hatch as well. A lot of things going their way, but as I say that, disaster strikes. The nade, hooked by Fantasy, goes through the Maverick holes, the explosion killing 2 LFO teammates. Now they are really desperate here. Herds will take care of Fantasy after, just the worst case scenario you could possibly imagine happens to this attack. A double nade TK. It's just Swag and Raps left alone. Swag on low HP. Little bit of help from this Finka stim, but with only 20 seconds, there's almost nothing they can do against a W7M defense that is refusing to budge. There goes Swag as he is finished off, and the sledge stuck in freezer. No options left for him either. Everybody from W7M is just going to come pouring around the corner, swinging just about everything to ensure they get that victory assured. But my, oh my, John, that was something that LFO really could not have predicted was going to go wrong.
I mean, the shock on our faces as well in our reaction, we were not expecting that either. I think that is a first that we've seen on the Brazilian broadcast. A double team kill with a single frag grenade. I mean, yeah, twice for good measure. We really gotta just soak all that in while we can. Even if that nade didn't find 2 kills, I'm not too sure if LFO would have had that much success trying to get that execute going down, because the main reason for Fantasy trying to remove that electro claw was so they wouldn't have to waste as much time getting that hatch opened up. Let's say they're able to do exactly that. You have the Capital bolts to push someone off of that mirror window looking into freezer. You still have to worry about the highway doorway that's right next to freezer and the laundry rotate. That's still the exact same crossfire that you could be punished from by having someone funnel down into freezer, which is what LFO were going for in that execute. Not only that, but if you're also still trying to worry about your laundry players, there's going to be a mirror window to watch that position too from closet. It would have most likely been a repeat by LFO going for the exact same execute they did on round number 1, with W7M probably countering it, unless LFO could have really been bursting in the frag department.
LFO in desperate need of that reset button here. Just step back, change it up, and try to find your footing again. Maybe the Monty is the right call here. Maybe that is the instrument of their success. Unfortunately for Fantasy, and cameraman, it's not going to be the start they wanted. The Monty walked into the building and is now going to get finished off in just the most ruthless way possible. Good Lord, KZ with an, oh gosh, that's got to be painful for LFO. just takes down 2 players outside, charges the Monty before the support can come in, and just like that, it's 4-0 for W7M, and it is 4v1 in round number 5. 1 round away, 1 kill away from their 5th round in a dominant Oregon so far. Raps will walk up the stairs and a shotgun will greet him from behind. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. W7M are punishing anything that LFO are trying to pull off.
And like you mentioned, Jonah, at this point, LFO, they just have to set. They have to press that reset button, really, going into round number 6. They know what bomb site W7M are going to pick, and they have to just look at what mistakes they did back in round number 3, and hopefully they can adapt against it. The only tragic part about that is they're probably not going to be able to replicate what they did back in round number 3. W7M understand that you could maybe see a couple of smoke grenades being used to plant that diffuser, so they're going to be bringing out the hard counters of that mirror to play for range, the Warden as well, and they're even picking a different bomb site too. So it's not even going to be the same ideology of attacking this map, because Meeting Room is now somewhere you can maybe see a defender roaming perhaps, or just not having to worry about that location as the bomb site itself.
Yeah, we saw them go kitchen and meeting last time. Now they're going kitchen and dining. So clearly W7M feeling confident in their ability to maintain control of every single objective on this map. And we're going to see the final one make its debut here. But keep an eye on this right now. It is going to be KZ, who was a threat in that last round and is looking to do something again. You've got Daffodil right now trying to maybe alleviate some of that pressure, rounding the corner with that Osa shield in front of his face. But at 0-5 right now, really just has not been finding the success that LFO found against Black Dragons. Just last week, again, coming into this game, we said that LFO, yes, they're this unknown entity, but sure, they proved themselves somewhat against Black Dragons on Bank just 1 week ago. 8-6, an overtime win, a hard-fought win at that. It showed that they can hang in against some of the best teams out there, but right now, that is not the case. Opening kill in this round will be conceded by W7M, as it will be Fantasy to claim it, and some control in this round will finally begin for the attack.
Small tower opened up with a bit of verticality by Raps. That does allow Cameraman to get this wall opened up with the exothermic charge. They still need to worry about Bathroom, however. It doesn't really seem like AZ has fallen too far back and could maybe get aggressive trying to slow down this attack by LFO. Good Ash charge as well to destroy that mirror window, and now Nade as well has to be a little more passive and maybe even have to worry about someone trying to flank from that green hallway. The only thing that LFO really hasn't looked to secure yet is any of that top floor controls. It seems they're going to go direct beside Swag, getting rather aggressive, but he has no clue where JV92 is playing from.
Swag was all alone. That was a 1v1 engagement. There was no support for the Amaru whatsoever, and that is so risky. Such a poor choice in that moment. Now, W7M, they still are down a man, but with a quick equalizer from JV92, it is still anyone's game. LFO, they've been denied the initial plant. The stop from W7M, their pressure is more than enough to deny this. You've got the small tower flank coming in from up top, and now with Daffodil, the last player remaining, he's got to find a way to pick Raps back up or do all the work himself. Some of the work has been done as JV92 is finished off, but Nade around the corner seems keen to deny this res. Might see the feet of Raps just then, but no, lets it happen, positions himself now behind the mirror window for the remainder of the round. 30 seconds left. Daffodil denied. Raps on 1 HP, the last hope of LFO on this attacking half. Will try to get the diffuser down behind the protection of the Osa shield. Sticking it, 1 second left, but Nade hears that Raps gets off it and backs off. This little back and forth is going to keep going for the remainder of the round unless Raps sticks this or tries to get aggressive. Here comes Nade, and Raps will do it! Using the Osa shield as the perfect coverage, taking care of that final defender, and giving LFO their first and only attacking victory.
And unfortunately, with Nade trying to use that C4 down the shower hallway, he could not save it to destroy the Talon shield. The only hope that Raps had to get that diffuser on the ground or have a fighting chance in that 1v1 against the mirror while also being so low on HP. Other than that, Nade played that 2v1 perfectly. He realized how important that Talon shield was for the only coverage to get that diffuser down. So he tries to take an early engagement to make sure that he can find a kill before someone can cross that small opening through the breach onto that Talon shield itself. He does it the first time, but has to reposition so Raps cannot take an easier one-on-one engagement. He falls off, allows Raps to get behind the Talon shield, and the rest is history for LFO to secure their first round win. But W7M, a 5-1 split, that is nothing to scoff at. All they've got to do is just win the default bomb sites of maybe, meeting room or dining, and that could still be the match win for W7M unless LFO can pull off some magic.
You're right, John. I mean, when you go up 5-1 like this, you only need to win 2 more rounds. And if LFO can win the expected bomb sites, like the basement site and that dorm site, they still have to go to kitchen or meeting and dining, and they got to figure something else out. Sites that are much more difficult to defend, and W7M should be just fine. So I would not be shocked if we see a bit of aggression here from W7M in these first few attacks as they just try to get this one over with as soon as possible. Or it's very possible that they learned their lesson from yesterday and that they are going to take their time and slow things down a bit. For now, their test will be getting into the building, figuring out how extended LFO are choosing to be. And as you can see right now, there's hardly an extension at all. You did have someone, cameraman, on those back tower stairs, but other than that, every defender is tucked down below, which means that W7M, within 60 seconds of the action phase beginning, now have full control of that first floor and that second floor. So they can already turn their attention to those hatches and focus on opening up those options to approach the site below.
W7, they're aware someone's playing close by the freezer staircase, a couple of stuns to force them back in case there's any utility in that position. No grenades to follow suit. They're going to let the, I believe it was the smoke of Fantasy getting away with his life. And most importantly, those 3 toxic babes he had in his back pocket. The Cade Claw detected, so now the Capitao can utilize his secondary heart breach to get that position opened up. Either that or Nade with his Skyrush charges. Either one will do the trick, and it ends up being the Habana of Nade instead. A minute 20 to go. W7M, they're not in a bad position in this execute, but they might face a similar challenge that LFO had on their attacks, which is, again, these mirror windows and people playing at range, expecting what positions W7M are looking to attack from in this final minute.
Right, the Capitao is that instrument that really could help with those mirror windows, right? You send one fire, one smoke down range, and it will either block the vision of the mirror window or just force the player from behind it to back off. You're seeing that now. The C4 comes out, but it's not nearly far enough. Cameraman, though, he doesn't care. He'll pop up and get 2 on that pixel angle. Raps will tack on for another. It's LFO, 4 bodies remain, and W7M, a low HP JB92 and a full HP Nade, but starting to get picked apart here. Habana will find one, and that gives some hope to this attack. But with the diffuser stuck in freezer, they're going to have to rotate around and find a way to get this on the floor, but it's not going to happen easily. JB92's going to take this fight and wins it, sure, but now he's lost his only teammate. On 1 HP, 2 of these defenders to find. It's Daffodil who loops around from the blue side all the way from construction and gets that final kill there in E-Box. A well put together defense from LFO. Once again, those mirror windows, John, they are really helping the defense out and the attack. They're just struggling with time management in the end.
Even when W7M utilizes Capitao Firebolts to try to get Cameraman off the mirror window while also having Herds be gunned up as the sledge, I believe it was, to actually try to kill Cameraman once he gets over near that soft wall portion of the closet wall, he had to worry about the Nitro Cell first. Cameraman timing that C4 toss perfectly allowed him to escape the clutches of the attack and hold a pixel angle, so when people begin to push that barrier, try to get into the bomb site through Laundry, they still have to deal with an angle that can be really enforcing put in the right hands. Cameraman scoring 2 kills completely nullified that attack over by Laundry, only leaving the Habana, I believe, while Maverick as well is also trying to lurk around the map. It left just 2 attackers in one portion of that position each, and Cameraman was already low on HP, and they knew where the Habana was playing at, that being Nade as well. So really well done by LFO, again, utilizing that mirror windows and the rest of their just general passive positions in those final moments just to at least get a round win in compensation against W7M.
Well, one round for LFO of potentially many. It'll seem more realistic that they'll get this next one, given that Fantasy will start that one off with a bang. And look who that kill is on. That's Herds. Not only an impact player himself, but in this round, the Thermite, who was hoping to be that secondary hard breach force to help open up this top floor. Instead, now, W7M, they're going to have to make a bit of an adjustment. Their only hard breacher is the ace. It's just Nade with those 3 Selma charges. So if there was any hope of pressuring from the Attic side and that games wall, that master side, now W7M, they're probably going to just have to focus on one or the other. And in this case, probably just that games wall. We're seeing the Brava used right now to perfection to work their way into the site and I believe take care of those mute jammers. That way the wall can be opened quicker. John, is that what we were seeing there?
I believe so, yes. Also getting the one by Bolo. That way you can begin to drone from Trophy into the bomb site. Just have a little more information in your back pocket. Good use of the Brava drone by JV92 just to allow his teammates to continue and do their job. An opening being made by another Selma charge as well to maybe have a nice angle inside of Attic. There's JV92. He springs up. The same aggression we saw yesterday now gives him double digits as he makes it a nice man advantage here for W7M, looking to keep things simple and clear cut against LFO's top floor defense.
Yeah, 10 kills so far from JV92, as you point out, John, really starting to heat up. And now LFO's got to be careful. They're down 1. They've got to be a lot more disciplined with the fights they choose to take. That's not the case for Raps here, as he continues to swing back and forth, but through the smoke, he'll get the kill onto KZ anyway. Fellapox, though, will take care of Raps in response, so still the man advantage in the favor of this attack. The pressure from behind also building as Nade has rotated around and taken up a position in Attic, looking to drop into Pit and force this smoke out of position as well, but playing close on the rotate. Daffodil staying patient and using this utility at the right time. Nade will swing on up, though, and look to get this bomb down. The coverage looks perfect from JB92. The spray, however, misses. Swag able to round the corner and get the down, but it will be W7M who persist regardless. A sneaky play from the Jaeger that nearly paid off, but trades from W7M that were simply too good. They will move themselves on to match point 6-2 right now.
And luckily with W7M still having 2 hard breachers, that allows them to get these nice angles opened up to try to just dislocate where LFO can play in the bomb site properly. And it is a big misconception for some people that you need to have the closet wall completely opened up to actually enter in the bomb site from that direction. That's not the case. So long as you have an angle to hold looking into Attic, you could just plant elsewhere. And that is exactly what we saw happen in that last round, with no defender extending properly into Attic because of that secondary wall being opened up between Trophy and Attic looking into that position. You can have the ace rotate into Attic, and then he plants by that concrete position, that little tile of squares. So long as he can evade the smoke, that's over by either kids or maybe playing a bit closer near that shield in Attic still, which luckily he wasn't really too focused on the Attic player. He knew he was there, but his hands were already tied looking at that opening by the closet and being concerned for someone that could be lurking up the white stairs. With LFO just not having enough bodies, W7M were able to slip through the cracks in the armor that LFO had, get that diffuser down, and still play for numbers. Almost good.
Yeah, playing for numbers there, that was really it for W7M. Once they had that double kill from JB92, they made sure that no matter what happened, the man advantage was maintained. That really was the secret to their success in that round. It looked a lot simpler than it probably was for W7M. They needed to make sure that they were in the right positions to trade their teammates out, because we saw someone like Raps applying a lot of pressure from Attic, for example, and he did find a kill onto the Yana, which needed to be traded. If KZ hadn't found that response, if Fellapox wasn't there to make a move, it could have been a very different story. It's all about those calculated risks that W7M had to take to ensure they came out on top. But here we are, back to dorms, the same site again, and the early pressure now from W7M is headed into kitchen. We're seeing a bit more of this defensive resistance. It's Fantasy. No, he had that. He absolutely had that. KZ will get the first, but eventually get traded out by Swag. But look at this difference in defensive philosophy for LFO, John. They are contesting this entry point at its onset.
Different attacking strategy as well. We saw W7M go more direct by Master, but now they're looking to clear out a good portion of the map starting over from Small Tower. They did lose out on their Nomad, so not as much flank watch as you would probably prefer, but at least they force back the defenders so they can begin to push in potentially from that dining side of the map, looking into kitchen, getting those grenades for a bit of vertical. Herds only has one more left though, so it could be used for something a little bit different when going in for this execute. Felipok's now rotating over to the big window as well. He can have a nice cutoff angle in case a roamer ends up coming back up from White Stairs. But for now, no one will try to engage him except the Azami, and that's a huge kill found. No more Kibas left in this round unless they've already been placed by Cameraman.
Yeah, funny, as we bring up that discipline and coordination of W7M, it seems that LFO try to break that apart with some more aggression. Doesn't work for Cameraman, but it does work for Daffodil. A good fight onto Felipox, and that will be a good kill to equalize the man count. 30 seconds. All that remains for W7M to make a move, but they are in the right positions. You've got Nade, top white, exposing Swag, the Jaeger. Far too aggressive on that adjustment, though. Raps gets the trade. It's LFO right now who are equalizing at every turn, and Herds and Nade who have the responsibility to fix this. Herds is vulnerable just because Nade is not on the site just yet, but as he comes up to join, he takes care of that last defender on the White Stairs. Now Raps is the only one who can stop this. C4 goes up. It's not in the right position, but Nade gets off the defuse anyway. Wide swing from Raps is here. Needs to take this fight onto the coverage. He gets it. Nade sticks it, hops up and wins the fight anyway. Just in the nick of time, he gets off that defuse with 0 seconds on the clock and puts LFO out of their misery. 7-2, W7M, a dominant win, no question at all.
Great adjustment there by Nade as well to rotate up and flank White Stairs because there were no more toxic babes. He can kill the smoke and force a 2 versus 1 where Nade had only 1 nitro cell to try to stop that plant, and unfortunately it was a dud. Great job by the ace to clutch out that round. And overall for W7M, a well-needed bounce back after yesterday's loss on border against Black Dragons. They really came here to play, and they punished almost every single mistake that LFO made in that best of 1, especially on the defense. They were almost undefeatable. If Nade had a C4, funny enough, for that last round, we might have seen a flawless first half by them.
Yeah, I think after yesterday, you're right. I think W7M, not to say that they had their fair share of doubters, but I think some people probably thought maybe this is not that invite level team, right? Their roster changed a bit, right? We don't see that exact same identity that they brought to SI only a few months back. But they come into the Brazil League, and they make their response, at least in Playday number 3. So lots to talk about here, and we'll do that back with Connor and Jacob in just a moment. But first, we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
go back and change my prediction in the interim, not just because I was wrong, but because W7M started defense on Oregon first, and in spite of LFO having a really good game on attack against Black Dragons last week, almost none of that manifested. In fact, all of the worst things that could have happened manifested as W7M get a 5-1 defensive half and then go on to win the whole darn thing.
Almost every single plan A contingency that LFO were trying to bring out on the attack just simply backfired.
Oh, no.
I mean, especially on round number 4. I really can't get enough of that double nade kill, unfortunately found by LFO. But again, W7M, I mean, they kept bringing the right tools for every single round. And again, I mentioned this during the broadcast, Jacob, the only thing that stopped W7M from not winning flawlessly was just one Nitro Cell by nade. Other than that, they were perfect in the first half, and LFO just had no time to bounce back.
Yeah, and W7M, their game plan, it was good on the defense, which we kind of always expect out of them, that they're going to be strong. Their attacks, they weren't half bad either, especially when you just make the tactical sacrifice to let your planter die and then get the refrags. It's interesting choice, but it still worked. 2 straight kids attacks back to back led W7M to this strong victory, and Jacob being wrong.
I mean, yeah, it's always nice when Jacob's wrong. There's no doubt about that. But sorry, Jacob. When you look at the stats here, you see the rating of W7M overall, and that little green arrow, that 18% to the left of it, that's just showing you the improvement that they've made between their overall average performance thus far this stage and what we just saw today. So definitely an improvement after what we saw yesterday, putting up some pretty solid numbers. The one thing I will say, and I noticed this while taking notes during the match as well, the entries. You'll see that little orange highlight on the LFO side. They actually won more of the entry engagements than W7M did. Did it matter? No, not at all. W7M still smoked them, but LFO were getting either into the building quickly and maybe finding a kill, or on the defensive side, right, they were still able to, draw some blood first, although it didn't end up working out in the end.
We all know that growing pains are going to be common with a roster that hasn't been together for very long, that's made up of components from all over. You can't use the element of surprise as much as you would like, especially against an established roster that still has a base core idea that is carrying over from the 6th Invitational in W7M. Just because they have 2 new players coming in doesn't mean they're going to totally change up their identity. It just means that they'll have to find a different way to work together. The other thing, Connor, that we wanted to mention, JV had a fantastic matchup, but we were hardly really paying attention to him while we were watching that one.
Yeah, he was a sleeper. This was a really high cost. He was at 100% cost until the second to last round, where he was just always traded, objective play, kill, something happening every round, which is so incredibly impressive. But it was just 1 kill here, 2 kills there. It was never really any really big, loud plays until we saw the giant double refrag on the breach while he was on Brava, and I looked at his kills and I'm like, wait a second, he's on 10. He's having a banger of a match, in stark contrast to what we saw with Fantasy, who really struggled and kind of finally answered the question of what happens to LFO when Fantasy isn't leading the charge.
All right, gentlemen, before I let you go on this one, and it just ends up being Connor and myself, specifically for JV92 and for W7M, they play Tropic House next week. That'll be their last game of the group stage, and I think we have an idea about how that game is supposed to go, right? But for LFO, because they've only played 2 matches, are their next couple of games must-wins for them to get out of this group? If they drop 1 more, are they still okay, or would you like to see them come out of the gates and get those last 2 wins?
I'm trying to do a little math here and just checking out the overall standings, but at the end of the day, an overtime win, it just gets them the 2 points. So their win against Black Dragons did not get them the full 3 points they were hoping for. They got 2 points from that, and they got no points from this loss today. So they do need to play very well for the remainder of the stage, right? Like, maybe they're favored in those matchups, maybe they're not, but they need to clean it up. Obviously, they came in as the dark horse. They are the underdog. It's LFO. They don't have this identity as a team yet. They are fighting an uphill battle, and they will need to get some wins under their belt if they want to move on in that next phase.
Yeah, I would definitely have to second that, especially since you've got such titans in their group as well. We kind of thought Black Dragons could be a bit of a sleeper, but they cleaned house on Border just yesterday. W7M, they had a great resurgence in their Oregon matchup as well, and MIBR, I mean, they were almost near perfect as well on Cafe. They've got some really strong teams in their group, and Tropicals, they also still have time to redeem themselves as well. So if it doesn't look all too good at the beginning for LFO. If they can't clean that up, then they might be looking to be bottom of the barrel for Group A.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Well, at least as far as this matchup is concerned, it's nice that W7M can bounce back. They go 1-1 on the weekend, and they only have one more game next up against a team in Tropicaus that will be playing later today and still has to do a lot of things to prove that they can hang with a brand new roster. So we'll get to that matchup next week, but for us, we'll take a quick break and then we'll jump into map 2. Don't go anywhere. Black Dragons come into this game looking to bounce back after, well, they don't have to bounce back from anything because they beat W7M. However, they're looking to keep that trend going, whereas for Tropicaus, it didn't have the greatest debut yesterday. In fact, it's probably one that they would simply prefer to forget happened because really not all that much went right for them when they started up yesterday. And now we find ourselves at a very interesting crossroads, specifically in Group A. We don't want to see a team like Tropicaus immediately drop all the way down into an 0-2 pit and maybe have to work their way back out of it. But for Black Dragons, Connor, they have 4 points as of only a couple of minutes ago. They were still at the very top of the group. So what can we expect?
We can expect that this roster is really doing well, kind of in every facet, especially when you look towards their attacking stats, where they arguably are the best team in Brazil on the attacking side so far. 72.73 will round up to 73% win rate is quite impressive already when you've played a strong team like W7M that are good on defense. Really difficult to achieve that.
Feels like we're approaching a point where Black Dragons have been to a major. They're starting to make a little bit of noise in a group that has some teams that are still in the midst of figuring things out. W7M are going to top this group. We already had that expectation, but it was a matter of who was going to be second. It very well could be Black Dragons. So let's start identifying some exact points about why this team is so successful. They had to make 2 roster moves coming into this stage, but they also have some pretty phenomenal objective play, and that's directly as a result of a guy like Basetto, who again is not a player that really was given the spotlight for much of Black Dragon's time, getting into a top 5 to maybe even top 4 position in Brazil. Why is Basetto so impactful?
Basetto getting the bomb down has been a really big win condition for this roster with those already really successful attacks. So if he gets in the bomb site, if he gets the bomb down, it's a 2/3, 66% conversion rate, which is very strong considering the rosters that they've taken down. Sure, we can take the flip side of it as a team and talk about their plant allowed percentage, which is incredibly high, but their retake percentage is just as high as well. Win conditions, understanding the kind of intricacies post plant on both the attack and defense is a big part of this roster for Black Dragons, and I think Basetto is a really big aspect of that on both sides.
Yeah, when you're trying to retake in Rainbow Six compared to other FPSs, it is insanely difficult, especially taking all of the different maps and bomb sites into account. For Black Dragons to have at least mastered that, at least at the very start, and at least domestically, it seems like that is a trend that maybe can continue if they were to find more additional attacking success. It's nice that Paceto is somebody who's able to be an anchor for his team and make sure that if it goes down, then it will be smooth sailing for the rest of the round. But let's talk about their opponents real quick in Tropic House, because this is more of the concern point. Obviously, we would expect a team with names like Neskin, STK, and Levy to perform at least maybe average to start out with, but instead their game yesterday did not go the way I think any of them would have hoped.
Yeah, it started off really rough, really struggling on the cafe attacks, which in this region kind of go the way of being dominant and really oppressive with speed. That was not the case for Tropic House. They were absolutely smothered by MIBR, and as well, both sides of the board for their entries didn't look that great. 3 and 7 in total, 2 and 4 on the attack, 1 and 3 on the defense. Those numbers are going to be needed to crank up, especially against a team like Black Dragon that's been so dominant early round.
Yeah, and we wanted to look at a player like STK initially as somebody who probably could help lead the charge, and obviously we want to see their attacks increase, but the guy who had the highest rating of anybody on Tropic House yesterday was actually Levy. But when you're playing support slash flank and you're the highest rated player and your stats are only dead even, like perfect, like even KD, even rating, nothing super outstanding, when you have statistics like that and you're playing in that role, I mean, what does that say about how the rest of your attacking composition is working out?
It's not healthy. It's really hard for a flank watch player, even playing kind of second support, to be popping off in a very healthy ecosystem, because typically you want your attackers, pardon me, the entries, to really be the ones boots on the ground, getting in there, having the support from the players. But if they're dying, that's putting the stress on the support players where they have to bounce back, and it's not a sustainable system, even if you find short-term success.
And I think a big reason for why they got torn apart yesterday was it felt like Luka decided that Piano was his, stuck with it, and then nobody could really clear him out. And a big problem when you have so many people coming in and like restructuring a team, if you have like what Tropic House had, which was 3 new players join this team for this stage, attack and coordination will be the thing that usually goes out the window to start with. I think a lot of pro players will acknowledge that will be the thing that takes the longest time to really sort through. But now we're at a point where I'm worried that Tropic House may end up losing this map if for some reason the coin flip doesn't go in their favor, and regardless of what map that we end up starting on, if they are on the attacking side first, they might get themselves into a hole that might be impossible for them to dig themselves out of. But let's talk about what those maps look like specifically. Again, for me, Connor, it doesn't necessarily matter what map so long as they get to start on defense. What do you think?
I do agree with that that sentiment, especially when just the low attacking percentage is really gonna be bad. But with the flip side for Black Dragons, their defensive win rate isn't necessarily that great either. So there's the opportunity, the door is opened for Tropic House to raise this up, but it's not going to be on the map of Cafe, because there's only 3 things constant: death, taxes, and Black Dragons banning that map outright.
Yeah, so we won't see it. I'm loving the fact that so we look at Bank, Skyscraper, Clubhouse as our final 3. But like you mentioned, because Black Dragons is so good on attack, even if they were to go to a map like Clubhouse, that probably isn't really a huge problem because they've established themselves that way, and that's the way that we're going. So honestly, this kind of looks like a map that's best case scenario sidewise for both squads, at least to start out with.
The fun fact about this is neither of these rosters really ban this map that often. It's always an opponent banning it against them, which means it has a low sort of play rate. But neither of the teams have won this map. Unfortunately for Black Dragons, across the last competitions, they're 0-4 here on Clubhouse.
Oof.
And Tropic House being a little bit newer, they're only 0-1.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the overarching story from this game, because obviously Tropic House have only played their first game as of yesterday and didn't go the way that they were hoping. Black Dragons now come into this, and their stage is already halfway done at this point. They go and they play all of their games, I think even before they have a bye. No, they have this game, then they have a bye, and then they go directly into MIBR to end the whole group off. So gentlemen, as we bring both of y'all back in for this one, Black Dragons, I think, need to win this rather than allow any of those really weird tiebreakers that might emerge from the fact that they have one overtime win to skew the way that this group gets seeded. They need the full 3 points, especially if they want to stay ahead of W7M, or are they allowed to have this one slack off a little bit? Maybe only an overtime win. Do they need the full 3 points here?
I feel like this always happens where it's like Black Dragons will beat a team, and then somebody will beat that team, and then wait a minute. So based on the transitive property of Siege, they are better than them. It gets complicated. For Black Dragons, at the end of the day, you're looking for this win. You're looking to follow up on your result from yesterday. Clubhouse is, I will say, a spooky map, just looking at where they found success so far this stage. Bank, more methodical, slower, a lot of clear, bigger map. Border, explosive, frag heavy, that's where they found success. Clubhouse, it's not Border. It's much closer to Bank than it is Border. So like, you're looking at a map that is slower paced that maybe Tropicaus can find some success on. So this is not a free win by any means.
I definitely have to add in as well, though. I feel the reason why Black Dragons, despite losing on this map in the past, picked it over Bank is so Tropicaus wouldn't really have as much bookwork, comparatively speaking, to if they were to go back to Bank, because they already played that in LFO. And also, looking at the general struggles that Tropicaus had on Cafe, not even mentioning the map that they were going to, lack of successful trades after losing the entry fight, not using all their utility, struggling in the execute as well because of their poor time management. Although Clubhouse can be a slightly smaller map instead of Cafe, you can still see those exact same problems when going here, especially on the attacking side. So during the second half, that's definitely something to look into when we see that actually happen.
All right, well, we'll jump into this one after a very short break. The two of you will take over on the cast. Connor and I will watch from the sidelines and prep for post-game. So, quick break, and then we'll come back with Tropicaus and Black Dragons.
We go to Clubhouse for our second game of the day. It is Black Dragons Tropicaus, a game that, well, may have been considered a very even matchup during week 1, but after seeing Black Dragon's performance yesterday and their victory against W7M, John, I feel like this has changed just a bit.
Have to definitely agree, especially with Black Dragon's willingness to try to hunt down that entry kill actively. And even if that backfires against them, like we saw a few times against W7M, their trades onto those opening deaths, it was very consistent. Even having the ability to adapt after seeing a bomb site pick once, not having it go oh so well, like that Lockers bomb site that W7M brought out with Amira, it's showing Black Dragons in a good light, moving into a default map such as Clubhouse. We're starting out the operator bans. They seem pretty normal for this map, the Havana being off the board. So getting hatches opened up, especially for that basic floor bomb site, is going to be a little more challenging. And the Ying ban is a great option since with Tropicals, I mentioned this earlier, for their attacking half in the last best of one they played, they didn't have all too much execute success when they were trying to attack on Cafe. And I think a big prospect because of that is probably due to a lack of a Ying.
Yeah, you mentioned that execute problem, right? I'm looking at the amount of times we saw that bomb go down, anytime we saw the diffuser actually activated. It didn't really happen for Tropicals. That was not where they found their success on Cafe. We did see a couple of rounds that they were able to take with a frag focus. We did see that, but other than a couple of those rounds here and there, it really was in that game yesterday, MIBR in firm control. So as Tropicals start things off on the defense, this will really be the test. If they want to win this game, we need to see a successful defensive half for them. It's Clubhouse, so you gotta look to go even at the very least on defense, but I'd argue that a little bit more. That 4th round would be really nice to have against Black Dragons, considering the way that this team played just yesterday. I know we're talking about this a lot, but you really have to emphasize it given their opponent in that matchup. W7M, the SI runner-up, they are a team to be reckoned with, and Black Dragons, I'm not going to say they made it look easy, but really it was a strong victory on border. So we go to Clubhouse, we take a look at this Tropicals defense, and what we're seeing right now, a big focus on that roam, a big focus on that extension.
Not only that, but having a couple of sets of impact grenades, maybe to impact trick either the hatches that could be opened up by whether it be the thermite charge or any secondary hard breach that could be available. It's not here in round number 1, and even the triple wall that Black Dragons might opt to go for since they have the range hard breach of Stemp with those Selma charges. But like you mentioned, Jonah, with the emphasis of roamers being employed for this basic floor bomb site, it's going to be a long while until Black Dragons can maybe get the ball rolling in the execute department. They have the entire map to clear with 3 different defenders playing on the 2nd floor. You've got PPWS focused on both the Logi hatch and maybe a bit of jacuzzi pressure in case that wall gets opened up, while the rest of the defense seem to be a little more focused towards cash and also maybe that construction part of the map. But with a lot of different avenues to rotate from, especially if they can open up those hatches, it might not be a problem. But what is an issue is Ion getting injured, maybe falling off the roof perhaps, and getting finished off by STK for the opener.
Well, that was STK, I think, who had a couple of bullets spraying through that garage wall. I don't know where that information came from, but certainly paid off. May have had maybe a couple of pre-placed holes looking outside, trying to get aggressive early, but regardless, it worked, right? Tropicals have claimed the opening kill, and as a result, they've chosen to back off entirely. Everyone now rotated away, playing down below, and the timing of that, so tough for Live. He got hit by the EDD, by that Capcan trap, and then backed off only to get down before the full retreat could happen. On the other side, in Moto, we just saw another key point for this defense, the Electroclaw trick. I think it worked. I think that exothermic charge was denied.
No pocket EMPs as well to get rid of that Cade Claw. So now Basetto, he's got to figure out where he could try to attack from. You still have Live currently bleeding out in the bottom of Oil Pit, but it looks like someone's trying to bait his body to maybe kill Neskin if he gets a bit too aggressive. Basetto now rotating over as well, I believe. You could maybe get that hatch opened up inside of Stock, and there's someone playing on the secret staircase, that actually being the Thermite. Funny enough, forcing back this castle with a couple of flash grenades, and Stemp from the backside shuts down STK. Here comes the rush attempt by Stemp. It works out perfectly. 2 kills, and Live just now gets picked up. It's a 4-on-3, fully confirmed.
Good kills from Stamp. There's a third. Look at this. Turning it up in this round. Maybe a fourth. Yes,
Wow.
Levy just walks right into it. Stamp on for an ace. In theory, if Yex gets exposed here, he'll just walk straight into church, no problem. He could try to get this bomb down. Instead, they will hunt for the frag. It's Patoxy to get the final kill, but what a change. What a swing in that round for Black Dragons as Stamp just makes it work.
And that's the willingness there for Black Dragons to get aggressive when they need to. It seemed quite dire. Tropicals, they had a fairly successful roam, wasting about a minute 20 on the clock, and also killing Ion, who again, that's your pocket EMPs to try to stop a Cade trick or just the Cade claws in general. What options do you have? Well, you could maybe try to rotate down from Oil Pit, maybe creep up blue stairs, but the castle of PPWS, I believe it was already watching it. No, it was actually Neskin, my mistake. He was on castle last round. But regardless, you still have someone in the back of blue stairs watching that, so you have to at least try to make a little space before doing so. That only leaves Black Dragons with the options of either going down maybe dirt, which is going to be very audible with those Selma charges, or creeping down main, which Stemp opts for the latter, and Tropicals, they only know about the blue presence, so that's where all their attention is focused on, and it plays perfectly in the hand of Black Dragons to creep into the bomb site and rack up a quadra kill for the ace.
Wow, I mean, Stemp making it work. A round that really was not going the way of Black Dragons, and Stemp turns it around and takes it. Well done and well capitalized on an opening that probably wasn't going to be there unless Tropicals put as much focus as they did into that blue hold, right? They felt the pressure from the Thermite coming down secret stairs. They felt the pressure from the Buck and Oil Pit. They really had to pivot, and that's when Stemp decided to pounce. So good rotation and a good call overall by the ace, despite the difficulties that they had initially just with hard breach and getting that site opened up. So not the cleanest, but they pulled it off, and now we look to round two, where a gym and master defense comes in from the Tropicals.
So far, looks like Black Dragons expecting someone to maybe creep down dirt to look for a kill once that jacuzzi wall gets opened up. It seems to be more of just a bait and switch, though. No one's actually playing over in dirt since we have the overlays to take a nice little glossary look at that. Paceto may be dancing around with Def here, spotting the bandit for just a second. SDK, a lot of HP drained off of his bar, and he'll have to just fall back, unfortunately, because of that, as someone was watching the Maverick hold being made by that Maverick. Now, having the Selmas deployed as well, they've got a nice entryway into this back hallway, but if you're going to want to go for this kind of direct execute, you would at least want to have someone trying to get that Logi hatch opened up as well, and with someone playing underneath, maybe having an attacker go towards that main staircase from either bar or strip, just to guarantee there's no C4s or impact grenades to stop a plant.
Drone in position. You see some intel come in the way of Black Dragons as they really set themselves up to get a move on. At any time here, they could absolutely work their way into this map. The danger, of course, being that bathroom wall. That's looking like Stemp's next objective, to get that Selma charge down and force the player out of the showers. Exposed, that's STK, already on low HP. He's got to back off. He'll send out his Nitro Cell and make for the hills. No more Nitro Cells remaining as Yex has impacts. We've got a deployable shield for Levy, but here comes Patoxy just working his way into bathroom. Timing on that was tough, but here are multiple attackers just trying to force their way in. It's a 2v3. Black Dragon struggling to connect on all the kills they need here. Levy's been cut down to just 1 HP, and the finisher from up top, it's going to be live with the shotgun to do it, but now it's all up to the Ash. 1v2. Knows where one player is. The spray from Logi comes in. If Patoxy can recover this diffuser, maybe try to get a plant down in Gym. This is not over, but instead, he's going to hunt for the kill. Spots the head of Neskin, deals with that quickly, but only 5 seconds remain. The diffuser is too far away. All Levy has to do is back off instead. He'll choose to take the fight, a risky decision, but he had the shotgun, point blank range. No problem winning that fight. Tropicals, they equalize.
And although Black Dragons were aware there was someone by main stairs, their lurk from strip was not successful. Having the Valkyrie of Yex still alive caused a lot of trouble for them in that late round. It even forced Live to get hyper aggressive, and with him being only one of the few attackers left alive, him being traded, it put the Ash in a difficult position where, sure, they could try to plant the diffuser because no one's on the bomb site, but retaking in a 2 versus 1 and with you having no proper avenue of falling off the site to play a post plant correctly, that's just too dangerous. So the Ash has to get aggressive. They win the first 1-for-1, and Levy, he just goes for a gamble, decides, you know what, I've got the shotgun, I've got a lot of natural covered on this staircase. I know the Ash has to push for a gunfight. Maybe I can win it instead of risking that post plant position in a 1 versus 1, and it works out just enough for Tropicals to equalize and now head to cash room.
Tough spot there for Black Dragons without the diffuser in hand. That happens when it gets so chaotic. You're all trying to push in. Maybe one of your teammates goes down. You try to find the trade. But leaving that diffuser out on the jacuzzi balcony was really a problem. Yes, truthfully, at the end of the day, it would have been very tough to get that down in gym. I mean, gym and bedroom being one of the most difficult sites to actually get that diffuser on the ground, considering the amount of destruction between the sites, the amount of angles that you are exposed to at any given moment. So yes, hunting for the frags is typically the play there, but knowing that Levy could just play that passive angle, like you said, John, and make sure that he got that kill and could not be killed no matter what. So we're all tied up 1-1 here as Tropicals made a successful adjustment. We shift now over to CCTV and Cash, the third site rotation here for this Tropicals defense as they look to put another round together in a row.
Based on this lineup here for Black Dragons, they're going to have the Maverick and Sophia get this plat wall opened up, but also having enough utility to still focus on Rafters. You've got the Heartbreacher of Ion to maybe get some of those garage panels exposed. You could even rotate late round as well to either get the Con single wall opened up leading into Cash, or the exterior one if they want to push in from that direction. But also having the Capitao round 2 doesn't leave you with just frag grenades to deal with this person again up in Rafters. There is a Wamai to counter that, but that's the only utility that could slow down Black Dragons in theory. So if they all work together to get this garage control, really it's only a matter of time, Jonah. And I think did he spot the K there through the Maverick hole?
Not sure if that was actually the feet or just the outlines. It was just the outlines, I think,
I
through the wall there, because there's 2 walls in between the Cade
Don't mind me.
and the Maverick. But no, it's the right idea, right? He's got those Maverick holes open. He's got a little angle onto the site to spot anyone rotating through, and that'll be something that Tropicals will have to worry about. I mean, it looks like they are worrying about that somewhat. You see the smoke coming out pretty early into the round, considering there's still a minute left on the clock for those Toxic Babes to work their magic. But what a shot. Make that 2 for live as both Yex and STK are felled. 3v5, Tropicals now on the back foot. They're going to have to play patient here.
Ooh, beautiful grenade, just barely catching the end of PPWS. On top of that too, Baseto racks up 1, and really it seems like the beginning of the end here for Tropicals. They can luckily pick back up PPWS, but that leaves them only 1 C4 for plant denial.
Yeah, you're going to wish you had a bit more explosive utility come the late round, especially with all 5 Black Dragons attackers still left to worry about. Baseto's been recovered. PPWS, a nice angle and a headshot onto Stemp is something, but misses his opportunity for that second kill. Plant now going down from Baseto. Neskin on the coverage on the red stairs, gets a bit of a spray, but cannot find the finisher. PPWS, though, gets another and is now a threat that Black Dragons need to quell. He's working his way around, now prone with the pistol in hand, gets the down onto Ion, gets the down onto Live. Wait a minute here, it's Patoxy in a 1v1, and Tropicals, they pull it off. What a play to end the round, I cannot believe it.
Having the revive on the Kaid was more than enough, especially when you had the Bandit watching red stairs, the only flank opportunity that Black Dragons had in those final 30 seconds, the barbed wire to grant perfect information for him as well. I thought it might have been a small blunder that Neskin brought it out instead of a secondary nitro cell to help stop that plant from going down, but PPWS with the TCSG shotgun and C4 was more than plentiful, especially since Neskin was there to back him up as well, and an early timeout being called by Black Dragons, but I really can't fault them for that. They've had 2 incredibly close calls back in round number 2 and the previous round we just saw over a couple of minute mistakes, or not even necessarily mistakes. They just didn't finish off PPWS when they downed him via that vertical play.
PPWS, oh my goodness. What is that? Holding off the entire attack from Rafters and from the breach at the same time. All the while, there was some pressure being applied on the top of red stairs. The bandit, Neskin, he could not survive that long on his own. Ended up going down, and it just came down to PPWS against the world. That was a 2v5, and Tropicaus managed to win it. That is an insane clutch. I mean, you look at the kills for PPWS, only 2. That was not about getting all the kills there and just buffing the stat line. That was about downing players, being that element of surprise, shuffling around the site, and preventing Black Dragons from getting comfortable. And it worked. It was brilliant. No idea how he managed to pull that off, but Black Dragons sent reeling. Like you said, John, the timeout makes perfect sense. I mean, after that happens to you, you've got to take a moment to regroup and settle down, because you do not want to let things spiral out of control any quicker.
And even going back to round number 1, imagine you had like a shield looking down that long hallway for bottom main. Stemp might have not found as much success as he did. This could have been a 3-0 flawless first opening here in the couple of rounds that Tropicaus have had in this first half. So again, can't really fault them for trying to go for that timeout and looking to reset the tempo against the defensive side of Tropicaus. And speaking of them, once again, they're opting to go for a completely new lineup for this top floor extension when defending Church and Arsenal. They also have STK on the Mira just to try to waste even more resources for this clear that Black Dragons are now forced to do, starting their way from both Garage and CCTV, but they still have to worry about this logistics position because, again, there's a mirror window that PPWS can play off of. So the only real threat he's got to worry about is potentially either a nasty crossfire or those frag grenades by Batoxi.
Man, I mean, I'm still having a tough time moving on from that last round, John. I mean, good lord. PPWS. An insane way to end a round that should have absolutely gone the way of Black Dragons. This should be 2-1 the other way, no question about it. But Tropicaus more than happy to take the lead here, and they'll be looking to add to that. C4 goes up. STK almost got it. Basetto, though, just barely saved by the shield in front of him. It's not going to eliminate all that much damage, but enough to keep Basetto alive, although just barely. Speaking of, you've got Live joining Basetto in this position, using that Osa shield to get that long angle all the way through to the site, really trying to pin Tropicaus back.
So far, Black Dragon still just trying to take as much time as they need to look for this opening fight, but still not able to get it. Although, I did notice for a moment here, I made a small mistake. The basement floor bomb site is not in play. It's actually bar and stage, funny enough, for Tropicaus. So, albeit they haven't cleared out the entire top floor, just making sure no one can play inside of construction for that vertical play is all they're going to need, so long as they get that stage wall opened up, and if Basetto can set down that Osa talent shield, which he ends up doing so, or at least attempts to, by the main lobby in just a few moments.
Yeah, that angle on the top floor, it's not to look into the site per se, because it's not gym and bedroom that we're focused on right now. Like you said, we're down in bar stage. We're down on a site that depends heavily on vertical control. So once Black Dragons take that space up above, that's where then they're going to begin to transition down below. Yex will shut down Basetto by just taking out his feet below him. Stemp now alone, walking straight up the hallway, nearly lines up 2, but gets denied for the second. PPWS shuts down Live as he tries to make a move, and now it's Batoxi. Now it's Ion in this 2v2 situation. The coverage from Ion, it's just good enough to stall out the bandit, but not prevent Neskin from getting the kill entirely. The bomb is down, and Batoxi's got to do this one himself. Doesn't know which way to look. The bandit right around the corner. You've got to be careful here, Batoxi. This is not a fight you're going to win easily. Neskin drops to his feet, goes for the drop shot, knowing the support from PPWS had arrived. So Tropicaus, a successful retake, and they'll take the lead 3-1.
And a point I made during the pre-show as well, Jonah, that Tropicaus struggled with against MIBR in their cafe matchup was the lack of effective trades when one of their teammates dies. And look at what Tropicaus were doing in the end round. They were stacking up double bodies. They can guarantee that if the first person is to fall, they have someone to immediately back them up so Black Dragons cannot edge out an advantage during that post plant. And they do the exact same thing in that previously mentioned post plant. Sure, Batoxi gets the diffuser down and he springs up to get a kill, but PPWS responding back and retaking the bomb site gets a free flank against the Iana to trade and get the disable down a drastic night and day improvement here by Tropicals that they really needed to start out on the right foot here for Clubhouse.
We look down to the basement. This time, John, for real this time. We're headed to Church and Arsenal for Tropicals to continue what has so far been a really well put together half. As we said, coming into this, Black Dragons, their attacking prowess is known, but it's Clubhouse defense that's generally going to be the advantageous side. So, if Tropicals want to find some success, you got to find 3 or maybe that 4th round to put you over the top. They are well on pace for that, though, John. 3 rounds so far, the last 2 demoralizing, to be sure, for Black Dragons, given the advantage that they've held at times. So we really need to see this attacking team bounce back if they really want to have any hope going into the switch. You really do not want to find yourself down 1-5, as we've talked about so many times so far this weekend. But things will get started here just as they did before. Top floor control, the main focus for Black Dragons as we begin.
Still having the mirror this time around. Hopefully that could be a better deterrent to a last-second main stairs creep up by Stemp, which netted him 4 separate kills last time back in round number 1. Seems like Tropicals once again going for another extension with the help of these castle barricades and maybe a few Wamai magnets as well in the pocket of Yex, but he's beginning to fall away down into the first floor. Luckily, having this secondary shotgun, you can make a couple of longer angles here to maybe force back Black Dragons if they were to try to get inside of Kitchen a little too early in this round without being fully prepared for that extension closer to bar. SDK spots out a drone, begins to fall a bit farther back, and this main fight is going to be make or break here for Black Dragons.
You see STK backing off. He knows the pressure's coming. Also not afraid to bring out the C4 if he needs to. Trying to maintain just enough information from his teammates to know where these players are coming from. Live trying to pressure this at the same time. Finally gets a clear call that he can move on in. And at the very least begin this vertical pressure. The soft destruction with the skeleton key now his focus for the next minute of this round. But the big difference maker here for Black Dragons is this was much slower than before. They have not cleared out Tropicals at the same pace that they did in that very first round, which they ended up taking, keeping in mind that that round, well, it was won on the backs of just one player, one on the back of a Stemp 4K. Live, sent sky high with a well-placed C4, 50 seconds left.
Not much time left here for Black Dragons, and once again, they have no direct avenue into the bomb site. Really, once again, it might come down to a hero play off the back of Stemp, maybe getting this triple wall opened up and just hoping that there's no one there to deny that, but Yex having impacts, if he's in the right place, it could be another funnel down Moto.
Toxie first will begin the oil pressure all the way down blue, but there are 2 people and a mirror window staring at him. Where's the support? Nowhere to be found. 2 of his teammates will drop on the other side of the map, make that a third. Patoxy falls right after. Ion is the last player standing, and Yex, oh my goodness, shuts him down quickly. A flawless round for Tropicals. They dig the knife in deeper. It's 4-1.
And not only were Tropicals eventually aware there was a lone Patoxy trying to lurk down Oil Pit through the blue hallway, but as I suspected, Yex with the impact grenades was able to stop a proper entryway for Black Dragons to get in through the triple wall to plant that diffuser. Not only that, but both Yex and STK in tandem winning some of those gunfights as well towards the very end. Just put the final nail in the coffin for Black Dragons in that round. Beautifully done by the defensive side to waste a load of time on that extension, but also realize they have a lot of value with keeping bodies up and able to defend the basement floor bomb site, especially when you have those mirror windows to grant you so much information to know when and how to react to Black Dragons execute.
Now, to slow things down here for a second, John, I'm not going to say that we saw something like this coming, but this was on our radar. Let's just put it that way. We did express concern that Black Dragons would struggle on a map like Clubhouse, and we're seeing those concerns realized. Now, several different rounds here where Black Dragons just are not getting enough done through the first 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes of the round to really feel like they have the advantage going into the execute phase. Or really, to feel like they have a fighting chance going into the execute phase. It's 4-1, and one of those rounds certainly should have been won by Black Dragons. We saw an insane clutch by PPWS, but don't forget the first round that Black Dragons ended up winning. It probably should have gone the way of Tropicals. It was the clutch and the quad kill from Stemp that did it, but without that, where would Black Dragons be? They would look like a team that has really failed to secure basement control at this point. I came in hyping up Black Dragons. I really thought that they had a bit more to offer on this map, but so far, they really just have not been applying enough pressure in this, again, first chunk of the round to justify any sort of hope in that last few minutes of the execute.
Now Black Dragons looking to go for roughly the same attacking strat they had last time Jim was in play. End up having the Maverick getting a little bit of an opening towards that Jacuzzi wall, and maybe at some point you could have the Sledge rotate around to help you there to get the soft breach intact. Minute 30 left to go here still for the offensive side, and Tropicals really don't seem phased by what's going on here for Black Dragons. I like the castle barricade as well to almost guarantee that Black Dragons are forced to funnel into one set direction for this play. And wow, Yex, the game sense, expecting someone to try to challenge that main stairs player by opening up the castle barricade. He prones under it to get a free opening kill. There's the Nitro Cell tossed out by SDK from Strip, but it's not going to land on anyone. At least Stemp is still injured and could get finished off though.
Yeah, he's picked back up, but like you said, low HP. Yex is also precariously low at this point. Surprise, though, from Ion. Sneaks around in the kitchen, and Yex was not expecting that. So already low HP anyway, but finished off for good. That means we're in an even 4v4 here, but with 45 seconds left, you do still see Tropicals in some pretty solid positions. SDK, for example, he's sitting down below. Someone's got to deal with him, and I don't know if Ion even knows he's there. He's busy cooking a nade, and he gets shot in the face. Black Dragons now sent reeling. They're going to have to make another miracle happen. Basetto will start that miracle with a kill, but quickly denied by PPWS. Patoxy looping his way around, trying to find something from behind, and he does. But here's the deal. The diffuser is still outside. They need to find these kills if they want any hope. That'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Both of these players on 1 HP, but what happened? PPWS, he drops away to safety. Such a smart decision. Nothing the ace can do without the diffuser in hand, and that will be the round. That will be the half. Tropicals emerging out of the defensive side, 5-1.
And Black Dragons, they were just simply unaware that PPWS was still in gym for the entire 30 seconds that remained on the clock. For Black Dragons in that execute, the complete element of surprise, because A, there was only the Maverick on highway, and he was more concerned about the player holding that long angle from cash all the way through construction into the bomb site from just that single wall, so his hands were already tied. And again, because that castle barricade was never broken, no one from Jacuzzi could even challenge that castle. It was the perfect place to nestle yourself into the bomb site, take a couple of gunfights, and even having the hatch opened up, knowing that the ace was not holding the diffuser, he could just fall away and play for time. Almost the exact same thing that Tropicals did the first time they brought out Jim in Bedroom back in round number 2, except they just were using the time to their advantage to force a gunfight that Levy ended up winning in a 1-versus-1, previously 2-versus-1. I mean, that's just the perfect flaw, or almost a flawless half, but the perfect first half that Tropicals really needed to make up for the issues they had yesterday's matchup in their playday against MIBR. Let's hope they can keep this up now in the second half.
Yeah, no kidding. They could keep that up. They will be setting themselves up for victory very soon. 5-1. They only need 2 more rounds to put this one away, and it could be another dominant win on playday number 3. Of course, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here because it is the defensive half, and Black Dragons, if they can find their stride here, this is far from over. But, I mean, you're just looking at some of these stat lines right now. I mean, it seems like Tropicals across the board, they're all really putting up some legit numbers. And frankly, Black Dragons are doing the same. Basetto and Ion are really the only two lacking just slightly. 2-5 and 1-6 respectively. But Patoxy's doing well. Stemp's going even. Live's still positive. It's not the one-sided affair in terms of kills. It's just one-sided in terms of the round count. Tropicaus now dropping into the map, trying to further this advantage as they begin to take this map control. Black Dragons begun with a bit of an extension, but have since backed off, shot a couple of drones, and have retreated back to the site.
Tropicaus luckily having enough utility to get some vertical down once they move their way into that first floor, but they're still just double checking, making sure that no one else is trying to linger on this roam extension. Not too sure if they're aware there's a defender still over by Strip. That could be a problem in the late round, but for now, they'll mostly be, again, focusing on if there could be some vertical left to be done. Seems like with the rotate holes made by Strip and a Selma being deployed, they are completely aware someone's in that general vicinity. But PPWS, he's just in the bomb site, but not for very long, as Live will rip him to shreds with the MPX and might be expecting another to trade. It seems to be a fast action round here for Tropicaus.
I don't know what happened there with PPWS. He decided to sprint in and die after getting the first one, but the rest of Tropicaus now close behind, challenging this shotgun close range, and it works for one, but not for the second. Yex has been downed. Levy is cut down to low HP. Same goes for STK. Black Dragons really trying to hold this down right now. Live taking a more passive position as the flashes come in. Holding off this presence from Blue is essential, and he does it. Yex is now the last alive. 2 players hold his cross. There is no way he is going to get out of Dirt Tunnel alive. Yep, that's confirmed, as it is Stemp to get that final headshot. And Black Dragons, a messy start, but a strong finish to that basement defense. They'll get their second round on the map.
And I don't hate the idea there for Tropicaus to try to just go fast into the execute, especially when they already have Blue and Dirt control. But I think PPWS just jumping the gun and not waiting for the rest of his teammates to assist him over by Dirt, that might have been the bigger issue at hand. As with the Valkyrie not having to worry about anyone from that Dirt tunnel, they can just challenge that 1-for-1 gunfight and, instantly waste PPWS. Now they've lost the man advantage, and they've also given pretty good info to Black Dragons that they're going to be rushing from both the Dirt tunnel and from Blue, especially since the hatch wasn't opened up in Kitchen, there wasn't any vertical going down, and they didn't hear nor see anyone coming in from main stairs, and that only leaves 2 options of Blue and Dirt, 2 locations Tropicaus are trying to go for in that execute, which luckily Black Dragon still having plenty of bodies able to defend those 2 positions, they get a round win off of it.
Keeping an eye on PPWS here and Yex, who have now both switched from, that traditional Thatcher Thermite combination to a lethal shield duo. You've got the Monty and the Osa coming out for this attack. That'll be terrifying for Black Dragons, especially for whoever's going to be in rafters, holding that position in garage. Typically, that's where you're going to see the Monty push, unless Tropicaus try to go for some kind of take from the back. But, look at this. Levy's got a perfect drone right on to the position that Stemp is holding. And at any time, we really could see Tropicaus try to step up and take him out. First, just making sure that they're going to be secure from behind, setting up that Claymore, making sure this wall can get opened, and the Bandit trick denied. Great use of those EMPs from both PPWS and Yex to force the Bandit off and to get this wall opened wide.
Luckily using common math there, saying that 4 is greater than 1, having the entire team essentially focused on getting that flat wall, will get it exposed at a decent time in the round. Still 2 minutes to play with, and for Tropicaus, you've got PPWS going on a very interesting rotate. Normally, you would have your Montaigne put up in garage to try to clear out rafters without using too much utility, but instead, I think he'll be used as more of a spearhead to go for a construction execute into cash, while just using the plat wall as a cutoff angle for anyone still inside of the garage trying to rotate into the bomb site rather than playing down below, which sure, this could work out here for Tropicaus, but it seems like Black Dragons, they're slowly picking up to this adjustment.
Right, I love this idea from Tropicaus, but as you point out, John, the big worry is that if there's not enough pressure being established from the main platform wall or garage, Black Dragons, they're going to catch on, and they're going to adjust their defense accordingly. Right now, the only player remaining on that east side, well, it was Neskin, and he's finally going to drop away. So it should be pretty clear for Black Dragons now what they're dealing with. They've got their eyes on PPWS. They're going to throw some smokes out his way and stall out this attack as best they can. The next step here for Tropicaus is going to be getting that construction to cash while open, and that's going to be easier said than done.
Only having Neskin here to play underneath is definitely a big challenge. He's got to try to watch that vertical in from stock, as if not, that whole floor being soft could allow someone to deny the plant without even having to look at the Montaigne, or more specifically the Thermite, who's carrying that diffuser. This could be a huge issue in the final 30 seconds, as once again, there's no one to back up Neskin, and he's completely ISO'd.
But he is sitting out this doorway, and maybe could be a key surprise in the end. And now look at this. Tropicals, they are once again pivoting all the way to the other side. STK will start us off with a kill, but Black Dragons 2 more to answer. Make that 3, 4 as Neskin is finished off. 5 as Live will take care of Yex, no problem. Just like that, an indecisive Tropicals that flip-flopped from one side of the map to the other on 2 separate occasions will get taken out eventually. Black Dragons take their second defense in a row, closing this gap to 2 rounds.
I think Tropicals realized the futility of trying to go in for a plant when there could be vertical, still toxic smokes, and nitro cells used against them. So they try to rotate last second to go into plat, and hopefully Neskin can go for a gunfight and potentially win it. That does eventually work, but Black Dragons are still trading left, right, and center, and all that utility was also enough to kill the presence that was still lingering over from construction trying to get inside of cash room, which is where the diffuser was lying in wait. So even if the trades weren't as consistent there for Black Dragons, they still had case control, which would force Tropical's hand in a very difficult position with red timer ticking as well for them. Black Dragons having everything accounted for there while also matching the pace of Tropicals on their attack was the perfect remedy to hold on to cash and CC.
Yeah, worked like a charm. Worked like a charm. It was definitely worrisome for a moment there for Black Dragons because Tropicals clearly showed us that they were willing to adapt. They wanted to move back and forth. They were going to change up the side that they were approaching from, but like you said, it didn't end up working out. Black Dragons, they remained patient. They didn't overcommit to one side or the other so that when PPWS eventually rotated back to the platform breach, somebody on Black Dragons was ready to stop it. So it's round number 9 where we turn our attention. Black Dragons looking to find a 3rd defensive round in a row. Maybe go for a clean rotation here. Off to gym and bedroom we go. And Tropicals debuting a very similar lineup aside from the shield, doing away with the Osa and the Monty, but still a similar focus on the hard breach potential, the Thatcher, the Thermite, and the Ace to get open this jacuzzi wall.
Yeah, Bassetto having no chance to try to bandit trick this main wall. He luckily still has 1 deployed to maybe stop an entry from bathroom, and he even reinforces off the rotate. So now for Tropicals, they're a little more limited when it comes to trying to execute from this position. It's going to be much more difficult for PPWS as well to get into the building, having to worry about someone who could be over by Jim or maybe playing close by that 90 corner position to hop in and get that exothermic charge on the wall. So it would be only Levy's job to try to get this bathroom wall opened up, which can be a very loud sound for Bassetto to try to counter.
Nade from SDK looks perfect, but not gonna do the job, not cooked enough for Ion to get finished. It was able to back off in time. Whoa! Whips around. Goodbye, Patoxy. Heard the drop and took care of the Valkyrie. Still in danger, though, because you've got somebody on the main stairs. Both the nades have been wasted. Ion low HP, so I suppose you could say not wasted, but no kill found with it. Ion's able to back off. The alibi still alive. STK really the only person solo pressuring the main stairs while this happening. You've got the breach open wide, and you've got a presence building outside this jacuzzi wall.
Luckily, though, you've got main stairs control. That's a huge benefit, but you still have to worry about Logi. A good kill collected by STK, and here comes the rush.
They're in 2v5, 1v5 as Stemp is now the last player standing. Tropicals have made this one look easy. Levy's going to get this bomb down, and Stemp's going to do whatever he can to deny this or slow this down. He gets 2 and puts up a valiant effort, but cannot get the 3rd. Neskin working his way in from behind. Tried to be that little element of surprise, and that ended up working. So Tropicals, they are on the board again. They do not allow Black Dragons to get 3 in a row, and in doing so, they move themselves onto match point.
And that win condition was definitely STK finding 2 very important kills at the beginning of that action phase, eliminating the flank that was being attended by Patoxy through the I believe it was a construction hatch drop falling into stage to try to get a nice little flank against the lurking Iana. Not only that, but forcing Ion off of main stairs. It's still a very important position to have for the offense, especially when that bathroom wall is completely reinforced. Now you have another avenue into the bomb site. You could try to halt anyone that's trying to push from Logi aggressively by finding a new counterattack against them. So overall, it was a very important matter for STK to stay alive and just do his job as the pseudo entry for that round, so the rest of Tropicaus could eventually get into the bomb site, have the bathroom wall opened up at a decent time afterwards, and then hop into the bomb site with numbers to get that plant down.
As you point out, though, John, STK's presence down below, so vital to that attack and the success there. Able to not necessarily get the kill onto the Alibi, that wasn't the important part, but apply enough pressure that it forced the Alibi to back off. Ion could not hold that position any longer, giving main stairs control to Tropicaus, establishing the crossfire between the Jacuzzi breach and that main stairs position, thus allowing them to rush in. So, combination of a few things that went really well for them there, spearheaded by STK and spearheaded by the combination of the Thatcher and the Thermite and the Ace that we're seeing Tropicaus running on several occasions, and they're doing it again. They are, of course, changing up who is on those specific operators, but it's PPWS on the Thermite, you've got Levy on the Ace, so a lethal combination of hard breach now. The focus, once again, for Tropicaus as they turn their attention down below to the basement.
And the lineup here for Black Dragons, 4 different Nitro cells. I could imagine they're trying to really deny any kind of execute that could occur from either the Moto drop or someone trying to walk down the main stairs, which seems likely here for Tropicaus again. They've got the Ace for that range hard breach, so getting that triple wall opened up could be a huge issue in the late round, but having multiple Nitro cells for bottom main is going to be really beneficial here for Black Dragons, but they still need to worry about that lurk potential, which PPWS is trying to establish early by having that stock hatch opened up for someone who could rotate there later.
The next focus appears to be this Moto hatch. In bar, the Electroclaw trick being teased down below. We'll see if it actually happens successfully. It does. Wow, that's essential. That is a huge boon for Black Dragons now. Live using that final Electroclaw to do God's work here, and actually grabs another one and dips away in the end, but it's not going to be possible to stop it. He's going to readjust, put that Electroclaw now on the church wall instead in an effort to deny Tropicaus from pushing from main stairs. But the Moto hatch is open. Some progress is being made, but the adjustment here, the utility focus from Black Dragon, so far it's paying off.
And the nade misses as well onto that triple wall Cade Claw. So now you have only the Moto hatch and maybe trying to have someone drop down kitchen. Perhaps that's only if that hatch is opened up as well. Yeah, I think that's the plan for Tropicaus. They'll try to have the case player drop down and have the butt cover from above with some nice timed vertical, but it's all going to rely on if Tropicaus can find an entry to cause chaos before that happens.
And it's all going to rely on the timing. Can they get this right? Can they play together enough? That's the question. We'll see it here from PPWS in just a moment. Flash goes in. Make that 2, make that 3, biding his time and now dropping it on in. Predictable though, Stemp is ready, denies 1, but not the second. Now it's a 1v4, 1v5, it's Tropicaus to take round 10 and to take the map. What a way to win it. As you said, John, it was a well-timed push. The 3-2-1, the execute on the site down below, and they just get kill after kill after kill to put them over the top. It's STK with the MVP, and it is Tropicaus with the win over Black Dragons, 7-3 here on Club.
Really keeping this group competitive as well, as that completely throws things around. I believe depending on round differential, we could end up seeing Tropicaus maybe in 3rd place, leapfrogging over both LFO and MIBR. A well-needed match win against Black Dragons, a potential dark horse looking into Group A, and overall, the improvement that we saw in that best of 1 as well by Tropicaus, it was also a good sign for them as well. The trades was a huge make or break for them. I mean, even that play last second coming down blue, having 2 separate attackers and not just 1 lurker, that was the perfect remedy just to make sure you get a kill out of that gunfight specifically.
I think it's safe to say the Group A is chaos. At this point,
absolutely,
everybody is beating everybody else. It's just a mess. There's a lot to break down here, and we'll talk about the standings implications in just a second. We'll leave that to Connor and Jacob to break that one down for us. So we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you back with some replays and some stats. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec.
It wasn't Tropicaus, it was Tropichaos. This game did not go the way anybody anticipated at the outset. Everyone thought Black Dragons had it in the bag. Both teams even start on the most preferable side for both of them coming into this game, but Black Dragons were not able to break Tropicaus' defense. They even call a timeout in round 3 when it's 1-2 and then lose every single round on that defense preceding it. I don't understand how Tropicaus managed to pull this one off, but oh man, did they ever need that.
But the chaos that you mentioned, Jacob, it started from round number 1. We saw 4K clutch from Stemp, and then we saw, of course, the round 3 miracle. I think that one's going to go down in history, right? It was PPWS who just went absolutely nuts up above to deny, in a 2v5 situation, by the way, to deny a Black Dragons attack that looked like it absolutely should have won the round. We did see some flashy plays from both teams from that point forward, but as he pointed out, it was Tropicaus, it was Tropichaos, it was that mentality that kind of worked for the rest of the game all the way until the end. They ended up taking it 7-3 just off the back of some incredible plays from the entire roster.
Yeah, and with how Tropicaus played their initial defenses, it was just very, very difficult for Black Dragons to go for that win condition that we talked about, getting those plants down. The only time the diffuser was placed was on that bar attack, and it was essentially kind of impactless because he was finishing the plant in a 1v2 situation, and it was an easy trade out for Tropic House on that retake position. But with Tropic House, Tropic Chaos, especially in the early round, they were oh so dominant. They had their game plan, they stuck to it. There wasn't much variance across operators or anything like that, and there wasn't much variance in like the round results because it was just win, 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 win for Tropic House.
Even having the consistency factor, I think that was also a huge benefit to Tropic House. Although they were still ahead in all the statistics we just showed, it was still fairly even between them and Black Dragons, just making sure that they're never in the lead, but they're just even with Black Dragons. That was very beneficial for them throughout the entire first and second half of this matchup, never making sure that Black Dragons can just get away with a free opening gunfight and just keep that momentum, kind of like what we saw Black Dragons implementing against W7M just yesterday. Because that wasn't in effect, we talked about that plant succession, it was almost non-existent because they were never in a comfortable spot to really force those kind of post-plant positions.
All right, fellow Jays Wills, obviously this looks like it's definitely a script flipper in terms of what we've come to expect from Black Dragons and their attacks. However, they've got one game left, and there's not that many teams that have already played 3 of their games all the way through. W7M has, and now Black Dragons has. They have, their bye comes next Saturday. That's already happened. However, they have their last game against MIBR a week from today. Exactly how impactful is that game?
I mean, it's incredibly impactful. You look at the standings right now, you see where Black Dragons stand at 4 points. But MIBR, even though they're down in 4th, that's still 3 points. So they can immediately leapfrog Black Dragons with a win there. Even 1 point, right, for Black Dragons, 2 points for MIBR. They're tied up, and it is, as you said, chaos.
It just makes an incredible difference managing to find all 3 points in total from one match compared to maybe only just 1 or 2 from either an overtime win or loss. So going for a full regulation win next week, it's got to be huge.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much. You guys will come back in for game 3. And Connor, for our MVP of this one, I asked Ike from the Brazilian broadcast exactly how you pronounce his name. We must say his name in full because he did phenomenally this game. PPWS. Why exactly was he so good, man?
The clutch factor, my goodness, was this man winning rounds single-handedly? And sure, you can raise a bit of an eyebrow and say Tropic House might not be the most consistent roster because so many of these rounds were based off of hero plays from PPWS, but with the way he was playing, it almost made it seem consistent because just 3K, 3K, 3K. Anytime there was the time low and he was still left alive, that round was never over.
Yeah, and because this game ended up being so short, you couldn't really find the scoreboard as often as you might have liked, yet PPWS was still doing that. His rating was above a 1.5. He was fragging out where he needed to, and you're correct, he did have 3 clutches, but what happens when you have more clutches than you have more cohesive round wins as a team? It's the kind of thing we saw with Space Station back when they were the clutch gods and everyone was saying they were really good as a result, but you can't always rely on the 1vx factor from one person to consistently carry you through, right?
Yeah, you definitely can. It's really fun to watch. Don't get that twisted. But it is just a little bit worrying for Tropic House, especially when they have to next week come in with a regulation win, or else they're going to find themselves in a tough spot.
Well, they got the dub exactly when they needed it, and they will start out their season in a 1-1 capacity. They get 3 points, but again, the entire complexion of Group A is about to shift on its head given how games shake out next weekend. We'll come back and start off Group B in just a second. See you then. want to say we're actually ahead of schedule as far as the day is concerned, because we've had two very, very fast games, two teams that win it by 7 points, and it's only a combined 5 rounds that their opponents have been able to put up against them so far. That's Group A done. We're moving into Group B, and we'll see if it ends up being nearly as fast of a day for our last 2 games. The first one, honestly, very well could be. The only question is which team is actually going to walk away with it. We walk into Los 1 against Magic Squad, 2 teams on very different sides of the spectrum based on how their games went yesterday. Magic Squad beating an NIP team that still looks like they have a lot of things that need retooling, and the Los 1 squad that has not been able to recapture any of that SI group stage magic.
Yeah, it's hard for Los 1 because they had by far the hardest start of any schedule. When you start off with Liquid and FaZe back to back, but you keep it just close enough, you get sort of an inflated value of, yeah, they're awful, they're 0-2, they stink, but now they get to play against the teams that are more on their level, and they're going to try to cement themselves into that 3rd slot.
Yeah, the problem is they just have a stacked group anyway. Those 2 teams that you mentioned, and then if NIP were in form, it probably would have been even more difficult. This might be a pretty decent litmus test, but we also saw them play against teams at the Invitational that are of considerably higher caliber than the way that teams like NIP are playing, or, you know, Magic Squad coming in with so many different new additions on the team makes it a little bit of a weird use case for a team like Los 1. One thing that has still remained consistent, though, is the guy that we're still wondering if he's about to develop into the next superstar player, and that's Maya. On attack, probably not maybe nearly as flexible, maybe not as impactful as you would like, but defensively, man, he's one of the best players in the league right now.
Oh yeah, as soon as he switches onto the defensive side, he gets something like an Oryx in his hand, sometimes even playing Malusi and Alibi as his 2nd and 3rd most played operators. It's like he gets the green light on this Los 1 roster, that he has all these thoughts in his head, all these intrusive thoughts that you would try to suppress, and his team goes, no, I want you to do it. I want you to go crazy, and it works out more often than not.
Yeah, we highlighted Dots yesterday, mostly just because he had a really good game against FaZe Clan, but if we're looking from a consistency point of view, we do want to keep on giving Maya the spotlight because we think that is something he will be able to grow into and actually flourish when he's given all of that attention. So he will need, he needs to really tap into that today, because if they were to lose to Magic Squad and go down 0-3, their chances of surviving Group B really do go down the gutter, so they must win this matchup. For Magic Squad, the stakes are not nearly the same because they did defeat NIP yesterday. It took all the way to 15 rounds for it to happen, but the problem again is that this team is still very new. People don't exactly know the way that they're meant to be playing yet because they've had to shift all these different pieces around, and we didn't get to talk about it yesterday, Connor. There's only one guy from that original Escalenia to Boo Boo team that's even still on this roster. Everyone else is different.
Yeah, it's Hates coming in from the T2 scene, really elevating his play, now getting to really pop off on a lot bigger of a stage. And overall, he was a little bit disappointing if you expected him to be absolutely massive, but a solid enough start. The rest of his team, though, when you really look and focus in on somebody like Hornet as well as Rare, they didn't disappoint.
No, they didn't. I think a lot of people had questions about GDN also jumping on the team back when he was just fresh off W7M, and I think that was, what was that? Was that Serie B, or was that, it might have been Copa de Brazil. There was another event. No, it's SI Quals. That was where GDN finally came and started on this roster. Didn't really know how it was going to work out at first. They got their first dub, but again, he came against an NIP team that very, very clearly has a lot of kinks that they have to iron out still. As far as we're concerned for this game, though, we have to focus on Hornetal, because in that NIP matchup, it looked like even though he's been out of top-tier competition at a high level for a little while now, it's nice to see him make a comeback like that.
Especially when you bring in the new operator of Solus, the way he was transversing the map on the defensive side was incredibly impressive. He was probably the biggest utilizer of the Solus gadget, just kind of weaving in between the drones. We've seen aggressive plays with it, going for people that the physical bodies droning and going for those cameras, as opposed to just taking out the intel. It's almost like Hornetal was just sneaking through it, and it was really interesting.
So my big question now for Magic Squad, because you've had to change so much since you played and won in relegations, or you had the opportunity to play and then get into a pro league position, do you completely change up your map pool? Do you try for something totally outside the box that Los 1 don't anticipate? Or do you try to go for a map that you know Los 1 themselves aren't good at? Because you do have second pick, which means you basically get to whittle it down to the last 2 and then pick where you want to go. So can we see Magic Squad control the map pool and really put Los 1 into a corner?
They definitely could, because there's just not as much data on this Magic Squad team, and with Los One, they've played a couple of different maps so far, mainly being Skyscraper, as well as what we saw them be successful on yesterday. So that could potentially be in the cards if Magic Squad really did their homework and want to do some counter stratting. And that's exactly what it seems like, where it was a close 7-5 defeat against FaZe for Los One. Maybe that's going to be the script that Magic Squad tries to follow.
We're going to start really establishing the reputation, I think, for Magic Squad, because defeating NIP is certainly a useful tool in their arsenal, but whether they are a mid-table team in Brazil or whether they can actually consider themselves maybe even top 2 or 3 worthy, that reputation will definitely be set in this matchup. Can they take advantage of a Los One squad that looks like they're definitely on the back foot, or are they going to fall to Los One and prove that if they had a hot start, it's not the kind of thing that they can really continue? That is what we are starting this off with in this matchup, and I like the fact that we're getting more of a firm introduction to a team that we really haven't seen all that much of, going against the team that did not make any roster changes heading into this stage. Let's bring casters in real quick and just talk about this one very briefly. Gentlemen, John, we'll start with you. Is there anything to suggest that Magic Squad can take Los One back to the map that they literally just lost last week and win? What do you think?
I'm not too sure, because albeit there were mistakes made by Los One, they're ones that can be pretty fixable, especially given the context of their FaZe match. On their defensive half, which is the one they're starting on, their biggest issue was just dealing with a Nook. Maybe even just outright banning her, so it's much harder to get those one-on-one lurk rolls as the attack. That could be the perfect remedy. And also just communicating properly in the second half, getting people in the right positions to clear out those roam extensions that FaZe went for. That could also be a great way to turn the tide back in your favor. So this is still a really good opportunity for Los One to get on the board with a win.
Jonah, what do you think?
I mean, Skyscraper is an interesting one, right? And you guys brought it up, and I think it's what I want to focus on here too, because they already played this map. They played it against FaZe Clan, dominant team in the region. It's Los One saying either they're confident in their ability on Skyscraper and their 5 rounds against FaZe Clan proves that, or it's also Magic Squad saying, we are ready for this. We watched your game. Not only did we VOD review, but we saw what you did against FaZe Clan, and we are not scared of it at all. It's also Magic Squad kind of comparing them directly to FaZe Clan. So to go to your point, Jacob, of can they establish themselves as one of the top teams in this region? A win here on Skyscraper over Los One, more dominantly than FaZe Clan were able to do it, that would certainly be the start of something big.
The only reason why I call that in question is FaZe Clan won that game because Handy dropped like 15 or 16 kills or something like that. So when you have a team like FaZe that is still working through 2 new players and figuring out the best method of incorporating them, and Los One still gets 5 rounds against them, and bear in mind, that was a 3-3 half matchup, and then FaZe Clan really ran away with it on defense. You'd think that the structure of the way that Los One plays Skyscraper maybe lends itself to the idea that they can definitely beat a team like Magic Squad that still has to prove themselves, and they can do it even more definitively than just getting those 5 rounds. The question definitely should be asked, and I think in a case like this, it totally could be. Connor, is there anything about the map pick that you think maybe swings this to Magic Squad at all, or does this give you even more confidence that Los One are like, we're destined to go here?
I really like Los One's confidence to come back to this map. Like you already said, I was going to say it too. FaZe Clan kind of only won because Handy went crazy. So Magic Squad, they definitely have their work cut out for them, especially if you're going to underestimate a Los One team that is lower on the standings, purely because they played very hard teams, but still played them close.
Well, a must win for Los One coming into here. If they were to lose 3 straight, their options for getting out of this group are very nearly dead in the water, and Magic Squad are the ones looking to put the nail in the coffin early, and it's only Playday 3. Jonah, fellow, have fun.
Appreciate that, Jacob. You're right. This could be the end of it all for Los One. It's never over until it's over. At the end of the day, we got the last chance qualifier, the open qualifier. There's always an option for teams to make it to the major. But in order to solidify your path and get out of this decider, or get into rather, the decider phase and out of the group stage, this is the place to do it. And Los One need to establish themselves at the top now. Like Connor mentioned earlier, John, they need to bring back some of that SI magic.
Really interested to see how the operator bans are going to go as well. I mentioned how effective the Nook was against Los One when they were defending on this first half. That might sway them into removing her or something different. The Iana, also a great choice. From time to time, you'll see her as well be one of those lurking operators with those frag grenades, and she can also gather a bit more information in comparison to the Nook. So it's still a great ban option. It's not the one I thought of off the top of my head. A Thermite ban being on the docket as well for Magic Squad, which I recall we saw a Thermite ban yesterday as well in Playday number 2, technically speaking, but I can't quite recall if it was from Magic Squad.
Yeah, no, we've got some creative bans. There's no question about that. Looking back at the previous iteration of Skyscraper from Los One and FaZe, right, we saw a Maru, Ying, Mira, and Kaid ban. So the Kaid is the same, but aside from that, we've got a completely different set of bans. And that'll definitely shake things up a bit. Totally has the option of changing this. And I think Los One already showing us that maybe they're coming into this map with a different game plan than they did against FaZe. Whether that is because of some VOD review they've got on Magic Squad or components of this roster from the past, or this is just simply adjustments of their own after learning how to play this better against FaZe Clan. Hard to know. The point is, we are going to see a different Los One right now. They're going to be starting things off on the defensive side, and we're going to head over to Exhibition and Office to do it.
Having that Nook potentially for one, it was wanted by Hates, but he'll opt to go on the Maverick instead. Could easily help deal with any of those single walls, perhaps. Just getting a nice little blowtorch to get rid of those mute jammers, but also having the Zofia or Ashe to play underneath to get that vertical down. It just leaves more options for Magic Squad in this position. I like the change to have Rare as well on the Ying, but Los One were expecting that. They've got Maya playing over by the minibar with the help of that deployable shield and with the wall being soft. So he could get aggressive if needed to once he sees that utility being thrown out by the Ying, and there's a call being made on top of that as well for him to get aggressive.
As you point out, Los One, they know the Ying was coming. They banned it against FaZe. They left it open here, and so they've got to play for that eventuality. They've got to have a plan for when those Candelas do fly in, and it's good to see that they do. Some early movement, though, from Magic Squad, not afraid to get aggressive with these Zofia stuns. The impacts, we're seeing them go up, and we're seeing some early progress made from this attack. Only 45 seconds in, and they are making their presence felt for this Los One defense.
Able to get that single wall opened up, and having the luxury of bringing both the Zofia and Ashe can allow you to have just one soft destructor for each wall you will try to get opened up. So we saw the Zofia of Gomez use all of her utility on just the single wall near the top of house, and now Hornet, he can rotate over as well to deal with the primary wall inside of offices, while GND will eventually do the exact same thing. We saw for a moment as well, Hates will be trying to lurk as the Maverick being on that 3 speed and still having that blowtorch. You can get a lot accomplished in the right environment, so everything really being accounted for here by Magic Squad. But before they deal with the execute, GND will actually help assist his teammates from getting in the building from the karaoke side of the map to deal with this roam defense by Los One.
Yeah, Dash is the first player that's going to really feel this pressure. Actually, it's Hornet who really feels the first bullets land, and Hates who will actually get the opener. Quickly traded, though, by Loban. Rise now getting torn apart, too. Maya forced to back off as both Rise and Maya will feel the pressure starting to build. So backing all the way off to the site here, and Magic Squad beginning to bolster this setup, getting that control. As you mentioned, they've cleared out these roamers now, so they will turn their attention towards the objective. Surya Gate gone, Rare starting to get in position. You still have 4 Candelas to work with. That's going to be terrifying for this defense to handle late round.
Maybe Magic Squad, they've got 40 seconds, so rotate could be probable, but it seems like they're going to try to commit. Maybe having GND actually get a wall opened up from the Dragon side to plant by Exhibition. It's a risky option, but having the Ying playing outside near that main balcony could be all that they need, but that's a massive kill by Maya, and the Ying, the X Factor, it's shut down.
Trade, and now GDN will be the next to make the move. Magic Squad are down by 1, so it's going to have to be unified if they want to make this work. Blocked off by a castle barricade, though. Not going to really have time to get that breaching charge down, so Gomez gets picked apart, and GDN is stuck. Really no option but to rotate around to the open wall, and Maya knows that's coming. effective use of utility, a castle barricade that blocked this attack from making progress.
And Los One were just so comfortable in the bomb site due to the fact that there were no angles that were opened up by Magic Squad besides just the house single wall. Not having GND to rotate to get the office wall opened up allows Los One to play directly in that bomb site, which gives you an avenue into almost every single facet that Magic Squad were trying to attack from. You had the terrace door, that's right next to the mini bar, so you can counter it from just playing an office directly. You've got the position by Dragon as well, which has a rotate. And the only place you couldn't really counter is house. But there's a castle barricade to stop anyone from Dragon pushing into house from that single doorway. So everything was accounted for by Los One. And especially since they killed the Ying, the only player on that eastern side of the map, it cut out really any probability that Magic Squad could, have a bit of chaos in that execute. They just had to walk into the bomb site from the western side and just hope for the best.
Well, now as we shift things up to the other side of the map now, or rather just one floor down, we'll have to see exactly what Magic Squad want to do on the approach. You do have a dramatic shift in this lineup. Hornets out, bringing out the Amaru, and Hates shifting over to the Brava. A lot of potential to change this up as a kitchen and barbecue attack will have to mount next. On the defensive side as well, you're seeing Loben bring out the Solus. You've got Maya on the Oryx, a terrifying operator that Maya was utilizing beautifully just yesterday. So a lot to change up here, a lot to worry about as Magic Squad begin their approach. You can already see Hates using that Kludge drone and already see Hornet preparing to jump in at any moment.
Rise still just waiting here. His eventual hop-in begins. There's Hornet for the opener, and he's able to dodge this Melusi for the time being. Tries to go for re-engagement with the SMG, and it seems to be a fast take here for Magic Squad to deal with this roam extension up above.
Dash has got an eye on this, but Hornet's been able to cross. There it is. It's Hates, actually, to get the down and the finish. 5v4 leaning towards this attack, but this defense, they're not panicking here. You see them all maintaining these positions on the extension, staying comfortable on this roam, and it means, although vulnerable, that Magic Squad will still have a lot of defense to claw their way through. That's going to be Loben tucked on the other side, and these attackers are going to have to deal with them eventually. Supported by Maya, this defense is not going to budge.
Still just waiting for Magic Squad to kind of walk into their own extension here. A Lion scan to try to make some space, but Loben just doesn't seem to care. There's the skeleton key to catch one roamer off guard up above, and Magic Squad come out on 2 from that clear, and they're looking to almost execute in this position, and a gunfight that was needed to be won by Loben isn't against Hornets SMG, leaving just Dots now in a 1v4.
Yeah, Loben should have won that gunfight. It looked like he was going to win that gunfight, but instead, he leaves Dots alone in an awkward 1v4 situation. GDN will take a couple of bullets, but it's Hornets out on 1 HP with an SMG in hand to do the job himself. Magic Squad, they bounced back. Really never had to worry about actually executing on the bomb site itself. The entire round, it came down to the roam. It came down to the extension, and Magic Squad cleared it out no problem.
I like as well how they also had the Buck still playing along the back balcony, looking between both Geisha side and Terrace, in case any roamers are still not willing to give up the top floor completely. You can maybe catch them with a nice cutoff angle, which is really important on a map like Skyscraper, not just trying to funnel in from one single direction. You had both Black Stairs accounted for by Magic Squad, being able to dodge the Melusi playing underneath in that little anchor position tucked by the table, and also, again, Terrace, so they could try to catch a roamer who, once again, just isn't willing to fall off just yet. That nets a couple of kills for Magic Squad, so they can play a rather comfortable 4v2, then turn 4 and 1 execute. If they really wanted to, they could have even got vertical down, but it just wasn't required with how little players were left on the side of Los One.
Yeah, so Los One, they're going to shift things up and change bomb sites and also change how they're going to play this, right? You still have the presence of the Solus, but it's not Loben anymore. It's Dash. You've got Rise shifting over to the Bandit. And what I like to see here is the castle in play again. We saw how effective that utility was in that opening round on Exhibition and Office. And while this is Karaoke T, right, this is a pretty typical castle site. I'm curious if it's going to have the same effect against this Magic Squad attack. They need to find a way to deal with this utility quicker, because if not, they can get stuck and they can get punished for the amount of time they're lingering in any one position. For example, look at this. If you linger outside this house door for too long, Loban is going to step out and make a move. Instead, it's not Loban who strikes first, it's actually Dots up top, using these mirror windows to find a long angle and get the opener onto Rare. It's traded. Loban's gone for his aggressive position, but still a good start, and 1 minute in, so far, both teams starting to get their footing.
And let's say if you wanted to try to push in from Catwalk, for example, to get that wall opened up, you'd probably have to get some vertical now on the first floor because of that loss of the Thatcher. But so far, it still seems like Los One are just not trying to have Magic Squad really enter from any part of the building. Maya, an aggressive gunfight, hates his now to follow as well. Both SAS operators off the board for Magic Squad, as their only real entryway is going to be this geisha wall that was opened up by the Selma charges, and now the castle barricade to fall off as well. But you've got this nasty crossfire set up by Los One that would really make mincemeat out of Magic Squad if they were to push in ISO'd.
Yeah, especially since they're down a player. Rise will stay patient and hold this angle, really forcing Magic Squad to work their way around it rather than through. There's Maya lining up two. Nothing that Gomez is going to stop that. I mean, geez, it's just kill after kill. Los keeping it up. Hornetow, the last player standing, and it's just going to be a 1v4, now a 1v3 for the next minute. Unlikely that he's going to be able to get much done given the success of Los One in this round. They've got this locked tight. Nothing that Magic Squad were able to do. And another round where Magic Squad didn't really ever look at the objective, never really had a plan of attack for the execute phase. And this is something, John, that we talked about coming into this game, because looking back to their previous Skyscraper match, their strength was their extension. Their strength was their vertical play and their roam. Right now, that's really all they've got going for them. But as long as it's working, they don't have to worry too much about what's going on the site, because Magic Squad can't get that far.
Especially the lack of timing that was there for Magic Squad when they were trying to desperately rotate into both Office and Terrace to deal with Maya more effectively. The fact that Gomez, GDN, and Hornet all struggled to hop into the building at the same time to deal with just one defender, that's definitely not a good sign. Starting out essentially on this first half still for your attack for Magic Squad. Los One looking to continue to up the ante on that aggression. And like you mentioned, with their successful extensions working wonders against Magic Squad, they'll continue to dish that out. And I'm really hoping that Magic Squad could try to maybe change something up here, maybe have a bigger focus on the direct side itself, maybe force some of those roamers to come back and try to retake the bomb site, but we'll have to wait and see as to where Magic Squad are trying to spawn in from and see what they want to get opened up here, still having that ace available to them to either help deal with the reinforcements that are across the map or a little bit closer to the bomb site.
Yeah, it's tough. It's that balancing act, right? If you want to go direct to the bomb site and get in there aggressively, sure, you maybe surprise the defense and take the site while it's vulnerable, but without securing map control, you leave yourselves vulnerable to a load of different retakes, to a lot of different utility from below or from above. It's just the kind of game that Los One right now is forcing Magic Squad to play, the kind of decisions they're forcing them to make. You see this aggression continuing for Los One. Dash jumping out the window, and while he takes a couple of bullets, he stays alive, and generally that goes unpunished.
Nice impact grenade by Dots. Now GDN has to make the decision whether to use another Selma charge to have a proper opening or just leave it as an angle to use for some sort of gunfight. Looks like he'll opt for the latter as he begins to rotate across the map once again, trying to help out his Nook, maybe gathering a bit of information for them as well while doing so, as Magic Squad begins to once again try to deal with this roam extension on the western side of the map. Hates playing underneath, looking for any roamers specifically on that first floor. Isn't going to locate anyone just yet, but if he's in the right place at the right time, he could maybe utilize this soft flooring to his advantage with those frags.
Yeah, Magic Squad, for the most part, pretty spaced out, but they're all trying to tackle the same problem. Like you said, John, the roam. We will see Hates and Hornet bunch up and work together here as they try to clear their way through this map. Top floor now the focus rather than the bottom, and this deployable shield from the smoke and these gas grenades are going to be the next real piece of utility in their way. Nice nade, ricocheting off the wall and right at the feet of Loban. The shield is gone. Loban's HP is mostly gone, and so he's forced to fall back. But oh no. Rise tucked in the corner, trying to get a bit sneaky here, exposes his position though, spotted on the drone, and now he's gonna have to be real careful. Hates will flood right into him, but the nade post-mortem will actually get the kill. Another nade, this one from Hornetow will get the job done. The explosive utility from Magic Squad paying dividends.
They still have only 20 seconds to go here, Jonah, and dash the C4 could be impactful. That lurk though, it's on Hornet. I don't think they're aware there's someone pushing it from behind.
Surprise! Got him! Headshot in the back with a shotgun, looking for two, but can't quite do it. Magic Squad, though, they avoided that C4 threat, and they should be fine, but Maya dots 2 kills each to close out the round, and Los One, they survive.
And it's the exact same reason for it as well, from back in round number 1 to the 4th one as well, when they reattempt offices. They're completely safe inside of exhibition and offices. They have these long angles just staring down the hearts of Magic Squad as they push in from both Dragon and Terrace once again. The 2 choke points that office and exhibition can deny with such elegance. Once the buck was taken care of from House Stairs, that was the only real place where Magic Squad could deal some serious damage against the anchors of Los One. And unlike round number 1, Magic Squad didn't even have someone playing on that balcony that could potentially punish Los One from overextending in that bomb site. When that just isn't even an option, it just comes back to the choke points that Los One were already anticipating from their roam extension, which sure, it only got them the opening gunfight, and Magic Squad were able to trade and bring it back into a 4 versus 3, but it still wasted more than half the round and a lot of resources that Magic Squad could have used for that execute.
We'll say the big strength from Magic Squad has to be that take through mezzanine, has to be that push through drum. We saw the nades connect not once, but twice. It was the nade, I think it was from Hates, who actually got the kill after he had died. And then we also saw Hornet with a nice little nade on the Nook to open that up and get a big push going. And for the most part, it would have worked if it wasn't for those final 2 defenders. Dots and Maya putting on a clinic there in the end. I mean, look at Maya right now. We're only 4 rounds in, and Maya is 8-2. It's absurd. The next closest player, I guess, is on Magic Squad. That's Hornets out with 6 kills, but right now it's Magic Squad's time to shine. It's their time to turn this around because they're down by 2. The Candelers are coming in. They're trying to make a move early, and it's not going to work again. Dots shuts down 1. Hornetown now desperately trying to take up above, but denied. Dash will get that kill, and the pressure that Magic Squad are trying to apply early, it's already shut down.
And that diffuser is such a nasty spot to try to put yourself back into. It's in the inside of that small little mud room from the house entryway. If there's any chance they could try to get a plant down, it's almost impossible now with the diffuser being in no man's land, unless Hates can act fast to recover it this instant. But he's still waiting to see if they can gather a bit of info just to double check and make sure no one's playing off of that contact for a swing after hearing audio.
Wow, these drones just getting decimated by the Evil Eye. Great use of this utility from Dots. Low HP, but still finding impact with that utility game. He knows that in this man advantage situation, limiting the utility of Magic Squad is just as impactful as finding a kill or 2. Rare will expose his position as he tries to open up that Kiva barrier in the back. Rise will adjust his position to counter it, and Rare will get the heck out of dodge as Hates makes his push through delivery and tries to make his worth into the bathroom now. Magic Squad, it is very clear that they are really trying to figure out where they can safely push in from, and they're finally trying to bunch up.
That's looking to get aggressive here. So low on HP, though. If he loses this gunfight, that could be a major opportunity for Magic Squad to bounce this one back, and I think they know Dots is trying to flank.
Hates gets this diffuser down, or at least teases it to force Dots to move. That's a perfect bait, and it gets the kill onto the Maestro. They've netted 1. They have to find 3 more. Loban up above still has some vertical to play with, though, so as they walk in, this could be disastrous if Magic Squad aren't careful. Really good use of that goo mine. identifies his position of the flank up the stairs. Hates is dropped. Gomez taken care of. It is all up to Rare now. 1v2. Has the diffuser, and it might have a chance to get this on the ground. No way. Vertical, it's there. Rise has the kill with the SMG-11, and that right there, folks, is why map control is so important.
That's why it's even more important to have the Azami up above for that extension, completely blockading the only openings that Magic Squad were trying to use from the outside, looking into especially that office room, which is where a majority of that vertical went down in the final moments of that round. A good opening start as well for both Dots and Dash to win their 1-for-1s, and again, also help guarantee that no one can get that vertical coverage up above on the attacking side, so the defenders can use that to their own advantage to stop a plant from going down, which it seemed to be the major win condition there for Magic Squad. After they killed Dots, who was trying to flank, they eventually looked to hop in from delivery side to maybe get into the bathroom and set again that diffuser down, but with impact grenades and several defenders still above, it just was a round that wasn't meant to go the way of Magic Squad, as Los One are having a really strong first half against them.
Yeah, 4-1 right now, looking to keep that going. Only round that Magic Squad were able to find was that second round on Kitchen and Barbecue, where they just picked apart the roam one by one, but we're not going to see that objective again. Los One, instead of going back there, they instead bring out the bathroom and that bedroom site, which we don't see played very often, but Los One managed to make it work. It's kind of like Living Room Library on Villa almost, if we're trying to compare it to another map. Well, you've got a really tough site to defend from below, but if you can maintain vertical control, it is a very different ball game, and that's what Los One managed to pull off. So the final attacking round for Magic Squad, their final hope to go into the next half with at least 2 rounds under their belt, and this will happen back upstairs on Tea and Karaoke.
Rise looking to get aggressive here on this Maverick opening. Could maybe try to spot him out, but luckily he's able to evade that angle. The Buck as well to assist. Now the wall's been completely opened up on the Geisha side of the map, which is oh so important when dealing with the bomb sites such as Tea Room. Luckily though, again, Rise this time being on the Azami here for Los One. They can blockade that for the time being, but an impact grenade to get aggressive on a run out. Almost scored Rise with one, but everyone kind of fell off of Geisha, shockingly enough. As soon as they open it, they fall away to be useful somewhere else.
Yeah, no one's there. Magic Squad have made an interesting choice to completely relinquish the Geisha pressure, and maybe will take up that mantle later. But for now, it means that these defenders, they know they don't have to worry about that window, and they can focus on what's going on elsewhere. Gotta be careful, though, about that nade from below. Perfectly placed from Hades. This will be a finisher, no doubt. Goodbye, Rise. So much for being safe in Geisha, I suppose, as Magic Squad have begun to pressure in below. Here's that vertical, that explosive power they're bringing out. That was the only 2 sets of nades, but they still have Rare with the Buck and that skeleton key. So keep an eye on this floor and watch it get torn apart from beneath.
Especially got that info. Seems like Hornet is aware that no one's trying to reclaim Karaoke as their own. Magic Squad can maybe get a little more aggressive near that black staircase, but Loban is currently guarding it with his life. Dash as well, finding a very important refrag against Rare. A lot of that vertical pressure is now going to be completely off the board as the plant is now going down. It does look like Magic Squad has noticed that Karaoke was completely up for grabs.
Yeah, Maya's trying to make a move, but is getting stuck on the rotation. Gets a kill with a shotgun, but it's not going to be enough. Cut down to low HP and has to track down these final 2 attackers, now turned to defenders. One of them on the rappel, the other one close tucked against the wall in the hallway. Hornetow will get the final blow, and Magic Squad will start to redeem themselves a little bit. They'll get their second attacking round of the half, just as we go into the side swap.
And luckily, with no Solus being on the board there in that round, Magic Squad, they're able to set up a couple of cheeky drones in both the bomb site and Geisha to play underneath and synergize that with Hates on the Nook with those frag grenades. Getting that opening gunfight against Rise, who really could have stalled for a lot of time with the help of those Kiba barriers. It allows them to, again, get Geisha control, then hop into the bomb site, get towards Karaoke, and plant that diffuser while someone's covering on the window rappel. Not only that, but also having, I believe it was Hornet on the Ash playing over by Black Stairs. Sure, he wasn't getting too aggressive, but if needed to, he can walk completely up that staircase and also hold a cutoff angle down that main hallway near the bomb site. Everything accounted for there by Magic Squad was the perfect thing to at least get 2 rounds on that first half.
Against FaZe Clan, Los One, they ended up attacking in the second half, had a few attempts at it, ended up winning their first round on Kitchen and Barbecue, and ended up winning the fourth attack on Exhibition and Office, but they also lost each site as well. So really no single site that Los One are more comfortable attacking than the others. Clearly, they will have their work cut out for them against this Magic Squad defense. We're going upstairs to Karaoke and T first. And Magic Squad, similar to Los One, will be emphasizing a bit of a roam. As you can see, setting up the complete opposite side of this top floor. Really trying to hold down Karaoke and Office here. Rather, excuse me, Exhibition and Office here as long as they can.
Endo deployed, maybe just to make a little bit of space while getting that single wall opened up, as you can be rather exposed, but it's against GDN, who is on the ward and a bit of a hard counter for that Ying, but besides the point, not trying to engage there, it still gets the job accomplished for Rise to allow a new avenue of attack, maybe later towards that Geisha side of the map, as Los One aren't directly engaging on this Office Exhibition extension. They have a couple of players underneath in that first floor, so maybe they could lurk up the house stairs, and eventually I think that's getting ready to happen now that there are more attackers on that side of the map, but overall, it just seems like Los One are still kind of in the info gathering phase, just to double check and see where these attackers could be so they could punish them if they're overextended. And there it is, that drone combined with Dot's playing for vertical underneath eliminates the Warden, the major counter here for Rise's Ying pick.
It took him a second to realize that he was looking at a defender kind of shuffling around, but once he did, a couple of bullets onto the feet of GDN, and good night, sir. He's taken care of. 5v4 now with the attack in the lead. Oh, but a run out, an aggressive one from Gomez. Now the question is, can he get back inside safely? Impact into bathroom, and he will get away for now. His position telegraphed. Loban is trying to track him down, but this is going to take some time. And if he can sneak around to the staircase and get back up above, oh my goodness. This has taken a turn. Using that as a distraction, Hates will support Gomez from the other side and retake the advantage for the Magic Squad defense.
When Los One, for a moment there, they weren't aware of Dash, who was over by the top of Black Hero. Pardon, they weren't aware of Gomez flanking up the Black Stairs. My mistake, but Maya now securing a very necessary fight. I believe still creeping his way across the map from Black. He finds yet another one. Los One, they tie things back and in fact grant the man advantage, and they're aware Gomez is still off site. They could try to plant, but they have to worry about that scanner as well, as Gomez can provide so much info to maybe shut down that post-plant position.
Another one! He jumps out again and gets a second kill! Only 15 seconds remain, so Los One, they've got to commit to this. They know there's only one player on the site. Gomez going outside should have been a very clear indicator the site is available, but they are not making the move. Gomez from below should be able to deny this plant no matter what. Maya on the table, that's too predictable. Magic Squad will take it. A perfectly constructed round with multiple window jump outs from Gomez to take it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, being able to utilize your Solus scanner to catch when Dot was on his camera, making him completely vulnerable to that run out. Not only that, but also having info if there's a Claymore to watch the run out as well. So it wasn't just a complete gamble of, hey, maybe I win this first gunfight, then I get refragged by a Claymore. No, it's just a free kill. And then he realizes, oh, that's a diffuser. I could watch this in the late round if Los One get desperate when they get low on time. That's exactly what happens. He wins yet another gunfight off of that. And with Los One realizing they cannot plant on a soft floor, they've got to recover that diffuser, then try to plant somewhere that's a little bit safer. That leaves them only the option of the table inside of Tea Room, which luckily, the last defender up above was still able to deny that position and grant Magic Squad the win by just burning out the timer.
What a bold decision from Gomez, not once, but twice. The second time especially, because you're weighing a pretty big risk. The moment you jump out and go for that kill, even though you do get a kill there, it turned it into a 2v2. It turned it into a position where Los One knew for a fact that if they pushed into the site, it would be two bodies against one defender. Of course, the big key of that entire success was the fact that Gomez was on Solus. If he was not on Solus, anyone but Solus playing downstairs, telegraphing your position like that would have been a real problem in the late round, would not have been able to deny the plant. But Good comms, good communication, and that beautiful soulless scanner allowed them to thrive. Here in round number 8, you see that Los1 have already conceded the opening death. That's Rise, who will fall first at the hands of Magic Squad.
A lot of info now off the board. Luckily, you've got, I guess, a human drone in the hand of Dot, so things could change up a little bit, but having to worry about all of these Nitro cells, 4 in total for Magic Squad, and the Capcan traps for the late round, it might make things a little confusing for Dots if he also has active pressure being put on him by these defenders still roaming up above. Not too sure if he's got info that there's still someone in karaoke. Dot's only face checked it. This could be a huge surprise attack for Rare.
Monty, as you said, trying to quote-unquote drone out this map, but may have misdroned Rare. He'll spring up now and try to surprise Maya from behind, and it works. Of course, Maya found a kill a moment before, and thankfully for the hopes of Los1, Lobin is there to support Dots. Keeping in mind the Monty has been cut down to 1 HP, however, so his usefulness is nearly expired in this round. A 3v3 though, so an even man count, and as that defender count dwindles, the Monty gets ever more powerful.
Also, these mirror windows take into effect as well. Magic Squad still plenty of information to figure out where Los1 could be trying to attack from in these final 60 seconds. Not only that, but if a rotate occurs as well, they could probably hear that audibly as well. But with you fully relying on this Montaigne pick, I doubt many attackers will be trying to rotate. The only person who's done that is Dash, and his life is so incredibly valuable when trying to deal with these anchors like we've talked about in the first half.
Well, Hornetau's got this angle on the breach. Also, the support of Gomez around the other side. Selma charge on the mirror window. This will make things a little riskier for Gomez there. He'll have to move. C4 goes up, though, and oh, it nearly connects. That could have been bad for Dots, but he's still alive. Less than 30 seconds to play. Dash finally swinging wide on this breach and establishing the angle that he needs onto Gomez. C4, though, to retaliate, and Hornet is there to finish it off. Nothing Dots can do in a 1v2 situation, so he'll have to ADS, and the head exposed, the round over. Magic Squad, they take another, and with that, they tie us up.
I really like the idea there as well for Dash, probably figuring out there's going to be a lot of soft walling he could use by rotating over in from office. He could bring out that skeleton T to get a better angle on someone who's actively playing on those mirror windows. That almost saved the round for Los1. But little things in the early round, like having Rare still find a trade by I guess, roaming as Capcan, not even necessarily flanking, since he was one of the first few defenders to be in that position by Karaoke. Being able to have Magic Squad keep it so consistent against a team comp that already has you at a man disadvantage, at least in terms of who can be gun up, that allowed a lot more wiggle room for Magic Squad. And once they refragged onto the player of Dash, who was still, playing over by the back of offices, that leads now essentially, I believe it was a 3 versus 1 in terms of weapons that were actively up because of Dots being on that Montaigne. He's very vulnerable when it comes to trying to close that distance with your shield, and once his only coverage had died, Magic Squad, they had the round almost essentially in the bank at that.
There are good Monty players out there, and there is a difference to be said for everyone's individual skill on that shield player. But let's keep in mind that a good Monty is only as good as the teammates that surround him. You need to have support. You need to have teammates willing to play right off that shield and frag behind you, and also capitalize on the information that you're providing them. As you mentioned, John, it's kind of like a human drone, this brick wall that can kind of just steamroll his way into the map, providing you a ton of information and clearing a ton of space. But if your teammates start to fall behind you, you're pretty much out of luck. There's not much an individual Monty player will be able to do when the diffuser is not planted yet. So looks like Los1 will do away with the shield for now, instead favoring that destructibility of the buck, bringing out the information that Dash on the Lion can bring, and of course the Jackal coming out from Maya for the first time.
Just hoping to make sure they can figure out when the roamers have fallen off. Having an active ping with those Inox scanners can almost guarantee that. Having that mixed up with the Lion scans as well by Dash could be a really powerful threat against these roamers, since we have seen countless extensions by both Los1 and Magic Squad when they've been on their defensive side. And maybe having Hornet almost commit a little bit too much here on this office side could allow a gunfight to begin to build up here for Maya, but it seems like he's thought better of it and have pushed a little bit farther back here, now playing over by House, where he has a fall-off point inside of Dragon.
Really no defender in front of Maya here. Like, nothing that the Jackal's really going to have to worry about for now. Hornet's the nearest person to that and will be pinged now, but doesn't really have to swing. This exchange slowing down as you hear the E1D go out of Dash trying to expose more defender positionings. Los One desperately trying to get a bit more information under wraps here, but it's just not happening easily. Magic Squad doing a good job of holding this extension, taking care of these drones, and I mean, look at that. Only 2 drones remain for this entire team with 1 minute left.
Dots could theoretically try to get the plant down here because you've got the Hibana playing up above, I believe, to at least a certain extent, but still having some of that plant denial, like those 3 nitro cells. If tossed far enough, you could maybe deny the vertical, but also still stop the plant from going down.
Speaking of, that's happening right now. Dots is trying to stick this diffuser and make it work for him, and it looks like that happened. The problem is, Hates is coming up on a flank. This diffuser, in theory, it's exposed. The big danger now are those 2 attackers that remain up above. Maya trying to apply some pressure and avoid the onslaught that Magic Squad are sending his way. Rise now feeling the burn. There it goes, the down and the finish onto Hornet. But Hates sticking the counter diffuse. Rise has to step up, and he does it just in the nick of time. This has got to be over. Unless Gomez can do this through the wall, this round firmly in the hands of Los One. The coverage from up top is simply too good, and Gomez, well, he's at a loss for words. There's the drop, and there's the finisher from Rise. Vertical control to win the round from Los One. Exactly how it's done.
Not only that, but having Dash and Lobin get extra aggressive on that horizontal clear as well, making sure no one could try to retake from either kitchen or outside a little bit closer towards that wave staircase to maybe go for a flank. The only person that evaded them was Hates, but that flank was just way too late. It allowed the diffuser to still go down. So sure, you lost technical site presence, but you still have Rise up above holding vertical. So Dash and Lobin were able to fend off from any kind of horizontal retake long enough for the plant to go down and the rest of that verticality that was already done in the mid-round by Los One to stop anyone from coming back into the bomb site and getting that disabled. They had to retake up above, which Los One was also expecting. They play in tandem during that 2 versus 2, and it gets the job done to rescore the lead.
Well, we now head back to Karaoke Tea, a site that Gomez thrived on last time. We saw the double jump out to win the round. The use of the Soulless gadget just so impressive in the end. Denying the plant, denying really any entry from Los One. That's what they'll be looking to harness again. The difference now for Los One is that they know there's a Soulless in play, and they know she likes to play downstairs. I'd like to see them try to flush her out as early as they can. Maybe that's even before they get on the rappel and put themselves in risky, clay pigeon situations. They need to get some boots on the ground and find a way to force Gomez out, because if they can't, I mean, they're destined to repeat the outcome of the last time they were here.
And even if there's no run-out attempt by Gomez, just having almost every single plant spot be accounted for by still having him play underneath, yeah, I would have to agree, Jonah. They need to deal with Gomez as an active threat sooner rather than later. But at least they get the Geisha wall opened up at a decent time, and they're just now beginning to force back some of those roamers from the office and exhibition side of the map. And Dots setting up a nice talent shield as well. Someone could hold that position later in the round. Clearly, Dots will not be holding this spot forever, as he's the one with that diffuser, but for now, he'll just wait, try to burn through some utility, and maybe take a gunfight having this cut off angle.
We'll talk about burning through utility. That C4 missed the shield entirely, so that Osa shield is still up, and Los One have made some pretty good pressure happen at this point. Still 2 C4s and 2 impacts in play, though, so losing 1 nitro cell is not a huge deal. But the fact of the matter is, Los One, they are really starting to apply that burn. Dash with a frag grenade will take care of Hates, and now it will really come down to Gomez. He's exposed his position, though, and so he's going to have to rotate his way around. Are Los One going to hunt him down, though? That's the question. Are they going to take the time to kill him, or instead, are they going to turn their attention towards the site? You see the smokes, the flashes come in. You see the pressure from Dots now being applied. Another Osa shield being set up, and now the plant's going down. Where's Gomez? Where's the denial from below? I'm looking for it, but I'm not seeing it. Instead, it's the denial from above. A C4 from Rare. Hornet steps up to get another one with the SMG-11. And just like that, Los One have been denied. Gomez will shut yet another one down. And we've got Rare stuck in a corner, but it doesn't matter because Dash is in a 1v2. 40 seconds. Diffuser not in pocket and no information about where the last two defenders remain. Walks down the hallway and straight into the crosshair of Hornet, who will find his 15th kill so far on this map and tie us up once again.
Magic Squad able to fend off not only the plant, but also the lurk by Los One across the map in from Office and Exhibition, which allowed Rare to only focus on this post plant being attempted by Dots, trying to sit behind that talent shield, a really risky play at that, but it worked out for just a brief moment. The C4 combination as well, being able to see through that smoke grenade, allowed the case to be dropped, not able to be recovered as well, and Los One not having anyone to kind of replace that position, there was no chance they had at trying to maybe get that diffuser down once again. They just had to walk in for gunfights, and with their front of Office and Exhibition being flatlined, that left just, I think, Geisha as an option that they had, and also the top of Black Stairs where we saw, I believe, just the Nook trying to fend off in a 1 versus 3. Magic Squad, albeit they lost a lot of denial options they had for that post plant, they just had so much of it, it kind of didn't matter.
We've got a game on our hands, John. We're tied at 5. Guaranteed at this point to see all 12 rounds of regulation. Los One hoping that this is not a repeat of their FaZe game where they lost 5-7. Hoping that they can push ahead and take this victory themselves. As a reminder, a full 3 points dished out to a team if you win in regulation. Only 2 if you win in overtime. The third point going to the losing team in overtime, giving them 1 point of credit for getting that far. But if you lose outright, no points for you, as Dash is risking putting Los One into a position like that. Hates. He's got that angle. He's ready for the rappel, and he'll take care of him easily. Thankfully, though, for Los One, they find the trade. Loban takes care of the low HP Oryx, and we're back to even.
Your only set of grenades, though, Jonah, it's now gone because of that aggressive play by Hate. I'd have to say that takes a lot more value in comparison to just losing your Oryx in this position. You still have pocket EMPs to maybe get a few walls opened up, but more or less you're going to have to be more focused on those mirror windows, which having those grenades to potentially use against them, that could have been the perfect remedy to have someone forced off that position and maybe even work a kill off of it as well. But luckily, they still have Loban on the ace, so they could maybe use that range hard breach to open up a few panels that have a mirror window placed on it. But there's still a lot of regular hard breach that Loban has to do before even thinking about that. So it's going to be a really tough challenge for Los One to find that balance between both the hard walls and the mirror windows that could be placed upon them.
Well, I gotta say, at the end of that last round, I thought Hornet had reached 15 kills. My mistake, he's reached 16. Hornet's out putting up an incredible performance right now. And, I mean, everyone from Magic Squad are contributing, yes, but oh my goodness. Hornet wants this one badly. They'll be looking to hold this one down again on the Exhibition and Office side. Very similar take from Los One last time we were here as well. The focus on the Monty, the focus on the support from behind. As you highlighted, John, the difference is no Nook, no nades, no pressure from below. Hoping to rely on this horizontal pressure will have to be where this round starts and could be where this round ends for the Los One attack.
So they've got Rise now trying to play across the map. Maybe holding down by the sword window, but it looks like he'll back off into Office once again. 2 C4s tossed out the same time. They're both not going to kill Dots, though, as he barges in. And there's that pivot by Rise as well to score a kill. And then he re-rotates just to deny any info that Magic Squad could use to get a trade.
Maya also deep in the double digits. Will tack on another. That's 15, but Hornet, there's his 17th onto Rise. Maya gets another. These two fraggers just going back and forth, but this time they've left GDN last alive. Magic Squad, their hopes at getting to match point first look to be just about none, as Los One will push ahead, take the 11th round, and get themselves to match point instead.
Those mirror windows not working whatsoever. Even more so, the same effect of the nitro cells. They completely bounced off the shields that Dots was still fully extended upon. And it just it barely did any damage. It was like throwing just Tic Tacs at the poor Montaigne. They just were not able to push him back, and still having his teammates to try to play off of that Montaigne, that human drone I talked about when he was first in play for that Office exhibition attack by Los One. It's able to allow a completely fluid attacking clear by Los One. Not only that, but still having Rise playing across the map by that Office balcony, it does allow to at least find a little bit of damage in case there's some defenders trying to overextend when challenging that Montaigne, which was kind of a requirement because every single Nitro Cell missed the opportunity to kill him. If we had seen that C4 maybe shut down the Montaigne from trying to get active past that terrace doorway, we could have seen a different story. But because that didn't happen, and because the rest of Los One were firing on all cylinders, they're the ones to secure match point.
Los One, in an attempt to flip the script from week 1, looking to take a 7-5 victory themselves. But it'll require one more successful attack to do it. Really trading rounds ever since Magic Squad made the comeback and tied us up at 4. I mean, it's been Los One, then Magic Squad again, then Los One again to take the lead. We saw the successful Monty play in that last round, and an immediate improvement from the unsuccessful Monty play last time they tried to approach Exhibition and Office. But it seems that maybe, although teasing it for a moment, Dots is going to do away with the Monty, retiring the shield in favor of a breaching hammer in the hands of the Sledge. He'll take the case with him as well, as we see the Lion shift over for Dash. Really, this information focus that has worked out for Los One, seems that is coming through again. But I'll just remind you what we're dealing with right now. Take a look at some of these kills. Maya 16-7, Hornet 17-6. Both of these fraggers, they want to win this map so badly, and you're seeing that so clearly in their gameplay.
Really the full court press here between both Maya and Hornet, like we previously mentioned. And it seems like for Los One, their win condition last time when attacking this bomb site had to be the vertical play in the late round, so they're trying to set that up as quickly as humanly possible, but also making sure they have a bit of horizontal presence as well. Dash is playing over across the map as Lion. Could maybe catch somebody off guard if he ends up getting a nice little angle towards the bottom of Black Stairs, but he actually pivots over in a bathroom, maybe getting in the building before ended up taking a gunfight. As the rest of Los One again, I talked about the presence they need on that vertical, so they'll be getting this geisha wall opened up, and Loban, not too far behind, can either entry into terrace or also help assist directly inside of geisha, and there's that opening gunfight. Loban expecting a rotate by Hornet, and that's the top fragger dead for Magic Squad.
Oh, he read that beautifully. Hornet is gone. The aggression that has paid off in so many rounds up to this point for Hornet specifically, and Magic Squad as a whole, it's been shut down. They're now going to have to be very careful with how they play the remaining 90 seconds of this one. They know, as you said, John, they know the intention of Los One is to take this vertical. But Los One are taking their time. They know that Magic Squad are trying to contest this heavily, and so they're not overstepping just yet.
Ooh, beautiful run out by Gomez. Able to fall back off that as well. And that was the person holding the cutoff by Black Stairs too. So they can begin to move a little bit closer towards that bomb site. The C4 almost team kills GDN, but he can evade most of that damage. But also, this relinquishes that top floor pressure that Los One needed to win this round last time, or at least win the bomb site last time it was in play for Magic Squad.
Of course, they have to get the diffuser down first. Your vertical pressure is only useful if you can get that case down and then keep an eye on it. That's going to be the real test. Clearly, they've got the vert. Do they have the ability to transition down and get that diffuser on the deck? So far, so good, because Rise will pick up another kill. That one onto Rare. The cap can will not have an impact in the remainder of this round. They just have to be wary of that C4. A pre-play C4, risky here in this late round. Maya's got to hold off this double swing. Downs one, but isn't able to get much more. Plant goes down though. Little bit too late from Hates. He's gonna get shut down here. Loban takes care of him. That's another one, and a triple for Loban. It's just Gomez in a 1v2. He needs to retake the top floor. There's no other way around this. The problem is, this is going to take time, and Los One, they know this is coming. He's got to find 2 miracle kills, and he's got to do it fast. He's blinded, he's being stalled out, and he doesn't have a lot of options. Doesn't know where to look, to the left, to the right. It's behind him from Rise, and Los One, they manage to do it. They get the bomb down, and they flip the script from week 1. It is 7-5, a Los One victory. Magic Squad, they failed to secure overtime.
And the MVP, well deserved by Maya in this matchup as well. Although he didn't get the confirmation on the Mozzie, just stalling that retake was more than enough to get that diffuser down and have Loban readjust to get those last 2 kills on the top floor. On top of that, still having Rise as well to get that geisha wall opened up and also provide coverage for that plant was perfectly done by Los One to secure that 7-5 victory in regulation. Full 3 points go to them, which is what they need after losing 2 straight matches in a row so far in Brazil.
As Jacob said, this was a must-win for Los One. You cannot go without any wins under your belt into the last week of the group stage if you want to make it into that decider portion of this stage 1. But man, what a win and an incredible game. Closest game so far of the day. But you got another one for you. We've got FaZe and we've got Liquid coming up next. Before we do that, we'll talk about this one a little bit more. We'll break this one down a little further, but we're going to take a quick break before we get there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a sec.
Well, in a surprise twist of events, this game actually turned into a scenario where Magic Squad could have very well eliminated Los One from contention had Los One not gotten any points and FaZe were to win their game. However, now Los One have staved it off. Their chances of actually making it out of this group have increased dramatically by getting 3 points over Magic Squad, not allowing this game to go to overtime. And their chances, they've gone up. They're not still perfect, but getting a performance like this with the hardest part of their schedule out of the way is really what they've needed after those last 2 games.
And I just want to say, Jacob, what a freaking game. I mean, Magic Squad, Los One, they both put on an absolute show here. You see it right there. That round had to have been my favorite. The double jump out from Gomez, you see it there. Again, just taking so much control, fighting with so much confidence, and we saw it persist round after round on both halves. neither one of these teams were willing to give up an inch. Of course, it was Los One who were able to push through and chain together 2 rounds in the end after we were tied up at 5-5 to push ahead and take that victory. And yes, it is potentially a victory that could define the rest of this stage for them if they're able to have a good performance going forward, right? And potentially still have a chance at making it in to that decider phase.
Especially for Magic Squad, that kind of late first half into the second half streak that they had was really impressive and made this game as close as it could. And so much of that success, you could say, comes from Hornytown in the late round, where he was able to step up to the plate and knock homers right out of the park. But if we're talking about improvement, there is one stat, there is one number on this screen that we really need to talk about, and it's that green arrow in the top left with a 20% increase of the rating for Los One. They're finally back, baby.
Definitely looks good on them for sure. Los One, they've had a really rough start here for the Brazil League, but they've finally clawed it back with a full regulation win. And a deserving one is that. Not only was Maya firing on all cylinders, but at the end of the match, I mentioned it too, Lobin had a lot of success holding that top floor, making sure no one could retake successfully to get that round win to guarantee there would be no overtime on the board. Not only that, but a lot of plant conversions actually went down pretty darn well for Los One when they actually were able to get that diffuser down.
Gentlemen, before we let you go on this one, the question I want to ask, obviously, Los One's reputation seems like it speaks for itself, but because we're still trying to figure out where Magic Squad fits into the picture overall, you've casted both of their games now at this point, both yesterday and today. Hornytown has had a 1.4 rating in both of the matches that he's played under this new banner. We can talk about Los One as much as we want, and we probably will later down the road for playoff implications, but talk about Magic Squad real quick. You've played both of them, or sorry, you've casted both of them. What do you think after seeing them go 1-1 this weekend? Jonah, we'll start with you.
I mean, I think they're a scary team to play against, that's for sure. I mean, when you've got someone like Hornytown on the other side, it could go their way at any moment. You can never count them out of the round. I love to see their coordination, the way they played with that Solus. They showed their ability to innovate on that defensive side too. I think they're a threat. The problem is, right, they don't have those wins under their belt. I mean, obviously they have that one over NIP, but they still have to play FaZe. They still have to play Liquid. That's terrifying. And that kind of means they're still a little bit unproven.
Not only that, but also the only person who has been dishing out those major numbers, it's only been Hornytown. They need someone else to assist him in a lot of these rounds. I mean, you take a look at round number 12, the most impactful round for Magic Squad, and Hornytown's the first person to die. No one's there to trade. So instant top floor control, get the vertical down. And like I mentioned during the broadcast, that was the win condition the first time we saw Barbecue being attacked by Los One. So once they gave that up and couldn't retake the top floor, it was the entire match just floundered, almost as if Hornytown's hard work almost meant nothing in that game because they got 0 points from it.
Yeah, and we would love to be able to give him something like MVP honors in this one, but again, it's not the end of days for Magic Squad by any stretch of the imagination. They're still definitely in contention in Group B. It just might be a little while before we really start figuring out this identity for Magic Squad going forward in Brazil. Gents, you guys will be back for Game 4. We'll get to you in a second. But speaking of MVPs, Connor, as far as we're concerned, we highlighted him at the very start of the broadcast, and he gets the MVP honor for this one because, oh man, if Hornytown was leading the way for Magic Squad, Maya was absolutely doing the same thing for his team.
Exactly. And Maya, it was more impressive that all of his impact didn't necessarily come in the early round. It was where the rounds really mattered. It was in the final 45 seconds. It was in the stalemate breaking, in ensuring that his team was constantly in the driver's seat when the other team was pushing back. Really impressive stuff with the high impact frags for nearly every single one of his kills. Maya played great.
So, looking forward for Los One, they will take a break on this upcoming Saturday. They will not play in Play Day 4. However, they will be playing in Play Day 5, and that will come against Ninjas in Pajamas, who themselves do actually play on the day that Los One do not play. So, the nice thing about this, Los One getting any points at all in this game means they don't have to worry about elimination today, because there's still the possibility for them to get at most 6 points, which in a 5-team group definitely means the potential to get top 3 is now in their control, especially when this now ties them with Magic Squad in overall points. So it might be a battle between the two of them to make sure that they can actually get in. They just don't have nearly as many opportunities. So Connor, in a nutshell, even though it's a little ways out, how important is that game for Los One against Ninjas in Pajamas?
It's really important because it's a potential trap game, especially if NIP keep the same form that we've seen so far. It should be a free win on paper for Los 1, but there's a lot of added pressure. And if you're Magic Squad, you're going to be the biggest NIP fans in the world because Los 1 are back in the driver's seat. They have control of that 3 seed, even if FaZe and Liquid start popping off, as opposed to Magic Squad having to go into FaZe and Liquid. They're going on such an uphill battle that they need help.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, coming up next, it's our marquee matchup, our main event of the broadcast, if you will. Another Group B showdown. It's El Clasico, Team Liquid against FaZe Clan, coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's time for the Battle of the Behemoths. Big Red against Big Blue, the Seahorses against the Sniper Clan, Team Liquid against FaZe for our last matchup of the day. At any other point, we would be calling this probably the most hype game probably of the entire stage, but this one has so many different implications to go along with it. A Team Liquid roster that looks red hot after having 2 straight wins in regulation with some phenomenal player additions that are really kicking them into another gear, and a FaZe Clan team that also made 2 roster moves but started off their stage with a win just last week, and someone has to get their first loss here, Connor.
Yeah, somebody definitely does, and personally, I don't think it's going to be Team Liquid because their new weapon has been phenomenal so far. Everybody else on this Team Liquid roster, they're always going to be good. We've seen Nesk, Palu, Resets, and Lagonis all have great games, and with Volps coming in the mix from the W7M roster, he has not skipped a beat by any stretch of the imagination. He's picked up where he's left off, and he's still putting up numbers.
the last several times that these two teams have played one another, from BR6 and Copa Elite 6 and the Yangshiping Major, which was the last time that they faced each other, right now it's a 4-series win streak for Team Liquid on a historical perspective. 18 wins to 14 series wins since 2018, and Team Liquid also holds the most maps won at 33 compared to FaZe Clan's 23. So if FaZe Clan want to get more caught up in this overall head-to-head historically, it's going to take a lot of firepower, especially to combat what looks like the new heavy-hitting duo in town. It used to be Nesk and Palu, and to some degree it still is, but right now I think it looks more like Volps and Palu, Connor.
Yeah, I like how you reached back into the history bag, and now we're trying to compare it with something new, because that's exactly what we have on this head-to-head. Palu, he's always been great. Volps, he's always been great. Now they're together, and it's a scary, scary, scary front force to go up against on this Liquid roster. All of a sudden, if you kill Volps, you're like, oh, you can breathe a sigh of relief. And then Palu's there, and you immediately get scared once again because he can pop off at any moment. Both of their kills per round being over 100%. That's so incredibly impactful, because almost between the two of them, you can guarantee that you're going to be in a dang good position either to stop and execute or to create one.
We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and say that Team Liquid is definitely back, or what this form could signify going into the future, because again, we still are playing in best of ones, but the fact that we've already seen Nesk and Volps and Palu and the entirety of Liquid be able to perform at this kind of level is honestly fantastic to see for a team that everyone was looking to make a much deeper run at the 6th Invitational than they actually did. And the exact same thing can be said for their opponents. However, things are a little bit more rocky on the FaZe Clan side. They brought in somebody brand new, presumably with the intent to IGL. That's the man right in the middle of your screen, Vidiking, with no cameraman left on the team. But then the entire right side of your screen is comprised of a duo from Furia, who were not able to do much with their previous roster aside from go to 1 or 2 lands, I think, and there was just Handy who was doing it himself. FaZe Clan still are looking to find their new form and see if their identity is the same or different from how they played at SI.
It almost feels awkward with FaZe Clan that we always just want to say what happens when they get rid of cameraman, because now that they've done it twice, everything's really weird, and Vidiking has a lot of really big shoes to fill, as well as on the side of Handy, who's done a good job of filling them so far. In his first match, definitely the standout player, and was the reason that we saw that skyscraper W against Los One, who now go back to that map and look just as good, means that Handy's performance almost ages like a fine wine and looks even better.
Yeah, he started off that matchup with the rest of FaZe Clan going 3-3, and then you swap the defense, and he goes nuclear, whips out a P90, and decides, you know what, it's my time to shine. And it was. It's great that he's able to do this kind of thing in his very first game with a new team, especially with a team with a competitive pedigree like FaZe Clan have had over the past several years. You don't just walk into a team that has this much history and this much success and do something like that every single day. Obviously, FaZe Clan would love to be able to tap into that as much as possible, and if Handy is going to be leading the charge, then certainly it's this level of consistent over and over again, but this is going to be a real tried and true test for Handy and the remainder of FaZe Clan. And even though we're not highlighting him here, I also do hope that KDS is able to bounce back, because I don't really think he's been in the same form that he used to be back when Team 1 won the Mexico Major. It's been like every team he's been able to jump on since then has not been able to make the best use of him, so hopefully KDS on FaZe Clan can be a really good complement to what Handy is providing.
Yeah, it's trying to recapture that lightning in a bottle energy from KDS that needs to be unleashed, especially when you're going uphill against a Team Liquid roster that we want to say is back. Team Liquid is back, but we still have to be just that little bit reserved, because this will be their biggest test by far until maybe the bracket when they would play against W7M. But even W7M looks slightly weak.
It's true, but now it's map time. We've got to figure out where we're going, mostly because I think you could probably put both of these teams onto any map in the pool and it would automatically be far more interesting, but we do still want to look at some historical precedent from, I think, just as far back as Stage 3, so we can kind of get a gauge about where both teams sit for this veto phase.
Yeah, both of these rosters have a high ban percentage of 3 maps, those being Border, Chalet, and Clubhouse, and it becomes a game of chicken on who's gonna be banning them and who's bouncing forward and kind of forfeiting the right to deny these maps. That lets the other team kind of swoop in and be opportunistic onto where we're going for. The Chalet ban from Liquid, it makes sense. Then you got the Border ban that still hasn't happened. and the Clubhouse ban that still haven't happened. That's 2 of the 3 maps that we're still going forward. Team Liquid, they lose the game of Chicken by having to ban Border and Chalet, but the map that we're being played is so incredibly interesting because neither of these teams have played it in Copa, Stage 3, or SI.
So we're going to what is basically a permaban for both squads. And if you recall, far back in the day, this used to be FaZe Clan's Bastion. This was a map back in the Cameraman and the Astro days. I think back when Mav and Moringa were still on the team. Long time ago, they loved Clubhouse, but it's not nearly been included in their arsenal as often as they would like. So I'm loving the pick. I like the fact that it seemed like FaZe Clan kind of forced Team Liquid to make the call on which maps needed to be banned. However, both teams should be adequately prepared for a map with fundamentals like Club. Let's bring casters back in and talk about this, but I need to call somebody out again. I need to call Fellow back out, because if we look at the predictions, I think you were the only one that went for FaZe Clan over Team Liquid, and obviously the 50-50 decided in FaZe Clan's favor as well. But what about FaZe gives them the upset factor over an undefeated Team Liquid in your eyes?
Well, they're just really no laughing matter of a team, simply put it. Also, like Connor put quite bluntly, they kind of won the game of Chicken. They're getting to go to Clubhouse, which used to be a solid map for them overall. This might not allow players like Volps and like Palu to go crazy on the entry, because on a map like Bank, they did exactly that, almost winning every single entry, leading them to a 7-3 victory just yesterday. The big question is, can they replicate that against FaZe? I'm leaning more towards a no in this position.
I mean, look, Jonah, he's your duo. Is he spitting facts or is he going crazy?
He is going crazy. He's going crazy.
Wow,
And
thanks.
here's why. Okay, so
Traitor.
You talked about the entry, and I was going to do the same thing. You brought up my point for me. You told me exactly why Liquid was going to win this game already. Over 2 games, Liquid on the entry are 13-5. 13-5. Palu and Volps. Volps is 6-3. Palu is 5-0. Insanity. FaZe, on the other hand, are 4-8. They're -4 on the entry. And I get that Clubhouse is not the entry end-all be-all map, but come on. If they can dominate in the entry game like this, it's going to be over before it even begins.
I think, again, well, let's just remember, FaZe have only gotten 1 game with this exact roster under their belts. We're looking at a Team Liquid who only had to make 1 roster change, and they're already making a lot of very, very good moves to incorporate everybody, to make sure they all mesh together and they're all communicating effectively. You don't get that kind of entry stat on Team Liquid if you're not playing your attacks well, and they actually showed us what they're made of on attack, because it went a little bit long yesterday for them to finally win on that half. Gentlemen, this one's going to be a lot of fun. Please do it, due diligence. FaZe Clan against Team Liquid. This one's going to be a banger.
I'm pumped. Let's get into it. Thank you, Jacob. John, I know we may have had a little bit of a difference there in the prediction, but it's okay. It's okay. We're going to go back here. We're going to take this one step at a time. And you are right. The Clubhouse is not the map that Bank is. It's not the map that, Border is. It's a very different experience for both of these teams, but I think the stat lines just speak for themselves. But we'll see. Liquid will be starting out on the defensive side, so if FaZe want to get feisty or if they want to play methodical, they've kind of have that opportunity to set the tone early.
You did make a great point, though, about that entry department. We haven't seen FaZe fire on all cylinders just yet, whereas for Liquid, that dynamic duo now of Volps and Palu, it's been basically unstoppable. A 7-1 victory against NIP, a 7-3 victory against Los One. Now heading to Clubhouse, they might just be adding another Infinity Stone to their gauntlet at this point, because FaZe Clan, they haven't looked all too great just yet. Sure, they got their regulation win, but Liquid, they've just simply put it, they've been on fire, and I think everyone's on the same page. But the only difference for me is that I didn't vote for them.
Okay. I like it. Being the contrarian here, I think FaZe does need somebody other than the 50-50 coin flip on their side.
At least the coin's got my back.
I know the coin and FaZe appreciate that vote of confidence, and we'll see. Of course, still a lot of hypotheticals going into this map, a lot of theorizing to do. Hopefully soon enough, we'll get a pretty clear idea of exactly how this one is going to go. We did see Clubhouse earlier, so we already have seen 1 iteration of this map today. Of course, we saw that when we were seeing Black Dragons versus Tropicals. That was our Group A, our second Group A matchup of the day. that, of course, Tropicals took over Black Dragons. And we learned a lot from that, right? We did see our first iteration of double bar or bar stage come out in that map. It worked, I believe, for the defensive team in that case. So these Brazilian teams, they're showing us that they are here to innovate, that they aren't just going to pull the same standard stuff out here and there. And given that Liquid are a team that have been together for so long, I am confident that when they get things started, they are going to be a team to give you a couple of surprises.
With them being so focused on the realm back on Bank, for example, which kind of allows you to do that with the map being so large and you having a lot of fall-off points, it begs the question on more of an unknown entity map like Clubhouse, will they try to replicate that, or will they be a little more timid since they don't normally go to this map? I think that'll be a great question to Proctor when we actually get into the map itself and take a look at the operator bands as well. And it'll also be interesting to see if FaZe can keep up with that tempo, if Liquid are looking to fully extend on the map or not.
Well, I'm pumped for this game to get started. So excited to bring the energy that this one deserves. A quick PC change, though, at the LAN facility. So we are going to take a short break. Hopefully, we'll get into this game as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. The match of the day gets started in just a second. Come on, baby. That's what we like to see. A banger intro for a banger matchup. The match of the day deserved its own special hype moment. Let's get into it. We're taking it on with Team Liquid and FaZe Clan here on Clubhouse. A surprising battleground for these two behemoths.
Starting out with the first ban for a behemoth matchup as well will be the Buck, which is pretty common on the map of Clubhouse with there being so much verticality you can set up, especially for that basement floor bomb site, which can be very challenging to attack without it. Luckily, you still have the sledge, but having the range vertical breach and having two of them at the same time, both the Buck and sledge in combination, well, would limit things quite heavily for FaZe Clan. But one thing I haven't mentioned yet, I know on the desk I said I were to predict FaZe Clan, and I gave up my oh so valuable percentage rating if they were to lose, but I'm deciding I'm going to double down. I went on the mainstream and I put in all of my channel points for them to win.
Nice.
I'm really hoping they can get in this dub against Team
Nice.
Liquid, who have looked unstoppable.
That's commitment right there, John. I love that. All of the channel points on the table, prediction percent on the table. Oh, man. Hopefully we can get this one started in a second. Looks like we may have lost another player in the lobby, though. So as soon as we get him back, we are going to get into this game. Gosh, trust me, for all of you at home wanting this one to start, yelling casters start the game, I promise you, we are spamming the button. Like, the button that we have here, we are spamming it. But it's just, I don't know what's going on. Maybe there's a little bit of latency because it's all the way in Brazil, but it's not working. But as soon as we get that button fixed, this game will start because we are as desperate to get into this map as you are. We've hyped it up a lot. We've talked so much about what could be, and now we want to see what will actually be here on Clubhouse. As a reminder, Team Liquid, the entry demons that they have been through 2 play days so far, they will be starting things off on the defensive side, and FaZe, they haven't been so hot on the entry, but they have a chance to course correct. They'll be starting out on the attack, and if they want to set the pace, if they want to come into this game, get fired up, much like we are, and absolutely take this fight to Liquid, it is well within their right to do so. We saw the Monty ban. That's worth talking about, right? That's not something you typically see on this map, but it is also something that is reasonable to eliminate if you're scared of what the opposition could bring, right? A Monty, it can change how the entire round is played on an attacking and defensive standpoint. You've got to reposition. You've got to allocate utility to a position like that. And when attacking something like CCTV, pushing through Garage, taking that Raptors control, a Monty is such a vital weapon that I think both of these teams are going to be just happy enough that he is taken off the board. So we'll see exactly what we see in place, but you always have to remember, when you do choose to ban an operator, what you ban is important, but what you didn't ban is just as important. With a Buck Monty ban, a combination you don't normally see on this map, that leaves up all the hard breachers. That leaves up Thatcher. That leaves up Habana. That leaves the potential of the Flores to come into play. There is still so much on the table that, at least on this first half, FaZe should be able to leverage as best they can. So we'll see.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jonah, but did we see a Mira ban as well towards the very end? I don't think we ended up seeing that actually happen. So if that's the case, unless we double check back when we get into the lobby itself, that could also allow for the anchor to still be quite successful. We saw how effective a Mira was the last time Clubhouse was in play today. That was just 2 matches ago, Black Dragons versus Tropic House. And those Mira windows provided so much information, not only on the bomb site itself, But when you had the defenders of Tropicaus actually try to extend up above and try to hold on to that roam for as long as humanly possible, the mirror windows were a very important role because of that. If they're able to be intact here for the defensive side, that could give Liquid a lot of opportunities on their defensive half, despite there being also several other options that FaZe would have to maybe destroy them with the help of Thatcher and all the ranged hard breach they can deploy.
I'm going back and taking a look at the stats from our earlier clubhouse as well. I'm trying to see if there's any sort of regional patterns that are emerging with this map in terms of the sites that teams are hoping to pull out and the sites that have generally been more advantageous. But the fact of the matter is, in that earlier Black Dragons Tropicaus matchup, it really was just Tropicaus dominance, and it's hard to really pull any valuable statistics from that. The Black Dragons attacking win, the only one that they were able to secure, came on the basement site. Aside from that, it was just, I mean, play after play where Tropicaus took the defensive wins on almost every single site. So a lot of speculating. Trust me, we're hoping to get this into this game as soon as we can, but there's only so much we can theorize about before this one actually begins. We're still looking at a team in Liquid that has been very successful through the first two play days. We highlighted Volps, 6-3 on the entry, incredible KD overall. I think above a 3.0 KD at this point. And then you've got someone like Palu, who is also putting up impressive numbers, flawless on the entry. And on the other side in FaZe, KDS, he's that entry player. He's that force that FaZe are trying to get into the building right away. Problem is, the results just have not been there for him. He's been 0-4 on the entry thus far, something he'll be looking to remedy. We're also looking to remedy our tech issues. We're trying to get into this one as fast as we can. I promise you, we'll try to get this started as soon as humanly possible. Another short break awaits us though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. It is time. We're finally into the game. And we've got another hype intro to do it. We played the intro twice. We've baited you twice. You've been farming the heck out of those drops. But now it is time to get into the game. I'm Jonah. I'm here with my good friend John Fellow Seach, and we are going to close out the day for you with a bang. It's Liquid. It's FaZe. We're here on Clubhouse. John, let's get into it.
We waited a long time for this game to finally start up, but eventually, third time will be the charm as FaZe Clan start on their attacking half of Clubhouse, looking to go for a top-to-bottom clear, which is incredibly common when the basement floor bomb site is selected by your opponents. You got Nesk currently playing as the Solus, able to gather a little bit of info as to when FaZe Clan are looking to scout them out via those drones, and able to waste a bit more time and resources because of it, while a majority of Team Liquid is still bunkered up in the bomb site itself. It'll be Nesk and Palu's job to try to waste as many seconds as possible, while also maybe looking to take a gunfight.
Yeah, the beauty of the Solus here on Rafters is that he can keep an eye on every little piece of information being thrown his way by the attack, right? If there's a drone at his feet, he'll know it. If there's a player droning outside garage, he'll know it. That's such a powerful position for the Solus to maintain. But look at this, a little surprise from Handy. Jumps in and gets the opener on the fadeaway. He gets down, but Volps gets clapped from behind. FaZe have jumped into this map explosively, and they've taken 2 kills as a result.
Ooh, almost another one there lined up for Team Liquid, but Cyber, what a beautiful play on the Ash, leaving just only resets to fend for himself by the bottom of blue. Handy, still injured, but can most likely get picked back up now that you see FaZe Clan forcing away all the roamers in this position, allowing a 4 versus 1 to erupt in the face of Team Liquid as they start on Clubhouse.
What a turn of events. Way to just decimate this defense. Cyber does it all. You start with Handy, and then Cyber takes the reins, steamrolling his way into this map and doing it all himself. What a round from FaZe Clan. Liquid got torn apart every single time they tried to fight back.
What an effective clear by FaZe Clan as well. You've got the plat wall being opened up while someone's pushing garage, and you cannot forget about the importance of having someone push in from that jacuzzi side of the map as well. Whether it's from the wall itself, whether it's from a window leading into master or construction, having someone in that part of the map to then assist for the cash defenders is exactly what FaZe Clan needed to secure those trades and have Cyber get a 4K, with half of those kills, or almost all of them, being on the roam clear. What an impressive job by FaZe Clan to start out on the right foot, with Cyber just doing God's work for that top to bottom presence.
Yeah, you know a roam goes badly when everyone is dead except for one player and he's alone on the site. Like, that's exactly how that round started. It's exactly how the round ended. FaZe Clan just tore apart the roam. Any extension that Liquid tried to maintain, they said absolutely not. Not here on Clubhouse. Not today. Resets was the last player standing, and there was nothing he could do to slow down the FaZe Clan onslaught. What a start to Clubhouse. And, well, we talked so much about making a statement in the opening round, setting the tone of this best of 1, and FaZe Clan have certainly done that with a explosive opening start. So Liquid, they're now going to shift things up. We're not heading to Church and Arsenal again. We go to the top floor. We go to Gym and Master in an effort for Team Liquid to bounce back.
Yet another extension here at the top of Cash and Red stairs. You've got a deployable shield to help assist Nest in case someone's lurking around from that first floor, but there's no utility actually around the deployable shield. So if it's someone like KDS who leads that front, maybe even Cyber on the Ash, that deployable shield could be destroyed. And if that is also synced up with someone pushing aggressively from CCTV room, you could see Nesk maybe forced to take a gunfight he's not all too prepared for, despite having a lot of info with those black eye cameras and a C4 that could keep a few attackers at a distance.
Well, you can see that this round is already a much slower cadence than the last. Liquid are not as extended, and FaZe Clan, well, they're not as in the face of this attack. The defense, I suppose. Volps, the first player to strike, will be all the way down in the basement at the moment, keeping a weather eye on FaZe Clan as they try to work their way in. Just one roamer, but one kill has already been found from that position. FaZe Clan now hoping to prevent any further danger from happening. Palu, the coverage onto the player on the gym window has now allowed resets to get the bandit trick off. What a combination. Good support from Palu, and that's going to make things even worse for FaZe.
Not only that, but Vidaking didn't even have a chance to stop the bandit trick once that gym window player was shut down. He put his charge in the middle of the wall, making it even easier for resets as he no longer needed to take that 50-50 gamble. It was going to connect no matter what. KDS connects with a refrag there, but Volps with a massive flank shuts him down before he finds another on the Iana, leaving just Vidaking and Souls left to fend for themselves. Very little info and even less time to work with.
Just taking up this position on the middle balcony and maybe hoping that Liquid will take a fight and expose themselves to these windows. We'll have to rate that, though, as unlikely. Palu will have to keep an eye on this construction push. You've got this single panel breach and somebody just staffing it outside. But yeah, they don't know where Palu is. Souls is now the last alive, and can he even get in that breach? He can, absolutely. It was an exothermic charge placed, but he really actually won't get much progress into the site as he gets quickly taken care of. It's Palu with a double to close out the round as he was left unnoticed, undiscovered over on that cash side. Team Liquid, they equalize.
And that's the Palu and Volps we need to see in this matchup to keep it even, if not score the advantage against FaZe Clan. The buddy ace essentially for the dynamic duo as well on Team Liquid, as you had the opener secured by Volps, only then to use the basement floor bomb site to rotate back up above and stop that lurk from becoming a huge threat over from that CCTV side of the map, killing the Iana of KDS as they were just at the top of red stairs. Not only that, but Palu providing ample coverage for resets to get that bandit trick and make sure that FaZe Clan do not have another opening to get into the building that's oh so close to the bomb site of gym and bedroom, and also rotating around once there's more info, provided that FaZe Clan are desperately trying to get in the building from that construction side of the map. Really well done by Team Liquid to make sure that FaZe Clan don't get away with too much starting out this first half.
Well, here's my question now. That we go back to basement, that we see this site that we saw in the first round again, what kind of changes are Liquid going to make? And I think already by the operator selection, those changes are pretty dramatic. No Solus, no operator that's going to be that dedicated roamer. Instead, the Echo, the Mira, the Wamai, the Warden, so much of this defense just going to be focused on holding down the basement and not much else. Maybe we'll see somebody extended over towards the secret stairs, maybe somebody in garage for a moment, but this is not a roaming or extension lineup. This is a turtle lineup if I've ever seen one. They are going to go for the complete 180 strategy-wise after FaZe Clan tore them apart in that first round. Instead, they're going patient, they're going passive, and they're going to wait for FaZe Clan to make the first move.
The only concern I could really see with this lineup, besides obviously giving FaZe Clan a lot of time to set up this top to bottom clear, is not having any impacts to trick that triple wall, for example, which could be a really good asset for FaZe Clan to have once they eventually realize the entire first and top floor are up for grabs. You still have to worry about the Cade, who could try to trick this wall against a Selma charge, but for now, FaZe Clan, they see a little more focus with getting maybe some of these hatches opened up by both the stock side and also Moda side of the map. And then if they have time to spare, they could walk down main stairs and potentially get that triple wall opened up. Again, especially since the only thing they have to really worry about are those K-Claws, which are currently focused on getting the hatch from being opened up, but the impact, or the regular EMP, pardon, by Souls, is more than enough to stop it.
Yeah, EMP deployed and good timing as well. The Electro Claw trick, which we did see successful earlier in our previous iteration of Clubhouse just today, it's not going to be successful in round number 3. That means the hatch is open wide and FaZe Clan have another opportunity to push down into the site. They can drop Moto, they can work their way down main stairs, and I'm just worried about that kitchen presence. Do they have that hatch opened up, or do they even want to consider going this way? Clearly, Cyber's going to send that drone in and just to get a bit of information. Whether or not they're going to drop down into kitchen or pressured that way is still unknown.
Still 50 seconds to do that, but definitely seems like the big focus here on this execute has got to be Moto. Here comes the drop by Cyber. Let's hope it works out for him.
Yeah, pushing all the way in. A key fragger the last time we were here. It'll be Souls to start it off this time, but Cyber will quickly follow that one up. Next we'll get one. KDS dropped. Just trying to see what Team Liquid can do to really bounce back here. They are pushed back, pretty much forced off the site. Pretty much other than Lagonis, he's still in a pretty good spot. So is Palu. They can still fight this. And 15 seconds means that FaZe Clan, they gotta push up into some awkward spots. Lagonis rounds the corner, and he simply doesn't have an option to make it work there. Got a little messy towards the late round for FaZe, but they will get the kills they need to deny Liquid from having a successful basement defense at all.
And speaking of which, Jonah, there really was no denial for the execute that FaZe Clan was going for. In almost seconds it took for them to get that triple wall. They immediately co-respond with having two attackers rotate inside of stock to play off of that hatch and also creep their way down the blue stairs. So that mirror window we saw, I believe it was not Lagonis holding, but the Wamai holding for a long portion of time. He couldn't really be all that effective, especially since he had no impact grenades, or there was just not a different person holding that mirror with a C4 to stop anyone from sitting behind the black or brown box to maybe force that post-plant position. Really good job by FaZe Clan to punish Team Liquid for, again, just not having a lot of denial once those walls actually get opened up.
But basement has not worked out for Liquid so far. That's 2 attempts on Armory and Church, and we are going to head back upstairs after both attempts down below have been unsuccessful. We saw a gym and bedroom go their way, so it'll be CCTV and cache this time, since the other top floor site remains locked. This site, again, could play out very similarly to gym and bedroom if FaZe Clan elect to clear horizontally, enter through the opposite side of that top floor and work their way across. But more often than not, you're going to see the focus on garage and on that platform wall. Step 1, get that wall opened up, see everybody in the site and try to force them out. And step 2, take control of rafters, take control of garage. They're going to have to do that without a Monty, again, since we saw that operator banned earlier. But they still have plenty of utility, plenty of nades, 2 in the hands of KDS, 2 in the hands of Handy, to make that work if they need to.
Still just waiting, I think, to get the single wall opened up, maybe looking for the bandit battery that's currently placed in that general vicinity. It'll be Souls' job to try to move that with the Maverick blowtorch, and eventually he'll do so. Luckily, Vidiking can just rappel on top of that wall, so his feet will not be exposed to this opening his Maverick has just made. Now the entire wall blown up, allowing a new entryway here for FaZe Clan. But that's not the only direction they probably want to go for in this round. Maybe trying to force out some of these roamers by the top of rafters like Ness, where he's currently holding as the castle, and also rotating around at some point too to also add a bit more pressure towards that construction side of the map, not just from the single wall.
Nesk isn't afraid to get a bit aggressive here. Even with the UMP in his hand, he's going to take that fight to anybody willing to swing that garage door. Since that castle barricade was breached, he's been keeping an eye on this, but no one on FaZe Clan has yet to challenge. Instead, their focus remains on this platform wall, on making some progress, making some inroads into that construction side, as Lagonis has now discovered with that Echo drone. That was just a Gemini. It was not actually Handy in position, but it does indicate that FaZe might be looking to pressure from the back. Still, only 1 minute to go, and this pressure in the garage side is yet to be realized.
KDS really hoping he can win this gunfight, but he's got backed up by Handy as he barges in, but Volps is here as well from the top of rafters. A double kill for the Wamai. Resets finds an important gunfight as well, and all of a sudden, Team Liquid, they reset against FaZe Clan as they're down 2.
Volps just saved that round straight up. FaZe just immediately swung into the site, totally catching Liquid off guard. If not for Volps, that round is lost. But thanks to him, it is just Vidiking, the last player that stands against 3 with only 25 seconds left to work with. 1 kill is found, but he still has to get this diffuser on the ground or find the 2 kills, and, well, yeah, that diffuse is not going to happen. Volps will deny him yet again, and the player who was instrumental in saving Liquid from going down another round will finish it out with a kill, tying us up at 2-2, but Liquid not as clean as they would have liked.
And FaZe Clan, unfortunately, not as clean when it came to trying to clear out that garage position by the top of rafters. Sure, they got rid of Nest by Handy, just barging in through CCTV room, but they still had to account for Volps, and unfortunately KDS was not quick enough to get that trade. Still having garage control, you can deny almost every single planting position from both Cash and CCTV, leading FaZe Clan to try to hold their heads a little bit lower than high up, and just hope that they can maybe win a couple of gunfights if Team Liquid get a bit too aggressive, which they were more than happy to remain passive in the last couple of seconds. And even adding insult to injury, having resets on that flank, I believe, last second as well, put the final nail in the coffin for him.
Yeah, resets was also a key instrument in denying that quick entry. But, I mean, first of all, FaZe, great job reading that situation and realizing that they had an opportunity to kind of spring into action. They felt that they had an opening on that platform wall to take care of the Raptors player. They did. They absolutely had an opening there. I think the one thing they did not account for, though, was that Volps was tucked underneath that Raptors window, and Resets was still hanging around. I think he swung from either that cash door or top red, but taking a position where once that rush, that little inject into the site was called out, they both could swing around simultaneously and get the trades. Volps ended up shutting down the player who walked in garage as well. So a critical double kill, and Resets tacking on for another. Only one kill so far, but a very important kill in round number 4. So Team Liquid haven't found comfortable footing yet by any means. This has shaped up so far, at least, to be that behemoth battle that we saw coming.
Really surprised to see Lagonis, the player, to be extended over in Red Stairs. Having those yokai drones available for the plant denial can be so beneficial, especially given the context of what site we're playing on here for Team Liquid. But as soon as he arrived here in red, he actually falls back. So now you can have FaZe Clan begin to enter the building successfully. A little bit of information given off because of that for Team Liquid. But I believe at the bomb site, being over in Orange Stage, as long as FaZe Clan can make sure no one is able to recontest that construction side of the map, they could maybe try to force some sort of post-plant position. But of course, they have to worry about Palu, who's still playing in that basement. He could be a really big factor in this round if he can land a successful flank.
Right, especially on that Solus. He can keep an eye on those flank drones. He knows what paths are likely safe to take back to the site or behind the attacker push, and he knows where he might have to just sit back and wait. He can kind of make that decision on the fly. On the other hand, you do have some information being provided by Lagonis with those echo drones to bolster that kind of information, but info's only going to get you so far if Cyber is just running through this map and taking some kills. He's going to get another one. That one onto Volps to open this one up, so the castle, his use in this round will expire. Of course, those castle barricades have already been placed down. It really was just the gun that you were hoping for at this point, but the man advantage secured by FaZe Clan, that is definitely going to help their efforts going forward.
But at least for Team Liquid, they still have a yokai available. Sure, they know where Lagonis is playing at, but he's so far away from the action, no one might be able to push him effectively unless Cyber can hit a huge play here from Bathroom.
Where is this defense, though? The bomb's going down, and we're not seeing them spring into action in time. The plant did get denied, though. Resets will finish the kill onto Vidic King, but they're all getting cut down before they can retake. An odd defense there from Liquid, a more passive hold than we would normally expect on that top floor. And while maybe the idea, the plan of attack would have been sound, FaZe Clan read into it and just countered it. Textbook.
Unfortunately, too, with the yokais being visible no matter what now, they're much easier to spot out. So once he saw the first concussive blast be thrown at the Ace trying to get that plant down, he immediately sprang up, shot the drone. Now there's no more info or really any ability to stop that plant unless Resets gets hyper aggressive, which sure, he did exactly that and ended up killing the planter. But FaZe Clan had so many bodies available to them, they ended up just refragging almost immediately. Someone else took the place of that Ace player and just ended up getting that diffuser down regardless. So we're close to doing so in round number 5. And also, again, Cyber's impact being that lurk role, able to make sure that Echo as well, Lagonis can't have all too much impact once his Echo drones have been destroyed, was also very beneficial for FaZe. Really everything accounted for, especially when it came to someone trying to lurk or flank last minute as well, which could have been a huge problem too.
Well, FaZe have retaken the lead here on Clubhouse, and Team Liquid, they really need this final defensive round. Would love to go into their own attacking half at an even split. Pretty typical split for Clubhouse either way. This map has generally been more even than defensive-sided in recent years, but there's no question that FaZe Clan have come to play, and Liquid, They're being tested, really, for the first time in this Brazil League Stage 1. 2 back-to-back victories. Week 1, Week 2, no problem. Play to number 3. Their first test. FaZe will begin this round by opening up several different entry points on this map, including that Logi hatch that we're looking at Lagonis now keeping an eye on.
That's the only person here to really fend over this side of the map between both CCTV and that potential red stairs walk up. A single deployable shield as well to assist him. Now Paulo has joined on the action too, so it's a little bit more of a defensive prowess here by Team Liquid, but still, if they need to fall back, they have the option to do so. But it doesn't really seem like Nesk is all too willing to do exactly that just yet. Might try to look for some sort of opening gunfight. Having that black eye camera available to him over inside of Garage, he can perfectly locate where someone's pushing up from the top of that Raptors to take at least some sort of advantage in an engagement if he wants to do so.
Slower round so far for FaZe, but this is where Cyber makes his move. He knows there's someone in construction. He looks away at just the wrong time. Doesn't matter though, because KDS is there. He provides the coverage, and he goes for 2. He's good for them both. Volps just goes for way too much and overexposes himself to a very comfortable Yana. That's 2 kills for KDS, 2 kills up in this round for FaZe.
Now you got to worry about Ness maybe trying to have to play for a retake here. Expects KDS to walk up red stairs, perfectly shut down, but now the flash grenades come into effect. The mirror window taken care of as well too. Now Palu, he's got to go for a risky play here. Does he want to fall back or double down and try to assist Nesk, who are still roaming? But again, for FaZe Clan, there's still 2 roamers off the bomb site. They could maybe try to ignore both Nesk and Palu and just go direct. They've got the man advantage to do so.
And they know where Lagonis is. You're seeing him pinned down, getting torn apart by bullets here. Cyber's going to make his push. He is inside Gym right now, and he can cut off these roamers from getting back. Just as you said, he's got his eye on this construction door. The question is, can he get this kill? Under 30 seconds. Cyber making his move. He's joined by Souls now. You've got Handy top main. Now the bomb is going down. What is Nesk going to be able to do? He can spray out the window. He can try to make something happen, but when it comes down to it, FaZe have got this bomb site on lock. Nesk, he'll get 1. Now it's a 1v2, but now the bomb is down, and he needs to step up. Around the corner, it is Cyber again to tack on another kill and to give FaZe Clan a dominant 4-2 half to start out Clubhouse. What a way to begin.
Perfect call by FaZe Clan. After securing 2 gunfight wins on their roam clear, they figure, well, we know Nesk is top red because he just killed KDS a moment ago, and there is someone to actually assist him over by CCTV room, so let's try to ignore them, try to win this one-on-one race and get into the bomb site before they can fall back into it to actually stop us from getting this diffuser down. So they end up getting the jacuzzi wall opened up. They also push in from logistics as well and beat FaZe back on the retake, or beat Liquid, sorry, back on the retake, as you have Cyber holding that angle inside of the construction doorway. The plant is going down as well. Sure, a Capcan does end up securing 1 kill, but they've got more than enough wiggle room already having that site control and in a post-plant position. Perfectly read by FaZe Clan to secure a well-needed 4-2 half, but unfortunately, that throws us into a technical pause. I guess we're not out of that just yet, Joe.
Yeah, still the tech pauses will curse us on our final game of the day, given that we have had so few pauses up until this point. Only makes sense that we have 150 pauses in this last game. But this does give us time at the halfway mark to talk about the patterns that we've seen emerge. Because one of the biggest talking points coming into this game, at least for me, was the dramatic entry discrepancy between these 2 teams. It was Liquid on top by a mile. And what we've seen so far on Clubhouse is a complete reversal of those expectations. Let me take you through it. Round number 1, FaZe opener, they won the round. Round number 2, Liquid, they got the opener and they were able to win the round. But from that point forward, FaZe got every single opening pick. Souls got it in round 3, Handy got it in round 4, Cyber got it in round 5, and KDS got it in round 6. Every single player on this roster right now for FaZe is comfortable and is vibing and is getting these kills. It's completely opposite of what we may have expected. We were gassing up Volps and Palu coming into this, and while again it is only halftime and I'm confident Liquid are going to fight back, only Volps has received a single opening kill credit. Palu has not been involved in any of those engagements. At least he's not been on the winning side of those engagements. And in a game where the opening kill can often dictate the victor, FaZe are absolutely doing what they need to do.
And it's a good sign for FaZe Clan having every single attacker fire on all cylinders as well, no matter what position you're trying to hold, whether trying to open up a new avenue as you're the hard reacher or being that first entry. No matter what, you're prepared for a gunfight and you're willing to take that. That has been a huge boon for FaZe Clan on their attacking half, and hopefully they can keep that up moving on the defensive side as well. As for Liquid, they haven't really found a way to stump FaZe Clan just yet in this matchup, besides, round number 2, going back to that, where Volps found a beautiful opening kill against Cyber, who just had a hell of a round a moment before that, back in round number 1, securing that quadra kill. That also allowed everyone else on Team Liquid to slow down FaZe Clan. They weren't even able to open up that jacuzzi wall for a gym attack. It just was not a good look for FaZe Clan in that second round. But I guess we can talk more about the second half of this matchup, Jonah, since the technical pause has finally eclipsed and we're ready to get back into the action. The basement floor bomb site being selected first here for FaZe Clan, where they have a fairly similar lineup to what Team Liquid was implementing the last time they brought this site into play, except now you do have a couple of impacts, but also you have even more info by FaZe Clan, as they not only have the mirror window and yokai that we saw by Team Liquid, but also Handy is on the Valkyrie to implement both the black eye cameras and the previously mentioned impact grenade.
When we saw this site, as you point out, John, from Liquid, we saw 2 attempts, both unsuccessful, both with dramatic differences in the overall approach. First time, extension, roam, covering as much ground on the map as they could, that backfired. Second time, they went with a completely different operator lineup and were solely focused on the anchor game. The lineup we're seeing right now from FaZe is a little bit in between. It's a hybrid of those 2 strategies, because you've got someone like KDS and Handy who are on operators where they could, in theory, be going with a little bit of an extension, playing a little bit of a roam. But someone like Cyber, Vidiking, Souls, they are going to be down on the site playing support most likely. In theory, Handy and KDS could also be down below as well, but they do have a little bit of flexibility given their utility, given that operator selection that we see in front of us. But for now, that's not what we need to focus on. Instead, we need to shift that focus to Liquid, because not only are they on the attack now and they have the responsibility to get this one started and get into the building, but they're down by 2 rounds. They have to have a successful attacking half here if they want to put themselves on top.
FaZe Clan using a couple of reinforcements for that top floor extension you mentioned quite well, Jonah. I did leave the dirt wall soft, so maybe you could have an attacker lurk from that position later in the round. But for the time being, Liquid is still focused on doing a full top to bottom clear, with, I believe now, everyone on FaZe Clan falling off at the very least to top floor, maybe having a couple of people still prowling about by main stairs, but nope. That also gets droned out and is clear, so Liquid will now hop into the building, and luckily for them, they have a proper vertical player. We didn't see a lot of Sledge in play for FaZe Clan on their first half, but for Team Liquid, they're more than happy to implement him on this top to bottom clear, not only having the hatches opened up by the Habana Skyrush charge, but also having Palu again work those angles to allow for a kitchen execute to maybe happen and also thrive.
Well, I know you mentioned the importance of the Black Eye Camera's Yokai drone information combination on the FaZe Clan side, but I will point out, still 6 drones left for Team Liquid, which is pretty good considering they are only at a minute left in the round. So in theory, they should also have a lot of intel to play with when they want to go for this eventual push. The danger, of course, is that information can only get you so far, especially when you're staring against these mirror windows that can be so deadly.
But Volps, an even deadlier angle against Cyber. Sure, they've got info, someone's dropped down in an oil pit, but now in terms of coverage, it's a little more lackluster now. If we were to see this kitchen execute come under full way, and Nesk as well getting a bit deeper down blue, this could be the final call.
Yep, here it goes. They're going to make the call and make the push. Volps and Palu will each get 1 here and now turn this into a 4v2 situation. This reinforcement means that Handy doesn't have the angle onto Volps that he would like. Instead, he's got a wide swing and he walks into the open arms of Resets. Souls now pushing in from dirt. That's too predictable. Volps was ready and shuts it down in turn. Liquid, they'll start things off strong. Successful basement attack under their belts.
Impeccable round by Volps being able to eliminate Cyber, who was on that mirror window looking down in through the oil pit. Eventually, I believe you still had Nesk refragged, but fact of the matter is that was the biggest operator you needed to remove to have those flashbangs still be successful to drop down and get the diffuser potentially on the ground when executing into kitchen. So no longer having someone by that dummy's mirror window, it gives you a lot more space to push into the bomb site and again try to get that diffuser on the ground. And sure, there was an Echo hiding inside of Dirt Tunnel, but if his yokais are either in the opposing bomb site or they're just not available as they might have been destroyed in the round, he's not going to be all too impactful just playing in dirt when you now have someone playing on the hatch, watching his position like a hawk. Really good job by Team Liquid to find the most valuable entry kill and play off of that for their execute.
Well, good on Volps to get on the entry board again. Start to improve that stat line at the very least. And thus, I suppose you could say, in improving the hopes of Team Liquid. With one round down, they will now turn their attention to attacking this top floor as we shift over to the gym and bedroom side for the next defense. FaZe, a similar lineup, right, or at least a similar idea. While it is a different site, they're doing away with the Mira, which again is an operator that you might see on gym and bedroom here and there. But they're bringing out, right, the Frost. They're bringing out the Soulless instead, really giving themselves a bit more options if they wanted to play below. Whereas the Mira might commit you to playing up above on that site, the Soulless gives you some more flexibility to be down in bar, to play by billiards, and to deny that plant in the late round if you need to.
Construction wall opened up. Rest of Team Liquid now moving back a little bit closer towards the CCTV area. Maybe just having someone play on that single wall or just keeping it open for the late round. A cutoff angle could have been really helpful for some of these roamers extended by both Cash and Red Stairs. But as Team Liquid begins to drone out this other half of the top floor, they notice that top red is clear. There is a deployable shield and Frostmat still there. They'll have to break it, but luckily it's been pinged, so it won't be a huge issue. And there's Volt striking by the highway balcony, getting rid of the Jaeger from the equation, as now Team Liquid are taking full advantage of this lack of an extension.
Yeah, they can move through Cash with really no resistance, and that means that they can start pressuring the site very early. Look at Nesk, for example. He's already in. King had no idea, totally catching him off guard, and Nesk is good for 2. He'll take care of Souls and shut him down. Cyber taking a load of bullets here on the flank, and he gets one, but it doesn't matter because guess what? Nesk, he finished off KDS. That means Cyber is alone in a 1v4, and resets is good for the last one. Liquid, they continue their attacking success, and with that, tie us up at 4-4.
And off the bat of perfect information and playing off that intel as well. You had the Thatcher beginning to drone his way up to the top floor, or at least being droned in by someone, allowing Ness to just creep his way all the way through construction and say, you know what? I've got coverage over by the highway balcony. Luckily, I've got my Dokibio Volts to cover over that. He just secured an opening gunfight against Handy, so let's just continue to up the ante on this aggression, and maybe I can catch somebody on a bad rotate as they finally put 2 and 2 together that we've eventually pushed our way in through Cash and are looking to execute. He ends up winning that one-on-run foot race and racks up a couple of kills in the process of doing so. And like you mentioned, Jonah, you've got Liquid finally tying things out, and a timeout being eventually called now by FaZe Clan as well, because they've realized that they're not going to be able to get away with making small mistakes like that. They have to be a little more confrontational against the gun-skilled teams such as Liquid.
Yeah, for all the success that FaZe Clan had on their own attacking side, at the end of the day, now we are dead even. None of that earlier success matters. You've got to start anew. It's tied up at 4, and FaZe Clan, after the timeout, had to make a decision of what bomb site they wanted to play here. And much like we saw Team Liquid do on their half, they're going to reattempt basement, and they're going to change up the philosophy. Away with the Mira. Away with the Echo. Instead, bring out a roaming heavy core. You've got the Soulless in the hands of, well, Handy. You've got the King bringing out Alibi. KDS on the Legion. These key roaming operators that are incredible fragging threats. that also have utility to support that roam game. So the difference is, rather than getting in the building for free and getting down into kitchen, opening up that hatch for free, Liquid, they will now need to fight for every inch of map control if they want to.
Like the change up here by Team Liquid as well, after realizing that FaZe Clan are a little more focused on roaming in this side of Church and Arsenal. Once again, the dirt wall is soft, so you could have either Palu or potentially Volts try to rotate around and end up finding that new opening into the bomb site later in the round. But more specifically, having resets on the Nook could maybe allow for someone to creep their way in through Trip, so long as they could deal with Handy, as I believe he's still playing in that general vicinity. Yes, he is. So he could potentially hard counter the Nook if they had to push in from that position, but also Nook being able to lurk without any fear of info from those black eye or default cameras could find a really nasty angle early in the round, and I think he's just done that. He's inside a bar, and his teammates are not too far behind him either.
Yeah, the roam clear we theorized is not coming. Instead, it's a rush. Palu, what a shot onto Souls, long range, just in the nick of time as well. This now means that FaZe Clan need to quickly go back to the site. If they don't, it's over. And if they do, it might be over anyway. Good coverage from Lagonis to take down Handy as he retreats. Lagonis will now try to get this bomb down, and there is nothing that FaZe Clan can do to stop it. Both KDS and Vidiking are off the site. They need to get back and make a move quickly, or maybe group up, something to play coordinated to retake this site. It's a 2v3. They're on the back foot, and there's a player up above establishing vertical. That's going to be Volts. KDS creeps his way through the back, whips around, and takes care of Ness. That's one, but still two more to find. Other side for Vidiking, loses that to Lagonis, but traded, and now it's the vertical play we talked about. All Volts has to do is stay alive. KDS, you see him panicking. He knows that he just has to stick this to Fuse, and Volts knows it doesn't matter. An easy angle and an easy headshot. Team Liquid take their third round in a row.
And we talked about the importance of info last round, but for round number 10, that's even easier to notice. Team Liquid, they spotted out in the prep phase what kind of composition FaZe Clan were running and realized the site. It could be up for grabs. Let's all try to rush together, go down main stairs, and force the defenders to retake and play as their own pseudo-attackers. Once that diffuser goes down, you've got Resets leading the charge on his lurk. He notices the bar is completely vacant of defenders, while the rest of the offense pushes their way in from kitchen. They don't even bother to execute from the hatch, as that could be a potential fallback point for FaZe Clan to use and maybe disable that diffuser. So instead, they all push down the main stairs once again. Resets will watch the flank as the Nook, so they can't even gather info on them once they begin to push back towards the bomb site, and everyone else is just bunkered up in the basement waiting for FaZe Clan to make the final move, which eventually leads into a 1v1 with the disable not even getting close to being completed. Team Liquid, what a call and what an execute of that round.
The great thing about this game so far, John, is that not only have we seen differing defensive philosophies, we've also seen differing attacking philosophies, right? I mean, on that site alone, when Liquid went for the roam, FaZe Clan, they were confident in their ability to clear the roam, and they picked apart Liquid by the seams. This time, when it was Liquid's turn to attack the same setup, or a similar setup at least, instead of clearing out the roam and taking care of FaZe Clan like that, they decided to skip it. They snuck their way in that first floor, they snuck their way into the basement, and although it's something that FaZe Clan have seen plenty of times, it's still something incredibly difficult to counter. Because all of a sudden, you've got to rotate back, and Liquid are lying in wait. Shall we shift things up again? We are also repeating gym and bedroom once again, as FaZe Clan want to make something they've already tried work. If they can get this to work, they'll tie us up. We'll have a little freedom of where they want to go next. But last time we were here, Liquid managed to win it.
Shockingly enough, there's no impact EMPs, no regular EMPs at that matter too. It's just going to be these frag grenades to potentially remove these Kaid claws, which Souls, I believe, for a moment was Kaid tricking. So this could allow this jacuzzi wall to remain intact for the defense to use against Team Liquid. So far, that seems to be doing the trick as of right now, as the rest of Liquid is looking for new opportunities to work that opening gunfight. Ness will deploy his second frag grenade, and eventually I believe they get rid of both Kaid claws, but still, that wasted a lot of time and resources by Liquid, and they find a nitro cell opening, perfectly done by Souls, good for two.
Well, the Candelas come in and Resets tries to hop in off the back of it, but as you can see, he's downed. It didn't work at all. It leaves Palu alone to fight against 4, now 3 defenders after he took care of Souls. But he's got a full minute to work with, but it simply doesn't matter. He needs to do a lot, and getting down that diffuser is not going to be a realistic goal. He could opt to find these frags in the next 50 seconds. He also could opt to hang back and talk this over with his team. Unclear exactly what his intent is at the moment, but he just doesn't have enough information to work with. Maybe he thought for a second that somebody from FaZe would come dropping down the hatch and trying to hunt him down and kill him, but that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing a more passive FaZe clan, just holding their positions. Handy holding his position in cash and winning from that very spot. Round 10 goes the way of FaZe Clan. The return to gym and bedroom, it pays off.
And with that jacuzzi wall never being opened up, or at least took way too long to open up, that allows Souls to get hyper aggressive against that highway window player who's looking in through gym, trying to bring out those grenades that being Nest. Souls just doubling down in that position. They found a triple kill on the round overall, being able to not only kill the person by that gym window, but also pivoting back once the jacuzzi wall is opened up to then reassess that threat across the map. And with the plan A just backfiring for Team Liquid, they have to try to bounce back into 1 versus 3, and FaZe Clan will keep things tied, going back to bar and stage, which we haven't seen them bring out just yet on this half of the match. We did see Liquid bring this out earlier in this best of 1.
Yes, Liquid tried this. It did not work. Earlier today, we also saw defense try this, and it also did not work. It's a tough site to defend. It really is. Because there's almost no way to deny the attacking team from walking into bar from the main door. I mean, that's usually where the attack is going to come from. They can open up the stock wall, they can work their way in from garage, they can just walk in the main double door, but either way, they're going to be in the site. The question is, and the real factor that will determine if you can win this round as a defensive team or not, is do you have a way to deny the plant? Or if it goes down, do you have an effective plan of retaking? Generally, that's going to come down to your ability to hold the top floor. Assuming you've got the right angles set up down to the site below, you can deny the plant, you can deny most of the coverage of that plant, and you should set yourself up well for a retake if you have to make it happen. Unfortunately, what we've seen for defensive teams is that their attacking opponents have just taken firm control of that top floor with relative ease so far today, and it just hasn't been enough to hold them off.
There's that jacuzzi wall opened up. Seems like for Team Liquid, they're opting to bring out a little bit of impacting force, starting out from that portion of the map rather than the usual plat wall overtake for this top floor clear. Handy as well, trying to destroy a little bit of info here, gets a bit more aggressive towards that rotation hole. He's got backup by Souls as well and a load of natural cover here, but you can really tell that Liquid, they're making FaZe Clan uncomfortable, and they're trying to force them to take gunfights that could maybe leave them exposed, but seems to be more of a bait and switch here by Team Liquid. They are honestly playing with their food at this point.
Yeah, they haven't capitalized on that discomfort, as you phrased it, John. We've seen FaZe Clan swinging wide, but we just haven't seen Liquid peeking them back. Finally, the first exchange will occur, but it'll favor FaZe Clan, as it was Handy who found the first one. Souls will go for 2, and Palu, although he is able to get 1 back, I mean, at what cost? Now his teammate has lost his life. Now he has lost his life, and FaZe Clan, just like that, have taken the lead.
Pushing into the thick of that extension on the top floor did not bode well for Team Liquid whatsoever, forcing them to go for a timeout, as overtime, I believe, could be 1 round away if they're able to reset the momentum here. FaZe Clan, now they're the ones back in the lead finally after having a rather successful roam extension for that bar stage defense. And I'm a little shocked that we saw everyone completely give up Jacuzzi, and especially that gym window, until it was far too late. They were more focused on trying to have people lurk in from that construction side of the map, which for FaZe Clan, they were still anticipating. Again, construction, it's a high commodity area on the map when bar and stage is at bomb site. So you don't want to give that up for free as a defensive team. So while they're also covering that, they're still focused as well by that jacuzzi side of the map as well. And with them having so much utility stacked up for the top floor, it also becomes rather challenging for Liquid to really find any weaknesses, despite having so many open angles to potentially take 50-50s against FaZe Clan with.
Yeah, it sounds like you're kind of saying Liquid overcomplicated that, right, John? I mean, you open up that jacuzzi wall. Why not take the fights that you've now forced FaZe Clan into? Like, if you're on the rappel holding a pixel angle on that jacuzzi breach, you're probably going to have a better chance in that fight than somebody with their full body exposed in the middle of the hallway, forced to hit you with a wide swing, right? Why choose to have somebody crouch walk into construction or hide on a window when you could take a fight that's probably going to favor you anyway? Hard to know exactly what Liquid had in mind. Obviously, the top floor was the idea, and that's the right idea, but the execution just left a bit to be desired. And FaZe Clan, that's their second round in a row. Liquid took the lead, and now FaZe Clan have taken the lead back. They've put themselves on match point. They still have a chance to walk away with the full 3 points from this game against Liquid right now. And, well, John, your prediction is looking rather good right now.
Job's not finished yet, though, for Team Liquid. Neither is it for FaZe just yet. They still need to confirm this round in the books if myself and the coin were to be correct for this best-of-1 series. FaZe Clan also looking not to, dance with death as much as they were anticipating last time they brought out this bomb site. They're doing yet another bunker hold for the basement floor. As Team Liquid now begin to realize that, they'll start pushing in a little bit faster than previously expected. And one thing to note, the last time we saw bunker defense by FaZe Clan was the immediate death of Cyber on the Warden. If they can keep him alive, if he can be a little more nestled up in that basement and not be as exposed as he was last time to Volps playing above on that kitchen hatch, then there's a chance this Ying pick by Volps could be a little more counterintuitive than actually expected when bringing it out here for this basement floor.
We'll see Lagonis moving on through, joined by 2 teammates now as they look to get these hatches open and establish that control that is very familiar to what we saw in their very first attacking round. No big dramatic roam from FaZe Clan. It's back to the Mira setup. It's back to the patience. So far, no blood. And Liquid, looking to strike first, will be now adding to the vertical destruction on this site from above. Moto hatch opened. The Ying in position to throw some candelas down, and Palu doing what he does best. Just watch out for that nitro cell.
There goes the nade, cooked and ready. No one close by the bomb chassis. That's one position they don't have to worry about. But that C4 you talked about, it's still live and ready by KDS. It could detonate at any given moment, and that could be the opener FaZe Clan will need to try to slow down Liquid, as it's still the 5 versus 5.
Palu looking to get some information before sending in his last grenade. This explosive utility could be so important to get the opening kill on this round and either shut down Team Liquid or open up the site for them. Instead, it'll be the candelas, the flashes that come in through from Volps, forcing this Dirt player back and trying to take this space desperately. There's that C4, though, we talked about. It will strike first, meaning that after the kill from Volps happens, we are even. Now the push begins. Resets. Wins the fight on Vidiking. Volps will push in, totally blindsiding Cyber. A kill from Nesk means that it's a 1v4. Liquid will push us to overtime as a clean basement execute is theirs once again.
Volps, the perfect call as well to rotate into Dirt Tunnel, as it was already opened up in the early round, to go for a bit of a lurk with the help of those candelas. With Cyber already being known to not be inside of Dirt, those candelas can be a literal hard counter for anyone trying to play inside of that portion of the basement floor. Once you had the Jaeger eliminated, now you can start focusing your attention across the other half of Arsenal. Not only that, still holding that cutoff angle deep inside of Dirt, looking through some of those wooden studs as well, can make sure that no one can get past your line of attack if you were to go for a default plant on that B bomb site of Arsenal. That was a perfect call made by Team Liquid. And on top of that, they didn't just put all their eggs into that one basket either. They still had a Maverick lurking down in through Moto as well to take a little bit of pressure off the players that were pushing in from Oil Pit. Really, it was a well synergized attack there by Liquid to grant overtime for themselves.
John, I wouldn't have it any other way. We're going the distance here in our final best of one. What we've kind of all said has been the match of the day between these two behemoths. It's round 13 now upon us, and Liquid have transitioned back to that defensive side. So far this map, it's been attacker-sided, 4-2 both ways. In theory, this should favor FaZe Clan right now, but both teams have had plenty of repetitions now on the defensive side. They should know what they're getting into. We're going to see an interesting approach now from FaZe Clan as they begin this attack, opening up this strip wall and trying to work their way in through this first floor, this direction.
Making sure there's no roamers playing in that vicinity. Having someone in strip last second for a basement floor attack can be very impactful, as if there's no one aware of that, you can maybe hit a nasty flank on someone holding those hatches up above, which have been a pretty common point of interest for both FaZe and Liquid when they've been attacking this basement floor bomb site. But with FaZe Clan putting so much stock into this first floor clear, they've kind of neglected a majority of the second floor, which now they have to refocus their attention to, unless they were to opt to go more direct in this position, which right now no one's trying to open up dirt just this very second, and they're still gathering info near that kitchen spot, so it might seem a little more likely that someone will have to try to push up last second on that top floor or fear the consequences of it.
Well, you see FaZe Clan now, big rotation happening from both Souls and Cyber. They're trying to position over in dirt and open up another approach to this site potentially. Drones coming in, trying to spot out this player in construction. It has. And I don't think Volts knows that he's been spotted. Little pre-fire,
Wow.
and what a shot from KDS. Great drone and a great read on that, shutting down a key fragger for this Liquid team.
Still plenty of info left to be gathered here by FaZe Clan as well. Wondering how effective this dirt push could work because of the fact this castle barricade could prolong FaZe Clan from going in that direction or just flat out giving away their intentions. Souls might have a Gone 6 though at the ready, so he might not need KDS to join him here from this basement floor attack. The rush might be soon to happen as well. There's the drop by the Habana, and it's all lights out potentially.
Here it goes. Resets though, shuts the first one down, and Palu the second. There's still one more attacker stuck in the back of Arsenal right now, and Resets, he knows it. Handy is in an awkward spot, trying to flash his way out of danger, but he may have ended up flashing himself. Yep, he goes down. Resets will take it, and now Vidiking also flashes himself. KDS, it's chaos down below as FaZe Clan are getting torn to shreds, and Palu will get the final blow, and round 13 will go Liquid's way. Basement successfully defended for the first time.
A great start there on the attacking clear by FaZe Clan, especially that read by KDS gathering his own information. But the rest of that push by FaZe Clan wasn't all too successful. Having no one even trying to push back from blue or working their way down main stairs last second, it was very well telegraphed for Team Liquid that it was going to be a full commit to both dirt and the kitchen hatch drop. With some of those flashes not really meeting their mark towards the final 40 seconds of that round, it also made it even easier for Team Liquid to get hyper aggressive and just go for active crossfires on that hatch. Again, with no one pushing in from motor to kill somebody church, you can have someone play pretty close to that bomb chassis / double door position to look down through the kitchen hatch drop, while someone else could be playing near one of the many sets of boxes inside of Arsenal to get a nice little tag team effect to make sure no one can get that diffuser down right from the opening of that kitchen hatch, despite there being players inside of dirt.
Well, for the first time, FaZe will be shifting to CCTV and cache. When they defended this map, it was basement, gym, bar, and then basement again. So they have avoided this site like the plague until now. Curious choice to bring this out so late, but maybe hoping to catch Team Liquid off guard a bit, shifting up their strategy and seeing how Liquid counter it. Liquid have done so by bringing out the Capital. Great choice for a site like this. an important weapon when trying to take Raptors control or deal with a bandit trick or something like that. You combine that with the Thatcher, and you can see that their clear focus is to get this wall open as soon as they can.
I've noticed as well here for FaZe Clan, they're not bringing any kind of utility that could catch any nades or, again, those Capital bolts like you mentioned quite well. This could allow for Raptors to be a little bit of a weakness here, but it seems like for FaZe Clan, they're not all too concerned about it. It's only KDS holding this position, and it might be with his life intact to Raptors as well, since you've got another angle stacked up here by the plat wall, looking all the way through into Raptors. Handy gets aggressive off it, though. It catches one off guard, but resets is there for the trade. Now the Warden is gone, making this Capital pick even more valuable.
Look at this, the fire. It's perfectly placed, but it doesn't matter. KDS will sidestep and wreck Volps before he can send another asphyxiating bolt downrange. That's 2 players down for Team Liquid. KDS still comfortable here on Raptors. Because the Capital came out, that's only 1 set of nades that remains for Team Liquid. Palu has them. Thankfully, they don't even need them. Resets will get the kill, taking down the Raptors player and equalizing the man count.
Still 2 C4s, though, available for FaZe Clan. Have a good chance of denying that default plan. If Team Liquid are aware of that, maybe they'll try to readjust and go somewhere else. And I think they're actually setting up to do exactly that. We see Lagodas if we hop in through the CC window or go construction as said. It seems likely one of those 2 options could most definitely happen, since FaZe Clan have a load of intel as to when that plant would go down from the default side of CCTV.
They've totally rotated to this other side. Around now is when FaZe Clan are realizing that, so they're going to have to reposition and be cautious. Souls, he was just cautious enough, just aggressive enough as well, that he will claim the first as this side swap occurs. Beautiful C4 goes up, and Resets finds himself stuck in the site by himself. Bullets sent every which way, but it is Vidaking who comes out on top, and FaZe Clan with a victorious round 14, who push us to the final round of this map.
No one playing underneath for grenades made Cash Room a complete stronghold for FaZe Clan, and with that knowledge being realized by Team Liquid, they try to reassess the situation and hope that they can try to rotate into construction, maybe get that single wall opened up, so that will force the defenders back into an open angle such as that plat wall, but they didn't have enough utility to deal with that Cade Claw on the single wall. And on top of that, as the Thermite was getting ready to help assist in that round, he gets eliminated, bringing the man advantage back in the favor of FaZe Clan. And once again, when you're just left up to someone pushing up from plat wall and someone trying to funnel in through that cache doorway, it's a really grim sight there for Team Liquid. And Max OT is on the docket here for this mighty matchup between Liquid and FaZe.
At this point, the victor will get 2 points, the loser 1, as, I mean, a battle like this deserves to get some credit for both teams at the very least, but still in this very stacked Group B, that difference, that 1 point difference can make a huge impact down the line, and it will most certainly impact seeding going into that decider phase. So far, this map, it's been a little bit weird, right? We saw attacker-sided regulation. So far, the defensive teams have prevailed in overtime. But now the real test comes. Team Liquid, they go to Gym and Bedroom, a site that they successfully defended once and lost once. FaZe Clan the same. This will be the real test and will determine who takes this.
Saw last time this site in play here for Team Liquid. Quite a long time ago. They look to be pretty solid on it overall. A few back and forths. Mainly the main way they ended up winning this bomb site was having this jacuzzi wall remain intact for them and having Volps be so effective on that opening gunfight. It caused a lot of chaos for FaZe Clan as they were still scrambling to even deal with that jacuzzi wall, let alone the defending prowess that Liquid had. getting both resets and Paulo to deal a lot of damage to that attacking half during the mid-round, left little to no options for them except to rotate back over into Cash Room. And it seems like for FaZe Clan, once again, they're not going to be pushing in from that Cash side of the map. Instead, they'll begin their avenue of approach over on this Jacuzzi side of the map, but a Maverick hole to set up a well-placed grenade, removing that Cade Claw and Bandit Battery from position and allowing the Jacuzzi wall to be opened up. The same problem does not reveal itself here for FaZe Clan.
Good progress so far in this round, only 90 seconds in. Still a couple of things to get done, but at the end of the day, you can always walk in this breach and take some gunfights. Question is, are we going to see them drop Logi or work their way around towards the main stairs? Normally it's the latter, and that's why we're seeing Cyber take up a position on the rappel. It's also why we're going to see Vidiking here with those Candelas in hand. Consider doing the same. Between that Logi hatch and main stairs, whichever position he chooses, those Candelas are going to be an incredibly powerful resource in the last few seconds of this round.
Be a real bunker buster, even against those Candelas as well. If you get someone to push in from that construction single window, it won't matter if someone falls away from Logi. You could still catch them with their pants down and still find a way to win that opening gunfight. And there goes the Candelas, the final rally call for FaZe Clan.
Here they go. Cyber's on in. KDS has been down in the process, and Palu will claim one, but quickly shut down from behind. Cyber's in an awkward spot, though. He's got to get out of this hallway, because somebody's coming in from behind. That's Volps. He's gone, though. Handy, Vidikin, Souls, good coverage, and they will do it. FaZe Clan in round 15 will take the win over Team Liquid in max overtime. 2 points for them, 1 for Liquid, and a victory that Group B here in the Brazil League will surely remember when seeding time comes around.
And albeit it took them all 15 rounds to get the job done, going to Clubhouse and, as Connor put it lightly, winning the game of chicken is what got them this successful dub against their opponents of Team Liquid. A well-fought battle by both, so at least they'll get a few points at the end of the day, keeping Liquid at the top of their group for now. But glad to see FaZe Clan still a top contender as well inside of Group B. And that last second call as well, Jonah, I really can't just not talk about it at all. Having the Ying to help clear up positions like construction, logistics, and having the rest of your teammates try to avoid bathroom as much as possible because of that mirror window was a phenomenal adjustment. And once again, the accountability, it was there for Liquid in a lot of their attacking executes, but it also was not lacking for FaZe Clan, especially on round number 15.
Well, and that's the reason why, and I don't have the exact stats on this, but Ying has been one of the most banned operators here, just from what we've seen so far in the Brazil League in Stage 1. She's an incredible threat, and when she's left alive with full utility in the late round like that, I mean, it's crippling for a defense. There's only so much you can do. So what a win for FaZe Clan in a hard-fought match. I think our first 8-7 that we've seen so far this stage as well. So an incredible battle. John, I know that's a great prediction. You're going to be farming those channel points, I know. But that is going to do it for you and I today. We're going to send it back to the desk for the final time to give us their thoughts on what has been an incredible matchup to top off an incredible day. We'll see you all next time.
Well, that's certainly a way for a matchup to live up to the hype. I thought FaZe Clan might get PTSD from going 7-7 on Clubhouse, considering the way that that went for them at the Berlin Major, but they find redemption today, taking FaZe Clan, or taking Team Liquid all the way to 15 rounds and ensuring that they don't drop a very, very impressive 4-2 attacking half on Clubhouse. They walk away with the 2 points. Liquid comes so close. Connor, as far as I would much rather have seen Liquid win this game. I think they made fewer mistakes, but FaZe Clan still made it work.
Yeah, the big play potential on FaZe Clan was phenomenal, and they cracked this group wide open. There is no longer an absolute titan with Team Liquid. FaZe Clan cementing themselves and doing oh so well off the back of a very, very dominant entry performance against a Team Liquid roster that we thought couldn't fail early.
Yeah, FaZe Clan now the only undefeated team remaining in the league because of this effort. They still have 2 games left to play. Funnily enough, this won't catapult them into first place in the standings just yet, but the individual skill from all members of FaZe combining together to a point where they simply can't lose when it gets down to the last round. And that last round in particular, when it comes down to round 15 in an entire hour and a half worth of game, is all condensed down into just one round. The way FaZe Clan won in round 15, 20 seconds, just pushing into gym all at the same time. Didn't think they had it in them, but they had it in them.
Yes, this game was so incredibly close, not only with the score, all of the stats, only a 0.04 difference in rating. 2 kills different going the way of FaZe to propel them to the victory. And overall, even with the entries, this was a roster going into this game that was 4-8 total on entry. Now they're 14-13. They propelled themselves from pretty dang negative, not looking good, to being positive overall, which is massive.
Team Liquid can at least say that in every single game they've played, they have walked away with points, so you're securing something if you're Team Liquid. And in spite of it being a loss, can still definitely chalk it up to it being a good game. Everyone statistically is sitting where they want to be. Resets especially having a huge second half after the rehost, despite having not had a phenomenal first half. This genuinely felt like everyone on Liquid, if nothing else, performing up to exactly where they needed to be. But am I crazy in saying that Cyber definitely looked like he grabbed FaZe by the lapels and pulled them across the finish line?
Oh, for sure, especially when we spent most of this pre-show talking about the man at the bottom of the scoreboard for FaZe. We were talking about how great Handy was and how he was really propelling this roster, and Cyber took offense to that. He said, nah, Handy can have an off game and I'll pick up all that slack.
Nice for FaZe Clan to continue on with what is only a 2-game undefeated streak, but now at this stage, yeah, I think we give it to Cyber. I mean, if we're looking for anybody on FaZe Clan to really give that kind of result to, it's either going to be him or, in I suppose this case, Souls. Nice for one of the old heads to crop back up into a spot where he definitely should be, and it feels like of anybody on FaZe Clan, this was a name we didn't want to fall into obscurity back when they were having some struggles back at the 6th Invitational. Until now, it's definitely nice to see his name back in the lights.
Yeah, and probably my favorite thing about Cyber was the fact that he locked Ash every single attacking round except the last one, where he hopped on the A's, he helped get the breaches open, and then, as soon as he threw down those Selmas, he was the spearhead once again. He broke the stalemate, he allowed his team to get into the little bit of map control that mattered, being the bomb site, and explode.
Well, let's talk about the way that Group B is shaking up now after 3 days. I mean, that's it. We are now more than halfway complete with the group stage, but specifically looking at how Group B itself is shaking out. Liquid will still retain the top spot for the moment because that overtime result still puts them at 7 and FaZe now at 5. They still have 2 games left to play, whereas Liquid plays their last game next Saturday. So they will have to get as many points as possible, and then we'll have to sit back and wait for the rest of the group to catch up to see exactly where they get seated. And it also now does put FaZe Clan a good couple of points above both Magic Squad and Los One. So it very well still could be a battle between Liquid and FaZe Clan for that top spot.
Especially when FaZe Clan still gets to play NIP, which seemingly is a free win, but as we know in Brazil, anything can happen. NIP might be hitting the hyperbolic time chamber right now and getting 50,000 years worth of training, at least fingers crossed, so they can come bounce back after a bye and look better.
Los One and NIP definitely will be going toe-to-toe, especially because they play each other on the very last play day a week from right now on Sunday. NIP still have 2 games that they need to try and climb back up the standings as fast as possible. In Group A, much different story. LFO falling down several spots, not able to get a single point in their game against W7M, who for their own part jump right back up into first place, and Black Dragons unable to get any points in their game against Tropic House. But now it means that everyone in this group is considerably more evened out with one another.
Yeah, it's been cracked wide open. Anybody can go from 5th to 1st to 3rd to anything. It's absolute chaos and pandemonium in this group. Sure, Group B, it's a little bit more set because you got the top heavy FaZe versus Liquid dominance, and they're probably going to at least be in the top 3. But here in Group A, it's almost like you can't wrap your head around the sheer amount of possibilities that could come out.
Well, there will be some teams who play their last game of the group stage starting next Saturday at the same time. If we look at what's coming up in the next week, there will be opportunities for teams to extend their leads or get an even further position, but for some cases, it will not be the exact same. In Group B, it will be Team Liquid's last game, and in Group A, it will be W7M's last game as well. So what are we looking at specifically, Connor? Which one do you think is the most exciting matchup on the card?
I think between match 2 and 3, that's where things are really going to get interesting, because LFO can bounce back against a Tropic House roster that's already proven that they can as well. Is the Team Los One bounce back going to stick? Sure, they've played the 2 harder games, and now that they're seemingly getting to the easier part of their schedule, hopefully they can continue momentum.
It'll be a good one, especially because now we approach the point where you gotta get what you can get and then get out and then hope that you've got enough points to make it across the finish line, because the bottom 2 teams in every single group will not qualify for the playoff bracket and instead will get a much higher seeding in the open qualifier portion in order to get back into Copenhagen major contention through the last chance qualifier. So even if a team were to get knocked out, Connor, it's still not the end of the world, because this is a relatively more open ecosystem than what we're used to for majors in the past.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, they're going to have to play against some pug stacks potentially in some of the remaining T2 teams, which isn't going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to have to go on a marathon run, but when you have the end goal in sight being a nice trip to Copenhagen, it does really lift your spirits and have that motivation where, you know, it's not all over, it's not grim, it's not dark.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Connor, give me some final thoughts about how you thought this day shook out, and what are you looking forward to the most heading into our last weekend of groups next week?
Overall, it's just still trying to wrap your head around the possibilities, because for Group A, anything can happen, and that's so incredibly exciting. Today, we got an absolute treat of a match as our dessert. I don't think anybody, even with the tech delays and it going to overtime and being a long match, is going to complain about having an extra scoop of ice cream on their sundae with how much bigger this hype match was, and it definitely delivered.
Yeah, very happy that we got a main event that produced that kind of result, and hopefully that will be the same case for the remainder of our best of 1 play days. Again, only 2 more days of BO1s, and then we get into best of 3s in the bracket, and then things get considerably more exciting. That'll do it for Connor and myself on behalf of Jonathan and Jonah, who were doing the cast for all 4 games today. Thank you very much for joining us on Playday 3. We will see you next weekend. Take care.